Hey, what's up, everyone? Omar here with the team Watchers Talk. Nice to be doing a live here this Saturday morning with my Christmas cup. My name is Omar, and I am the host here at Watchers Talk. Coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia, Canada. So today we got a super good show as always with Gauze, the urban shaman. Today we're going to be talking about shamanic rituals based on sound and vibration, and how we can use that sound and that vibration to heal our mind, body, and spirit. I've been doing a few videos over the course of the last week, some shorts in exploring different techniques of sound and vibration. And one of them is what I'm doing is the humming. So that's going to be the my first initial step into this. So I'll be making short videos and doing three different techniques of humming: the high pitch, the normal pitch, and the low pitch. Right, kind of like this. So the normal pitch would be so. Okay, let me start from the beginning here again. What we all need to do is we need to align our thoughts. Once our thoughts are aligned and our thoughts have been centered, then our energy, our cosmic energy, our conscious energy, our intelligent energy will begin to align itself as well. It will begin to center itself. Now, once that takes place, then the body computer avatar will begin to center itself as well. I call that the Trinity. So you have the thoughts, which have been centered and aligned. Then you have the energy, your conscious energy, which will center and align itself. And then your body computer avatar, which will align itself. And once that alignment takes place, then the ailments and such that you may be experiencing will just magically disappear, because 70% of the ailments that people suffer from are self created. So that means we have the capacity and the power within us to heal our avatar and to become healthy. Now, the bonus part about the Trinity being centered and aligned is that at that point, you become the center of the universe. So imagine the observable universe as it's round. Imagine if it can move like that, and you happen to be that pinpoint right there, the center of that universe. So once your Trinity is aligned, then what happens is that the universe will go like that, and then it will align itself to you. Now, once the universe aligns itself to you, there's magic that can happen. That's when the universe begins to work for you. Shiva begins to work for you. God begins to work for you, because really you're the boss of the God, because you're an expression of that very same God. So here's some of the techniques that I've been working on. And as I mentioned, there's three different pitches and there's three different hums, and each one of those has a benefit to you. So like a normal pitch would be, now when you do this, you have to do it in the form of meditation. And imagine the energy coming from the ground that you're connected to, and is coming from your root chakra. And from your root chakra, as you're going through your hum, imagine that energy just going through your chakra system, through your throat chakra, into your crown, and into the bindu, or the bindi. The bindi is the zero state, the point where everything is just a stream of information. So here it goes. So here's the normal pitch. So you can do this for like 5 minutes a day to begin to align your body computer avatar. So here it is. It goes like this. Now you can do it for as long as you want, or you can do it for as quickly as you want. You can go kind of like an alarm clock. But now remember, the primordial sound of the universe is om, om. like that. So when you do the humming, you can imagine, you can visualize the or the or the lom or the tom, whichever one that you resonate with. Now, that one particular frequency has, benefits for your crown chakras and your other chakras throughout your body as well. And then there's the high pitch one that kind of goes like this. Om. See, there was the om. Now imagine we do the hum to that. Go like this now. See, it's a different sound. It has different benefits to it. And then there's a third one, the high pitched one, and that one goes like this. Something like that. So anyways, I will be doing short videos coming over the course of the next week, and doing further explorations into the humming and how it benefits our body computer avatars, so that we can begin to center and align ourselves, because that is the key. You cannot control what's happening externally, but you can control what's happening internally, and what you control internally will project itself externally. So in essence, you can control what's happening to the external world that is around you. All right, so I'm going to bring on my guest, Gaz, coming at you guys from the world down under in Australia. But before I get to that, if any of our listeners are based out of Egypt, and particularly in Cairo, and you're looking to speak and learn English, then I have somebody for you, a good friend of mine. I do Talking Egypt series with her. Her name is Ildi Budai, and she is operating through the Jasmine Center. And here I will toss the link into the comments. So if you guys know of anyone that lives in Egypt, or if you do live in Egypt, and if you know someone that wants to learn how to speak English or get their speaking or English speaking skills, even better, then contact Ildi at this Facebook group that I've just posted, and get some information from her, and find out how you can get the English as a second language, or as a first language, or as a third language, whatever it may be. It's always good to know how to speak multiple languages, because it opens up the mind to other receptors and to other forms of information. So with that being said, guys, I'm going to bring my homie on now, Gaz. You guys know him all too well. I will give you guys a indigo advisory on this. So, if you're squeamish on some adult language, this stream is probably not for you. But if you don't mind the adult language and a few F-bombs here and there, then this stream is perfect for you. The Gauze is muted. I'll unmute you here in a couple of minutes, Gauze. And if you guys want to hook up with Gauze, I will post his Facebook link in the comments, and you guys can shoot him a friend's request, because really this guy is just, he's incredible. A lot of information, and a lot of ancestral information he has, and does a lot of rituals, a lot of ceremonies, with the earth. And today he's going to talk about sound and vibration, and how that is beneficial for us, as I was just mentioning, through my humming techniques that I'm going to be coming up with here in the coming week. And Gauze is going to give us, a little insight into what we're going to be practicing here in the next couple of weeks. And speaking of that, guys, I have a event coming up on January the 1st, 2022. You guys know Watchers Talk number is 222. So we're going to do a 2-day event, which is going to be called Etherical Earth. And in that, what we're going to be doing, it's more of a workshop type event. So we're going to be bringing speakers on that are going to teach us different techniques of meditation, remote viewing, astral traveling, self-hypnotherapy, and things like that. We'll do about 5 speakers a day, couple hours each. And, like I said, we'll learn from our teachers. So keep an eye out for more information in regards to that event. So let's unmute Gauze and let the machine roll. And guys, with the times the way they are, YouTube has offered Watchers Talk a members program, and I'd appreciate it if you guys can sign up for the Watchers Talk member program. There are two levels, 1 and 2. Both have the same benefits. It just really depends on what you can afford on a monthly basis. One is $2 and one is $5. It really helps the channel out. And as well, it allows me to reach out to speakers that I otherwise would not have access to because they wish to get paid. And so the community's help will be greatly appreciated to bring on even more speakers and get downloads so that we can raise our awareness. When we raise our awareness, our human experience becomes even better. And tips are appreciated as well with these tough times of us, uninjected people. But let's not get into that, and we won't speak of that ever again here on this channel. But tips are greatly appreciated, and welcome Zen Master. Nice to see you, and please share this stream with friends and family with whom you think will benefit from the download that we're about to get from Gauze today. So welcome, Gauze. Thank you very much, my brother, for giving me your night here because, it's quite late in Australia. It's like, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning?
No, it's actually 12 minutes past 5, actually.
5 a.m. Holy geez, I'm like way off. So, yeah, thanks for waking up early, or thanks for not going to sleep at all. To really give us this information that we can all benefit from, because as you know, sound and vibration, everything is sound and vibration, and the more we come into harmonics with it, the better it will be for us, because the earth is always singing, and we just simply tend to ignore the songs of the earth and the vibrations of the earth. So maybe you can give us a download in the ancient rituals and ancient ceremonies as to how they used sound to benefit themselves and their community. So I'll put you on full screen, brother, and it is yours. And I'll be listening in the background. If any questions come up, I'll jump in and I'll ask you those questions. And if I have any questions, I'll jump in and I'll ask you those questions. And it's all yours, brother.
Okay, I'm just going to start by doing something down song lines in the original language that's chordal music, okay? Okay, that was a bit of love for everybody, and that was delivered through the solar plexus of Earth, which is in central Uga, Australia, connected with my solar plexus, my center, connected via all the elements of nature, the primary elements. And anyone can do this, and all you got to do is get in contact with the magnetism that is the primal force behind everything, all life, because as we often hear the expression, yeah, it's meant to, brother. It's healing. Don't. What was I saying?
Yeah, I really like that comment too. You were talking about the Earth connection, and
Okay. So I was doing it through all the elements. getting connected with the magnetism, because we often hear, like in the New Age even, that there is only love, okay, that expression. But everyone's been taught the wrong definition of what love really is in its most simplest sort of form, its basic form, because love's got a lot of interconnected aspects to it as well. But what it is just magnetism, pure magnetism. And you yourself being in the center of yourself, of the omniverse, because just like the sun, you have the sun energy coming through here, being your creation flame of your soul, okay, lighting up through your body, through your fisheye, into the whole omniverse. Okay, now we've heard the expression, oh, we're source batteries. They're using us as source batteries. Well, batteries are sort of mainly electrical charge with a bit of electromagnetic, but it's ungrounded. And unless you ground that electricity, which is your intuition of your heart that shapes the instinct, okay, the power source stuff, the primary stuff, and it's not evil. It's very conscionable, actually. It's just that the Satanists stole it all off us, so they could basically invert it all, and no one would look in the dark, because they equated the dark with bad, which is a stupid connection, because there's daylight and night light, you know, and it's like, you got to know it all. There's none of it's necessarily evil, but they've created a system of energy where it's all destructive energy for their sort of third eye sort of realm stuff that's either negative or positive, but it's ungrounded electricity of the mind and the heart. But you can still use all that stuff. It's a good place to start. Just ground it first, earth ground it, like machinery, sound systems, etc., where you have to ground what you're doing properly. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Just like you build the foundations of a house properly or a building, do that perfectly, well, then that building's going to last forever. That's the same with you. Once you get in contact with the magnetism, you're not going to die. You're going to last forever. When you can be timelessly, spontaneously in the moment of now, which is the harmonic rhythm of nature, it's got a faint hum. You can actually hear it when you're centered in yourself. And you extend your hearing, and you actually hear the vastness, the infinite vastness of the moment, the space. And it's in that space is the most powerful stuff, but it's so subtle. It's when you're silent. And that's where the real golden stuff emerges, through that vastness. And they've been controlling us from the gaseous sort of areas of that vastness from below, because that's what alchemy means, okay? So it means spying from below. Chem, spying, al, from below, beneath. Okay, so once you know the original meanings of words, which is in the original language, why is it the modular language? Because that's the original language of nature itself, organic nature. And what does Mudja mean? It just means core seed family of all peoples, before any of this nation state stuff and everything. So every single human soul is either from that family originally or has been spliced off unlawfully according to existent natural law, the Bible of magnetism, that is of your soul. Okay? They've sliced us all off. They've hijacked all the soul lines coming back through nature and stuff, throwing their mouth at genetic project butchery, and to sort of abattoir us all off. You know, we're going to farm you sea cattle, but we're all going to genetically sort of play around with you as well and decompartmentalize you into different parts. Okay? We call it all brain sort of science, where originally our focus was down here. This was the master brain, the instinct. You could know everything by its soul feel, the sound frequency, vibration, the smell, and the taste without even needing any vision whatsoever. You could know all life, just like a blind man has to basically be omnisensible, using all their senses, not just monosense. So they can compensate for the lack of vision, but then they realise, that we know life better anyway, because we feel it all. That's the original way of knowing life, feeling it, not seeing it. Whereas when you see stuff now, well, if you're soul blind of this, and you're being a tyrant like this, because everyone's been trauma mind controlled to be in the image of these fully blown endocrine disrupted, biologically insane people, They're literally so biologically deranged. They're literally the opposite end of living and breathing life, the antithesis of, epitome of what they are with their death culture stuff. And they're the most dangerous people around because they won't stop themselves. They're uncontrollable, even to themselves, until they obliterate everything and everything else, because they are the viral pathogen. So it's like they keep on eating the host and cutting it all down into mincemeat to use as game pieces. Like, I get sliced off a new race of people and then use them as chess pieces against the original family again. And we'll put bets on it and have fun with each other playing toy soldiers and never grow up. And we can get away with it. That's where it comes down to, the most simple, sort of basic, sort of lay language. So what we do to get this all back is take back all the magnetism, because once you're pure magnetism, pure love, and you're in line with that magnetism, and you're actually feeling it initially with your soul center, and then you're extending it to your whole body and soul, which your whole body is your whole soul as well. Okay. Then you, as a woman or man of nature, you can actually direct and facilitate nature as we're meant to be. We're all meant to be equal parts of the source consciousness here, or God, or whatever term you want to call it, to manage and facilitate nature, so we can live off its essences with keeping the physicality of nature intact whilst doing no harm, and always finding smarter ways, consciously, fluidly intelligent ways of sorting out problems and finding solutions, literally solution, like soul in Greek, that's sun, soul, our plexus. It's where your sun energy is coming through. Now, it's not coming through to the brain. It's not coming through to the heart, okay? It comes up to the heart from here, okay? Heart's right next to it, sure. But unless you're insulated, coming from here first with the magnetism, like insulated in your heart, okay, there's a lot of crap around that's being fired at your heart and your mind all the time through all this mind control stuff, because the more they fracture people into fear and separate sort of multiple personalities in their brain from doing that literally are all your soul, totem, spirit aspects. They're all being separated and divided. They've been trapped and used. And so there's a way of healing that, disinfecting all of that. When you center, you bring all of those spirit aspects of your soul totem. Your soul totem is your body, okay?
Gauze, when you were talking about us getting
when you center that, just very quickly, all of those soul totem aspects that have been compartmentalized, and this is good for all the MK Ultra people, okay, each altar doesn't even know the existence of the other one, so they just get triggered by, sounds and colors and all sorts of Kabbalah codes all the time to do certain actions for espionage purposes and all sorts of things. And they don't know what's going on because they're disconnected from that. So it's like the same goes for when they're doing the sacred clones. But once you can actually soul center here, you can bring together all of your soul totem spirit aspects as one soul, one magnetism, one love, okay? And then you heal them all. You bring them back to their soul totem, okay? They're not meant to be disconnected. And then we can connect with all the animals out there that are of that soul totem that make up this genetic structure of us. We can guide them in nature instead of these Kabbalah sorcerers using them and manipulating them to do harm to nature and other people, and also let alone their sort of hybridizing of nature as well, messing around with it when they shouldn't be, because they don't do it properly. They do it with kindergarten genetics. It's just pure butchery compared to what we're capable ourselves of doing once you become Governor General of your own soul again. And you say, sorry, I'm the magnetism now. I be the magnetism, not you. And I'm in control of this energy. So guess what? I'm taking it all back. And I'm disinfecting all of you, because that's the original meaning of royal. It means you're a really good organic cleaner. You're a cleaner. That's how much they've inverted life. The cleaners are the ones with the main responsibility, the most adult people, to clean nature, doing no harm, of all of the mess of all the belligerent children that refuse to grow up and want to stay in the mind, weaponizing their pain to stay in their mind, to avoid facing the conscience of their soul. Now, anything disincarnate is soulless. That can go straight to the rubbish trash, organic mulch.
Before
Okay.
before you go there, guys, let me just ask
Anything
you.
with a soul has to be disinfected. So their biology has to be disinfected and cleaned. So it's like all the elites need a deep steam cleaning of, sort of chlorine dioxide and hydrogen peroxide, 35% food grade, and, all the best things that we know that actually can clean the biology and restore the person and heal them and they can return to their rightful part in nature once they have psychological sort of decontamination as well. Okay. Look, that's basically what it comes down to. And how we heal is when we all get together and we sing the choir together, because we all got different voicings and part, like all that stuff you're doing before, Omar, that's all part of your flavor and your sound. And like everyone's got their own songline sort of flavor and sound. Okay. Like, for instance, what I pick up of yours, because this remembers everything. And the longer you keep on soul-centering and doing it and self-disciplining yourself to be self-mastered and not be content with mediocrity, to know, okay, what self-mastery is about? Oh, it's about self-mastery of the mind being the student of the teacher that's the all-knowing soul. Because this has got to catch up to the speed of this and omni-knowing of it. It's not like a bad reverse polarized stereo system like Kabbalah gives everyone the energetics for all of life. That's just the inorganic overlay.
Yeah, I get
omni,
what you're saying.
with you in the center of the omni, like with all the sound coming through you. Now, if you center yourself with the center of Earth, okay, and then the center of the Milky Way, and then the rest of the omniverse, in a blink of an eye, you can go from one center to the next, because the whole omniverse works in microcosm, macrocosm, in the sense of once you know your body, you know the whole omniversal body as well, as regarding its circuitry and its magnetism and electrical features and how they're properly meant to align. And then you've got this bridge of nitrogen as well that they don't like to talk about much. That's also involved, because you look at what's in our air, there's a lot of nitrogen in there, that more than oxygen, and that's not talked about. So that's another consideration as well. And what you notice about the sacred geometry, sort of kindergarten shapes of harm that are, they're over-masculinized. They're sharp objects of harm. That if you had them as kindergarten blocks, well, yeah, if you're a nasty bully kid, you could do a lot of harm to a few ones. So you don't build things like that that are going to cause harm if accidents happen. So, for instance, it's like how to basically fix that, make the curvature, the grandmother Ishtan curves. It needs more nitrogen in its shape to get the flow and the life of the conscious fluid intelligence, the water intelligence. And the nitrogen is the bridge for that to sort of come through. And so that's basically, it's like when you look at all the Metatronic sort of shapes of the Fibonacci spiral and those shapes and all the binary code shapes that you see, the Christic spirals and things like that. Well, that's all still Kabbalah, but it's all lacking nitrogen. As soon as it gets its right nitrogen dose, you pretty much got all your curves back. So that's just putting it in a scientific term for people as well to sort of comprehend, what is the right equal interconnected amounts of oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, okay? And the fact that in first Homo sapien bodies, we were more sort of nitrogen and DMT sort of based in the way that we connected with life, rather than the whole dopamine sort of serotonin sort of system that's been more sort of installed to us to make this sort of, the way they've wired up the pineal and the third eye is like one big sort of Hollywood production theatre, sort of movie theatre sort of going on. I'm not joking. But what they're doing is making this fiction reality here for us to sort of project into real life here, because the thing is that what happens in the physical affects the whole of life. I mean, every sort of level. You can,
metaverse comes to mind when you're speaking of that, where
yeah,
they want to take this, right? They want to take this and then project it out into the physical world,
that's right. Yeah.
that's the metaverse that they're putting into place right now,
And
where
you
they
look at
want
their
to
symbol
connect.
for the metaverse. It's that
Yeah,
horrible fake
that
infinity symbol, okay?
yeah, that
Which
number
is the
8 is
folded
also,
circle.
yeah, check this out. That number 8 is also connected to Saturn, because it's the eighth
Okay.
planet,
I- I'm
and
going
then
to
that
decode
number.
the number 8 properly for people, what it actually originally means in natural law. The number 8,
Okay, but just hang on.
yes,
Before you go there, I just want to address two things before we get further into our talk, because I know you're about to give a download on the 8. Okay, so earlier
yeah.
on, when you were speaking about the mind and our center was under attack, it was being attacked. I was wondering if the 5G technology that they have now has anything to do with it. And the second question, right? Second
Mhm.
question is that when you were speaking of the gut and the mind, right? Now, when you were speaking of that, now were you talking about the intellect, on how people become prisoners of their own intellect and then get trapped within that container, and then
Yes,
they forget about their grounding and their soul center, and then they just allow their intellect to carry them on through life, essentially just stabbing themselves over and over again with the intellect knife.
it's very beautifully put, actually. Very eloquent. Yes, correct. 100%.
Cool. Give us that 5G.
The first
Five.
question, the
Yeah,
first
yeah.
question, what was that again? Could you? I was ready to answer that, but the second
Okay,
question just
I
itself.
was, what I
Yeah.
was saying was that when you were talking about our mind and our
Oh, yes,
center
yes,
was
I know.
under
Yes, I
attack,
remember the question.
right?
Yes.
If the 5G technology has
Oh,
anything
yes,
to do
because
with
what
that,
they
to
do,
bombard our
yeah,
vibration
yes,
and frequency.
they hook up that technology to the Kabbalah sorcery. And the Kabbalah sorcery involves the alchemical level manipulation of life, okay, through toxic, inorganic secondary elements, okay? And when they bring together through their 9/11 sort of events, split timeline events, okay, to copy and paste a new timeline over the next one, okay, they basically create such destruction. So certain parts of nature that never meant to meld and mesh with each other in those particular regions, they come together and they form new inorganic sort of toxic elements that they can do more sort of diabolical alchemical sorcery through. Okay. That's what's going on here. And they do that through the whole pharmaceutical thing. They invent all these conditions, these psychiatrists, the top sort of sorcerer ones. They sit around a table and go, they download their own bipolar schizophrenic condition and go, okay, for people like this and this and this who are not like this, that threaten our way of being, okay, so we can remain in covens and secret societies doing sorcery on people in connection with this technology that's now gone 5G. Okay, they've always been doing it with technology because that's what they got the Nazis to do. Okay, and the Hegelian dialectic, you know, sort of Zionist Nazi sort of same coin, two different sides of Rothschild and all the rest of it. You know, so basically speaking, they're manipulating. They got the Nazis to go and raid all of the indigenous cultures of the earth that are connected to the original seed core family of all tribes, peoples, and to raid all the knowledge of all the soul genetics, okay, and all of the things that basically tell you about life and how to read life properly through natural science, okay, which is the natural law. And so they pervert it all and go, okay, how can we create more toxic elements along the way through time, so then we can actually farm all of these sea cattle, farm pharmaceutical, and experiment on them and make more toxic sort of stuff out of them and turn them into sort of fiction sort of machines, just like you see in Hollywood. Because that's basically the reality that they're projecting to people as entertainment, but really it's actually for real. Because once people involve their minds and then their hearts and then ultimately their souls in this faux pas reality. It's like, and the only problem, there's nothing wrong with the good people in the new age and what they want to do. But the thing is that you've got to look at the energy. You're using destructive energy as the source of the good energy. They manipulate all energy from a downward spiral of this, sort of downward vortex spinning sort of, wrecking ball. It's just going from the top of the steepest cliff. And let's just collect all this energy and use it as a source for all energy. But it's self-destructive energy. It's ungrounded electrical energy. So it's like, dudes, that is just the most diabolical, self-destructive, stupid
What
idea.
a great mind fuck that is from Hollywood. As you were saying that, I was looking over at my wife and I go, "You hear what he's saying?" And it just fucking rang a bell in my mind as you were saying that they're
Yeah,
taking this energy and they're creating these
that's
movies,
right.
and then they're
It's
getting
all
you to
about energy.
project. They're getting you to project
They're
that out
taking
into
our
the
life.
world to make it into a
Yeah.
to
So
manifest it into reality. So they're taking,
the
again, they're
solution to fix this
perverting,
world,
right? They're
everyone
perverting
can
the
do
good into the bad, and the
from
bad
here.
into even badder.
Become one with your own magnetism, and then you
Mhm.
won't die. Remain present, feeling life from here all the time. First party.
Yeah, in the
Forget
moment,
all,
just sit and breathe.
just use the third party intellectually colonized information that's given to us and tools to analyze life. But you're never going to know life by thinking about energy, by thinking about language, and by thinking about the sound and the music of the language that they took away to make monotonal language, to literally compress down all the beautiful richness and chordal variety of the language when you literally sing through your injuries in your body. Okay, that's where the blues comes from. That's where all styles of music come from, singing through our bodies. And as we sing through our bodies, we're healing the same adjacent parts in nature of us at the same time when we're connected to all those primary elements. And I'm not joking, because we are the original technology. We don't need any of this rubbish technology, even the stuff that we're talking now, because the only reason why we need it now is because we're all mind, virtual, vision based. Okay, that's how they've literally taken our focus, right, from down here. Once upon a time, this was the center that then expanded to the whole of us, that we could feel all life with and just know it by feel, just like that, instantly. Because nature's got to communicate with itself instantly in an omni sense, anytime, anywhere, infinitely, before even sound, light creation can occur. And that's what the Mudja language is. It's that communication system of nature. And there's many forms of it.
Yeah,
And the moment
I can totally resonate with that, Gauze, because the other day I'd made a post in my community tab, and I'd stated that something on the lines of this mechanism that you have called the human body is the most advanced piece of machinery that there
it
ever
is,
was,
it's
ever
incredible.
is. Have
Like
you read
once you're on
have,
there,
have
you can
you read the
move
manual?
with that
Right?
flexibility
That
back.
was
It's not
my
stiff in retarded sort of stereo, sort of how our bodies have been made to hear. Well, you can get through the most hardcore serious injuries in your body, knowing that I'm not going to die, I'm not going to turn into a cripple. I might have some temporary sort of discomfort in
oddly
transit.
enough, that's where
Basically, my soul is
your
reorganizing
bonuses
my
are.
genetics, my whole body, so I don't have to basically die. I know it's audacious saying this, according to this death program, that as soon as we're born here, we're all told, oh, by the way, you're going to die one. No. Now,
I talk about that in my book, Earth Frequency.
yeah, and
Because we're programmed to
it's
believe that
crazy.
we're going to die. Because we're programmed to believe that we're going to die, we manifest that. We believe that. And as we're growing up, we're manifesting that on a daily basis, thinking that we're going to die. And then we spend our entire lives
Well, then
fighting
you're going to
not to die.
basically take the magnetism, your natural magnetism, and reverse it on yourself. And you're going to basically convince yourself, you're going to have that intention. This is the law of attraction stuff that they didn't reveal in the New Age when they're giving this out. That if you focus
Intention
on the
is the
stuff
key.
that you don't want, you're going to attract that to you if you're focusing on that all the time. However, there's nothing wrong in being critically discerning in life of what's a problem and what's a solution and a remedy for a problem. Now, to deal with any problem, say you've got a problem that's happening on this electrical level that's ungrounded and dirty of the heart and mind. Well, you're not going to, now look at it energetically, you're not going to sort out a problem, okay, say with a piece of machinery on the same level that problem exists, you got to sort of go down the chain like a roadie, you know, sound engineer, and go, okay, I've got to chase this line down and see where the break in the chain is, okay? And once you know where the break in the chain is of the energy, okay, then you can ground it again properly, and then everything in the rest of the rig from the power amp, okay, works properly. Now you want that power amp running at maximum, fattest, widest intensity at the lowest possible volition of gain output. Why the lowest possible volition? Because then you're leaving so much space and vastness for all the other processes up the tree of life from the roots to basically do its thing and flourish and infinitely flow. Okay, that's why foundation principles of life have to be simple and basic, because then all that detail, fine detail in between that's infinite, can actually flourish and live and breathe. Now, if we've got people poking you in the ribs all the time when you can try and conduct an orchestra of nature with all the birds and animals and plants and everything like that, they're our brothers and sisters as well, okay? And as soon as we communicate with them with this original language again, okay, we can facilitate their role in nature much, much more consciously, fluidly, intelligently. They already know what to do. They're just going, come on, dudes, what's happened to you? You're meant to be the conductors of our orchestra, and it's like you've been hijacked, and we've been waiting for you, you know, to remember who you all be again. That we are the living creators. We are the living equal co-creators. We are all different, varied aspects of nature as we learn the whole of the natural law. And once we do that, we can go and create our own omniverses with our own partners that we naturally magnetically attract to. So it's no big deal. It is a big deal in the sense that we have that much gratitude for it, but we don't carry on like a soap opera in life. What this matrix is, it's like I just find the more that I get into this now, I just can't look at most stuff online anymore, because I do this because I've got to help people that want to help themselves to find this magnetism, because the more of us find this and we all focus with our intent and our magnetism, and we literally become the moment of now when we connect to the other bodies of ourselves, which are the earth and the rest of the omniverse. When you're that drop of water, okay, you want to know how the 1-inch punch works? I'm not saying that we should punch people, but this is just the science line, okay? Because I've learned all this too, that the true martial artist, as we know, never, never, never does harm. This is only a self-defense thing for when you got to protect everything. And this is
But
how
even even that 1-inch, even the energy being used in,
you know, it's like that is disciplining your body to heal itself in harmonic, rhythmic, musical flow. So you're actually playing music internally through your body. Okay. Now, I just feel.
Let me just get to that 1-inch punch. That's
yes.
that's you
I'll tell you
directing.
the science behind it. Okay.
Yeah, that's you directing energy, right? But
Yes,
in
exactly.
the yogis say that you know, the 1-inch punch that Bruce Lee began, you know, he was actually using that information incorrectly because it wasn't really meant for the 1-inch punch, right? To
Correct.
hit
Correct.
somebody and get them to go
Correct.
flying across the
However,
room.
if
It
you're in a
wasn't meant for that.
situation, hold it. If you're in a situation, say you got 5 big security goons, they're literally like, these guys are going to murder you. They're going to hold you down. They're going to do stuff.
Well, yeah, you got to kick their ass.
Where, okay, this is required. Okay. Then you as a drop of water, usually you have the security when you timelessly know that as the drop of water, you're an interconnected part of the whole infinite fathom of the depth of the whole ocean of water in the whole omniverse.
One becomes the whole becomes the one.
Yeah. Now, how you basically become the water in the present moment of now is by your soul feel, your soul-centered feel. You connect through all the elements. Now, you're already earth, okay? But you want to earth your tail deep into the father aspect of the sun below, the inner sun, okay? To basically fully, solidly, magnetically ground you there. And then you can connect this as well, and through your fisheye straight to the mother aspect of the solar sun that shines light for everyone. That's why she's magnetic, and she attracts the male that projects the magnetism, because when she gets the right magnetic sort of ignition, with that magnetism, she gives it to everybody by shining a light and illuminating the whole omniverse. And that's her phosphorus light heat that's been turned into black hole vortexes through all their sort of negative reversal of basically getting the circle and then folding it, torturing the woman into their fucking meta fucking bullshit. The infinity, reverse polarized, duality. Look at dual. Dual is to fight. Duality. See how horrible English is? It's terrible. I call it blunder.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is, they love that reactive fight energy, because reaction is an anagram. This is an occult meaning of creation. These sort of sorcerer, endocrine disrupted, twisted, perverted sorcerers laugh amongst themselves going, we just tell them it's an anagram, but really, that's the real meaning that we chose your language, because we give you all these different meanings of the same sound. It's a root sound for each word. But they're different contrary meanings. That's what confused tongue is. In Mudja language, the root meaning has one basic meaning. That's it. And then it has many interconnected aspect meanings of the creation ordered sequence, unseen to seen life. Doesn't mean it happens from unseen to seen either. It happens both ways. Because life has always been physical and non-physical. That's it. We don't come from nothing and go back to nothing. That's death cult stuff. It's like one can't live without the other. It's symbiotic. It's just like the nature of the flow of the harmonic rhythm of nature. It's got a feminine aspect and it's got a masculine aspect. The feminine aspect is the omni-emotional, fluid, conscious intelligence, okay? It's wavetures, spontaneous wavetures that then moves in omnidirectional sort of vibratory resonances infinitely, like the rays of the sun. Or you have a look at a seed pollen ball that's a symbol archetype, soul-centering symbol archetype that you can use. Okay, it's what they call a weed. Sorry, take that meaning, reverse child psychology it of the satanic inversion. That weed is the most powerful stuff we got on earth in nature. That's why they call it a weed, because they don't want you to know it's powerful. Okay, so that's seed pollen dandelion. Okay, the omnidirectionality, that's the masculine part. That's the structure. That's the architecture that takes and supports the feminine, which is more embodied in a volume sense. Because look at it, there's more water and air than there's sort of like earth and fire, in the elements in the omniverse, okay? The fire and the earth are predominantly masculine structures. However, there's those masculine structures in the physical are still equally feminine and masculine. It's just that it's got feminine aspects that are better, nature aspects, it's supporting masculine roles with it, and vice versa for the water and the air. It's got masculine aspects of nature that are better supporting feminine sort of roles. But it has to be separate in the physical, because when you bring the feminine and the masculine together as magnets, okay, in nature, then life flourishes. We have paradise on earth. It's perfect, as it was perfectly designed to be initially, before all these idiots decided, okay, we're just going to put all of life into a big sort of mincemeat blender and then put it in a big long line and call it linear time. So it works with this linear cyclical, time and space sort of manipulator up here. Just the same. We can make a video of today and go into a video editing suite like they do on the news and basically make anything look real, but actually totally fake. So it's like, that should tell people that time and space is all a fiction construct. And it's just them using Kabbalah trips, tricks to flick using a time machine, sort of TARDIS, sort of thing, many different applications of to flick from one sort of movie studio on Earth to another Disney sort of studio, the one big complex, Disney Hollywood thing, where basically we have all these different time periods, but it's all happening simultaneously at the same time. Now, the past, present, future. Because it never used to be the past, present, future. It all used to just be presently now. And they've gone and chopped the whole big pineapple, infinite pineapple of life up into mincemeat, put it all into a big long line and create all these multi-tracks off it to create all these different movie sort of takes that are split timelines, that they're playing their game of death with real life as toy soldiers, with us and nature as the game pieces. So that's really what's going on here, and the deepest sort of sense that can be explained simply in life, because even within the Illuminati, there's a game within a game there of the top 8 people that are the master string pullers of all of them and all of the Dracos, the reptoid ET races, all of that sort of stuff. Now, I'm not saying that they're all bad, because the good ones always want to heal because they get sick of being treated like crap. Exactly 100% the same as us on this level, okay? But the thing is that once we're governors of our own soul, we control the energy again, and we can make remedies from our homes energetically. And we have the chance, which we never give up and wait for the right moment, when you just spontaneously be the moment, connected with all the elements, to all the bodies of ourselves that are interconnected to the rest of nature, we can change everything through the energy. We don't have to lobby politicians. We don't have to partake into their system. We can do it like this. And it only ever takes a certain proportion of us to have enough power to do it, because many hands make light work. So that way, we all effortlessly, being individually less, to create that much more, because there's that much more of us with the same pure intention of doing no harm, to build a beautiful world here, because we can, because we are the living co-creators. Like, there's no sort of God or universe we've got to look to. We are the universe. We are God. We're all
we are a creator.
And it's not satanic, okay? That's what the Satanists gave you, Christians, to basically have as the false dogmatic doctrine, to basically deball you all. So you didn't have the fight anymore in you here, because you didn't know how to read this anymore. They took this and took everyone on a big sort of wild, wacky race, sort of goose chase distraction through the centuries and ages, in zigzags, looking for holy grails, arks of covenants, where the whole time's right under our nose here. And then all of a sudden, centuries later, after trauma-based mind control and sacrificing us through rituals and stuff like that, making us forget who we are, all of a sudden today, this is the center of our reality up here. And so they had to subtly move it gradually over time. From here, distract us from here, over here, over here, over here, over here. And even when you find these holy grails and things like that, that's what's keeping all the Illuminati bloodlines sort of distracted themselves and looking just for sort of egotistical glory of, I've won the trophy for the athletics race, It's so silly. And Rothschild and Rockefeller and all the rest of them are backing all the different horses, and same on our level. And it's so stupid, And really, that technology is modeled off us and nature. So it's like, what you're chasing, sure, it works. We know how to use that technology and make it work. It's great. But it falls into the wrong hands of people that are unqualified to use it because they refused to face their soul, okay? To basically know the right instructions for life, okay? Because it's all here. That's what the natural law is. The book of magnetism. That's what the book of love is. The book of magnetism. Look at it like that. Don't look at it like clinical science in the sense of no soul. This is with all soul. This is what magnetism is. It's understanding the nature of the force of magnetism and aligning yourself and syncing yourself with that. Then once you do it with yourself, you can do it with another. And we would do it together as a family in a chord, which is in a musical chord. So to know life, the first 3 things you've got to do, you can't intellectually know energy. You can't intellectually know music. If you don't, anyone can learn the notes in music and the technique, but if you've got no groove, no soul, it all sounds like a bucket of shit anyway. Doesn't matter how technically advanced you are, whether beginner or advanced, it all sounds like shit. You've got to have the quality of groove. That's the difference. What determines you as a musician from kindergarten to world class, is your quality of feel. That's it. And your ability to connect with the spontaneous moment of now and the harmonic rhythm of nature, okay, that's giving you your groove. Because when I'm doing my stuff, that's where I'm getting my grooves from, okay? And I don't do a lot of it online so far because it's not entertainment. We love doing it, as in it magnetically, this is what we do. This is how we live our lives. But it's not an entertainment thing that's done for cheeks like the third eye. Any psychic trickster can basically play psychic tricks on anyone. That should be a red flag for anyone about the third eye. Anyone can use it. Any unconscionable arsehole, basically. So to use this, you have to be conscionable. Otherwise, how it was perfectly designed just simply won't work and function. You've got to be conscionable. You've got to be of magnetism to make this body work properly. And they took away the instructions from us. And that's what the soul-centering instructions are, that I give out to people freely. It allows them to first party themselves, check these instructions out that are just simple foundation, fundamental principles so that you can know your own body and circuitry and then know all the rest of life as well. And once you know that, you realize that most of what's in the matrix is a complete distraction and nothing to do with real life. It's just this fiction life that they've projected at you, bombarded your senses with, your hearts and minds, with all this stuff that they want you to believe in, manifest in, to involve your lives with, in all these external collectivisms that are not fully grounded here. They're giving you all this electrical sort of charge all the time. That's going to burn your hearts and minds out if it's not magnetically grounded, earth grounded, soul anchored. Okay? Because you can earth ground yourself and also soul anchor yourself, right at the bottom of the sea floor. Use those two when you're doing your soul centering. See how rock solid you are with magnetism then. And watch your body, literally rock your body. It will rock with the magnetism. And straight away, you'll feel through life. You'll feel through the energy. You'll feel through the linguistics, because that's all about sound. And all life is in language. You've got to know about linguistics. And then you've got to know about music that ties it all together, okay? Because the original modular language is actually, that's all musical notation as well. They've taken that knowledge out of the mud language, even from the Hungarians and everyone else, and turned it all into this monotonic stuff. So I suggest to all of them, start connecting it back to the music. There's this French dude, Alan Donnelly, that wrote about music and the power of sound. And most of his is all sort of Vedic, Hindu sort of based, but that's probably all you've got mainly access to. But there's some good original stuff in there, and you can correlate that information because you're clever people anyway, because you speak the real language, and because it's still got true meaning. When it, you don't have all these Levite and Jesuit linguist priests tampering with the language and bringing in other confused tongue languages into the modular language to take other older words out so people don't work out ancient words and things like that and true meanings anywhere. So they're trying to put scratches on the language as much as possible. It's never stopped. So, but the thing is that the original language itself, that's all in your soul. You've just got to work out how to crack through to it. And the best way is to stop your mind from thinking, which you need to feel. Okay, to get to that stage of becoming the moment of now, feeling all the elements of life, okay, or I should say the primary elements, and the electrical ones that are in line with those elements and not the toxic ones. We've got to heal the toxic ones. Just look at, the occult periodic table of elements. They've even smugly put it up on Wikipedia. If you know how to read the occult and the symbology there, that's their chemical confusion of the tongue's chart, how they've literally planned over a period of time to create all these inorganic alchemical elements to basically screw us up even further from below. But once you're below these gaseous sort of parts they've been controlling us from, because they can't go down to source, that's too toxic for them. That's too healing. That'll force them to heal. That'll put their face into their stomach again and go heal. Or I should say, rather, just lodge it from their arse and put it in their stomach. It's a better place for it. Okay. So that's what they've done to humanity. These people that are choosing self-inflicting themselves sadomasochistically because they're that biologically deranged from fully blown endocrine disruption, well, they're choosing to put their heads up their asses rather than putting this, the mind, for self-mastery of the mind is the actual student of the teacher, which is the all-knowing soul that's never forgotten anything from any past life for as long as you've had a soul life, whether you've been split off from the original family and started at a certain point in time, or you're actually of the original family tribes, okay? It doesn't matter. You all go back to the same family. You all deserve a path in nature. I have great compassion and empathy for all the tribes and souls of people that have been born into these hybrid lines, but you're all still good people. And I've met true Mudger souls even in their lines, because in the soul genetics, when they merge two lines together, like a Mudger tribe and a reptoid human hybrid tribe, well, they've massacred all of our souls, okay? More of our tribes, split them all off, caught them all through song lines and stuff like that they're not supposed to do, through mangrove swamps and stuff like that. Thrown those souls and put them into new bodies and stuff like that to basically work as chess pieces against the original family. Now, when they divide and conquer by merging those tribes together and stuff like that, souls from both tribes end up in the wrong bloodlines. Now, they don't want people to know this. Then people could work out genetics much more easily. They only give you the material genetic information, like the Human Genome Project and stuff like that, which is all cooked anyway, all the best information they suppress from the public all the time. And they make up all this stupid, complicated shit that makes it so much harder to discern what you are, because everyone just wants to find their roots, you know, and where they come from. And of the people that have a conscious sort of wanting to do this, because in their soul they're going, you know, what's going on here? Okay. Well, it's the soul genetics to tell you this, because you can be in a bloodline today, gaslighted by a whole heap of other souls that you never were in that bloodline with originally, okay? And then the more tribes are hybrid, you know, myxomatosis-wise, you know, in their eugenic sense, as they basically farm us and separate us all and make us all sort of motherless and fatherless, androgynous, sort of soulless, sort of human cyborg people, which they want with this whole transhuman thing. Now, take out the N in transhuman, guess what you get? Trash human. Interesting. They get off on it. That's what they're doing. They're trashing us and nature, and they're out of control. So this is the way to stop them, by taking control of your magnetism, okay? And becoming one with that magnetism in the present moment of now. That's all it takes. Just be present in the now, not stuck up in here. Because as soon as you think, you're not in the moment of now anymore. It's like as Miles Davis said in his autobiography, he coined it really well. Think of the perfect musical phrase to play, okay? All the notes and everything like that. And as soon as you're about to play it, don't. Now you're back in the moment of now. Just improvise, just play. Don't think. This knows what to do already. Now, musicians and artists know this, okay? The ones that are the real artists, so to speak, because that's what's going to get you into connection with life. And once you know those first three, okay, of the core sciences of life, okay, linguistics, energy, and music, you can only feel through all of that to know it. Because anything you intellectually learn, you've got to bring back from intellect to intuition, so you don't have to think about it to know it all the time. If you keep on thinking about stuff to know stuff, you're burning this out, the electricity. It's like, oh. Now, as soon as you bring it back to instinct, you don't have to think about it because you just know it. And they're jealous of, you know, these Satanists of us, because they can't connect back to here to do that anymore. And they call us fluke artists because we're natural, because we don't know what we're doing, because they took our language away. Well, sorry, I've been spending my life making that language conscious again, okay? Up here, self-mastering the brain so you can actually consciously know what this is up to when it's doing its own thing, and it's not being under the yoke of a bunch of belligerent children that refuse to grow up. So what do? They basically kidnap the original mother and father and all aspects of them in nature and block them from accessing this, and put etheric and astral chains on them all so they can't actually shine their light so bright and powerfully, because just simply because they're the most ancient souls around, so they've got the most existential experience. That's all. And the most responsibility as cleaners to fix up all the mess regardless of who makes it, because it's got to be done. Otherwise, whole life goes to crap. So this is what we do with songlines. We literally put music. Life is music, okay? But you've got to know what all of music is. Now, once you know those three and you feel your way through that, all the other sciences effortlessly come after that in ordered creation, core sequence. So I thought I'd just deliver all of that, Omar, because that's going to be a solid comprehension for people to now go, I have to musically connect everything. And everyone's musical. It's just that you've just been taught at some young age by someone that didn't give you the right approach. Like when I teach music, I go, is this person more of a head person, a heart person, or a gut person? Are they hands-on? Or are they more sort of, okay, they'll work it out first, and then maybe they might bring it back to you later, okay? Or here, or at here, okay? So I deliver the information on whatever level that person has met themselves on, okay? And then if they don't practice or have the impetus to practice, I say, this is when I used to teach music and do individual, I used to do it for a living and stuff all the time. I'd say, look, I'd rather not take your money. Just come back when you've learnt it, and then I'll teach you again something else, because usually I teach someone about 5 different ways more in delivering the same information. And if they're not inspired to help themselves do the work, it's the same with healing. If you don't do the physical fish tank terrain cleaning of your body, well, any energetic healing from anyone it's not going to sustain. See, I can do healing one time on someone, and that'll work if they do the follow back, the backup work in the physical, just to take the things required just to purge their system of toxins. And then, bang, they're sweet. Then if they continue a nutrition in life, it basically is preventative medicine, where basically their terrain is just so clean that there's just no way any toxins can actually survive in there. Well, you're not going to get sick, because then when you're fully magnetized, connected with the elements of nature, well, no one's going to fuck with you then, because you are nature. You're all of life. You're living and walking and breathing all of it, all aspects of yourself, because we are the facilitators of life here on Earth. Arahana, as originally known. The old language is like this. In monotone, sounds like spoken. Arahana. Quite a difference, isn't it? When you put all that chordal music, all that depth back into it. Now, it's not some sort of caveman, sort of unintelligent, sort of barbaric thing. No, far from it. Far from it. It's complete opposite. That's what they like to call it. So they can continue living off the fat of the lamb of all of us. What's the fat of the lamb of all of us? Oh, yeah, we're the lamb sacrifices. And who's holding the blessed lamb in all the Jesus theatre actor sort of artwork through the ages? Him himself. Now, that is occult symbology. Now, guess what the meaning in Mudja of Aldebaran is? Blessed lamb. There you go. There's your astrotheology for that one. It's where the cat and dog mutants born themselves in blood from the original eggs of the mother that they basically raped and killed her for. But they used skin cell seeds, skin cell sort of stuff, just the same with those stupid birthing trays, that certain endocrine disrupted people are making today. That literally, okay, the consciousness under the skin is what feeds the seed. But you still need the seed, the whole seed, to actually fertilize an egg. You can't just do it with the consciousness alone without the seed. Because the consciousness has its feminine and masculine aspect too, but it needs the seed as well. So that's why they born themselves in blood as cat and dog mutants. And they're the ones that basically birthed the reptilians, original ones after that, but the reptilians wanted to heal. So that's why we terraformed the earth, to heal them. Okay? So this is what happens. Endocrine disruption. How did they turn into cat mutants and dog mutants? They got endocrine disrupted. Okay? And they did it in a reality that was perfect with no trauma. So the manifestation of them sort of stuffing with a certain part of nature that they were told, if you stuff with that, it's going to take all of us ages to fix it. Serious damage. That's why you don't do it. It's explained to you and everything, but they went and did it anyway. And regardless of them being 100% at fault. The parents still had to clean it all up because they had to. Otherwise, all of life goes to crap. So we all got to take responsibility for ourselves to negotiate through all of this madness that we're living through now, this total sort of lawlessness of these crazy sort of biologically insane people from this fully blown endocrine disrupted sort of, it's a sickness condition. It really is. It's worse than mental illness. It's the antithesis of all life. It turns them into a virus. It's so highly intelligent. It's like you've got this highly polarized insanity loop, metal loop, that keeps them terminally sort of mad and bipolar and schizophrenic, where they're operating on both sides of the schism of the duality, mastering both ends and playing against the middle. Well, we're the middle, okay? And we've copped enough of a battering and a beating, but it's all an illusion, really. It says fear's a liar. There's no such thing as fear. It's a psychological manipulation. You know, if there was a true thing called fear, it's like stepping too close to a mountain cliff and your gut going, careful, dude. That's not fear. That's just basically your instinct. Bang. That's when you can use your reptilian brainstem from connect your soul with your reptilian brainstem, because we healed those original sort of reptilian races. So there's nothing wrong with it. They're the Aboriginal peoples, you know, what people know of Aboriginal peoples of Australia and the world as well, because they moved all the knowledge all out to everywhere, but it all got hijacked by all these reptoid human hybrids, you know, that have basically been manipulated by these people that are playing a game within a game, that are playing toy soldiers with all of nature and us. So that's really what's going on. And once you take that energy back, that magnetism, you watch your life improve and where you put your intention. If you're a conscionable person, and then you realize that you're free to express yourself in any moment. That's how this chordal music language is also perfectly designed. You're not going to sound the same from one moment to the next, because you're going to also put how you feel, what you're picking up of the magnetism into the music, into that moment. So if I basically say someone's song line, their soul, feel and smell and taste, okay, sound frequency and vibration, that's going to change from situation to situation depending on how I'm expressing it in that moment, depending on the state of the magnetism everywhere. How are you going to know that? By going deeper within your soul center, not looking to the external collective. Okay, that's what they got us doing, looking out there for salvation when it's all right here. This is the goal. It's already here. Okay, and Arahana is place of gold. I think he's kind of heard that in the expression of the sound. Okay. Now notice, if you go back and play back the tape, it's essentially the same bit of music, song, but it's just expressed a little bit differently in this particular moment from the last one. Why? Because the magnetism in this particular moment required that expression. Now, we knew that magnetism consciously by feel without having to think about it. So to get your brain basically to shut up the noise of the Hollywood studio that they've manipulated our genetics to be up here, you just consciously use your brain as a processor. Okay, this is how you make a shitty situation into a good one. Okay, it's a shamanic way of sort of looking at things. Okay, you basically go, okay, I'm going to use this brain as a processor for whatever my soul uploads to it. I'm going to choose for this to be the student instead of the tyrant, and this to be the teacher. And the more this can consciously work out of what this is doing, this can work much better and operate and process through this and make it faster. And this can catch up to this, because I do it when I'm writing ceremony. I can use either or. The fact that I can communicate on all levels, right back to the original level of just going, I can demonstrate it. So we need the bridge back home. Look through all the etymology of all the art styles and forms and go back through all of that to find the source of the original smell, the original taste, the original feel. Because we were never known by names. Like the guy that the whole Jesus thing was based on, he never had a name, because we never had fiction names, because they don't describe or define what we is, our original aspect of nature be, that we're aligned with, that we facilitate with. That's our role as nature custodians in making the whole harmonic sort of flow of nature, rhythmically groove, like the funkiest band in the omniverse. Because that's literally how it was. The omni field has got so much room and space and feel to it. It's so fluid and flexible, but so strong at the same time. Well, that's what we need. Because once you feel that and you know that, man, I've been through so many times where I've stared death in the face in this life, and I haven't died. Why? Because I don't give up. I just go, I'm just choosing not to die. Call me fucking mad. I don't give a fuck. Because they've made people like me seem like the maddest people on earth now. Why? Because we're the ones that speak the truth, the real truth. And they coin the phrase, the truth hurts. Why? Because they've basically given us an instruction manual for life that's the opposite of the truth. Sorry, they only give you enough of the truth to be a happy slave for them working in their industries. You get enough sort of school marks to become a doctor or a lawyer, okay, or something like that. However, once you learn proper sort of natural law, proper natural medicine, you realise that contract marine admiralty, maritime law, and allopathic medicine are also, sadly, for the most part, there's always bits in there. I'm not saying that there's people in the industry that's not sort of working with the right intentions. No, that's not the problem. It's the fact that they've given you a faulty manual for knowing life with and diagnosing people and healing people. It's a business of disease, unfortunately, that basically heals the symptoms. It masks, the symptoms of toxicity, while they further give you something to make you more ill. And that toxicity will come out and manifest in another aspect of your body, okay, in another way. And then they can give you some more poison. Basically then take away the symptoms of that, or mask the symptoms of that toxicity, and then give you something else until you eventually die. Okay, so it's called a business of disease. Sonia Barrett made a really good sort of video years ago. She nailed it on all that stuff. Because it's a sickness industry that, unfortunately, the Freemasons are silent partners of government, business partners of government, in this sickness industry, because by putting just fluoride alone in the water supply creates them such incredible farm you sea cattle industry for them. They're making so much money. Now, what's money worth? Nothing at the end of the day. It's like as the American, Canadian Indians and stuff been saying for ages, What's going to happen when there's no food or anything to eat to sustain ourselves, predator states that they've made us to be, because we never used to have to eat anything originally. Meat, plants, no, nothing. We lived off the essences of nature and some of the products of nature, that were optional. But, as in the fruits, okay? But the thing is that originally we had no pollution, no toxicity, that was all taken care of. The couple of original children ruined all that, and they became endocrine disrupted so quickly. They've been the same way since for the last 2.2 million years, okay? And we did heal this place once, okay? And then they plotted for 1,500 years to take it back over again, to then turn it into the mincemeat machine, because they'd already ruptured the fabric of the whole omniverse, physically, etherically, astrally, all the different levels of existence. And seen and unseen. And then the next time they took over, they thought, okay, we're really going to fuck them this time. We're going to turn them all into mincemeat and use them as game pieces, and we're just going to keep on doing that until we're on a highway to hell, of our own self-destruction. We don't give a fuck. We're just going to party all the way, being idiots. It's like, this is what endocrine disruption does. It's such a sickness condition that doctors, okay, people, scientists realise this, that we need to get these mad people out. They're sick. They need to be disinfected. Okay, the solution is not to be like them and murder people. Sure, everyone's angry. It's times I want to murder them too, ring them by the throat. Oh, Look, I've literally had to have a ferocity that's worse than theirs in order to basically, you know, what's the one thing that a psychopath is scared of? When he looks into the eyes of someone else and sees, oh no, that guy just got way more fun.
You. The psychopath is afraid of you, Gaz.
That's right. Why? Because
Because you got
I'm
the,
full of magnetism. You want to
yeah,
fuck
you
with
got the
magnetism? Okay,
download.
you go for it. You can get a million thugs to fucking punch me in the head. That'd be really unwise. Because while I'm controlling the magnetism, you're going to have no game to play with. So I've taken proactive. Look, I've taken the matter into my own hands, of my own self-ruling. You know what? I'm taking control of the fucking energy of the Kabbalists. And they can go and get fucked. They're not getting it back. I know what I am before this fucking stupid fiction name that I've been given in this life, Stephen of the Family Cummins, okay, that codes us, that tells them what tribe we're from and stuff like that, and to take the piss away. Because they've changed the meanings of all our names to mean derogatory things, to take the piss out of us. Because that's all they do. They take the piss out of me, take the piss out of the family, in all the fiction and everything everywhere in sort of coded occult ways, and all our spirit aspects and things like that of our soul totems, just because they're that fucking envious, spiteful and jealous of us, because that's their condition of their fucking Satanism, you know, their endocrine disruption. So people, do you want to be in the image of endocrine disrupted fucking idiots that have given you this Stockholm syndrome, okay, to love your abusers? No, forget it. Get out of that polarized sort of dirty electricity, sort of poke in the ribs, sort of addicted to the drama sort of energy that they want to get you addicted to, okay, to that dysfunctional form of anti-love, so to speak, anti-magnetism, okay, where it's just electrically so hyperpolarized like they are that literally it's just going to fuse itself all the time. And it's just like you're just going to keep on fusing yourself and create your own death program energetically. So you can break the yoke of that death program. It takes work, like anything, but take your time to learn the fundamental basics. Take your time with it, timelessly. Because once you get them down, it's an exponential thing. If you slowly work through the foundational stuff, and make sure you comprehend every aspect. Once you got that down, you got a foundation. Okay, you go for it after that. You got the confidence to go. Because you know whatever you build after that, that's fully magnetically charged. It's going nowhere. No one's rocking that boat. Okay? So these songlines are songs. Now, every time I keep remembering songs, okay, I go, fuckers. That's that commercial song from that band. That's this commercial song from this one. Oh, yeah, they've got a whole heap of rubbish dumpers to give them a whole heap of lyrics about the Rothschilds and stuff. So people are singing these songs about profound things that are from our songline songs from all different cultures too, okay? From country and Western to Middle East and Arab to Bollywood stuff. Man, they're all of our people's, the Earth people's original songline songs that we use, you know, to put music into nature, to keep nature alive, okay, and ourselves alive. And that's through the energetic vibration of connecting with the elements. Now, we call it magic today, but it's really natural science. Why? Because when you connect the right dots together of the right creation core, you know, primal elements of the magnetism and all the aspects of how magnetism flows. Yeah, there's many aspects of magnetism in there. It goes, whoa. You can't just call love love, like in English as a commercial word term, sort of language. And here we are trying to describe all life with a language that was described for commerce and treating things as trade products, just in a really sort of clinical, cutting, sort of impersonal, sort of discerning sort of way, in the sense it's soulless. It's a soulless language, English language, unless you really put
Let
your,
me
you know, sort of behind the words, so you can actually take out the curses of the words to really mean what you say and choose your words carefully. That can't be duplicitously sort of, you know.
so let me ask you guys.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, brother. You know, how would you, you know, really define love, right? Because I've asked this question many times, and my wife and I have discussed this.
Yeah.
many of times. And there's that unconditional love between
That's magnetism. Yes.
mother and child, let's say, right? But then you have this love between couples or husband and wife, which in my mind is not really, yeah, you love that person, but do you really love that person? Because let's say, something happens tomorrow, and, let's say one person cheated on the other person, and that person got really mad and now says that they hate you, and then they leave you, and they're gone. But yesterday they were telling you that they love you and you're their entire life. So are those, I understand the emotional,
Well,
uh
you should. I'll just put it
just hang
straight
on,
up.
I
Yeah.
understand the emotional discharge from a betrayal like that,
Yes.
right? But if you, like, genuinely love someone, would that affect, really your love? Like, do you really love that person, or do you just tolerate that person and you think that you love that person? Like, I was comparing the unconditional love between
Okay.
mother and
I,
child, right?
I
So let's
can
define the word love here, like what you mean by that.
Okay. Well, the thing is that unfortunately, this day and age, we're not given the right sort of tools of life, even to be
Mhm.
able to consciously discern natural magnetism for our significant other. Okay, when we meet someone, basically speaking, if you have a natural magnetic attraction with someone, say if I meet a woman and I have a magnetic attraction with her, that speaks for itself for both people. Now, if you're feeling it down there, they are too. Okay, because there's no other way it could be. So that way, you know the potential for a relationship is actually there in the first place. If it's just an attraction that's based on a mind sort of concept of what love is, of what the conditional sort of guidelines are, oh, he or she's got to be like this. No. That's conditional love. When you're actually magnetically attracted to someone, that stuff sorts itself out. Why? Because you're already consciously looking at the world, okay, from this sort of thing. Now, you could meet someone with the magnetic attraction is there, but only one of you may have the conscious sort of comprehension that, one side could be totally right there, conscious, present with it, but the other one could be in denial of it, stuck in their brain looking for excuses to go, oh, no. This is just way too confronting for me. It's like looking at this person in the eyes. I see the same light coming back through their soul as the one going through mine. What's going on here? So for some people, that's too confronting if they've lived their lives to this point in a trauma-based mind control way, where they've lived against themselves already to a certain point. They haven't nurtured their own garden to live life properly. So when you enter a relationship, you need to be independent, know how to look after yourself, be your own dog, be your own best friend. So you know how to give yourself self-love. And that's true information of the soul. Once you give yourself self-love, which is correct information, that inner child won't be traumatized. You can get over the trauma, release all the emotional charge from the body and go, oh, right, that's what happened. And then you've got the freedom to be here and now. But once you're still trapped up here in the brain thinking, how am I going to get out of here? Well, you're not going to find the answer on the same level. The problem exists in the mind prison here, in the cover box, okay?
Yeah,
You've got to
like
go
Einstein
in.
said, right? Like Einstein said, you can't solve the problem with the same conscious mind or something
Yeah, you've got to
towards
go to the
that
level
mind, right?
before
Yeah, you got to
it.
think outside the
Energetically,
cube on that.
you've got to go to the magnetic level below the electrical level up here
Yeah.
in order to sort out that problem. And you do. You do. You go to the main power source before the electricity because the electricity's gone dirty and off, okay, through toxicity. It's the best way to put it without getting into details. So basically, to fix that electrical sort of problem in your circuitry, because it puts your circuitry, electrical circuitry out in your body as well. Well, you've got to basically ground yourself again properly with the magnetism before you start using the electrical circuitry again so as to heal yourself. And this way, you do heal yourself genetically, spiritually, soulfully, all levels. Okay? You can start by basically grounding your mind. Ground that mind. Okay? Still use your mind for thinking. Do it in phases. Don't do it all at once. Okay? Don't try and jump to my level straight away. Some natural people can. Some people are ready to do it. Everyone's at their own different level of comprehending this, of realizing, okay, everything's upside down and back to front. And we've got to get back to ourselves, which is the opposite of that. Okay? That's the solution. Okay? That's the simple way of looking at it. So,
like I was saying earlier about the Trinity, you know, you align your thoughts. Once your thoughts are aligned, your energy, your cosmic self will align to your thoughts. And once that's aligned, your body avatar will
yeah,
align.
it's aligning yourself with the magnetism. That is the
Yeah,
one that
yeah.
will tune
When the
the
Trinity
harmonics
is
of
complete,
your own public address system
mhm,
in life, you know, and
yeah.
nature's public system. Like you tune the harmonics. Like my job, I'm at the very ends of the root fibers. Okay, those little fine fellas at the roots of life. And my job is to tune the fine subharmonics. Like I tune the fridge hum. Okay, that's a G sharp sound. It's dirty electricity. So what do? I fix the electrical substation down here, and I ground it with my own magnetism. Why? Because I can. So can you. Anyone can do this. However, you've got to lose the fear and all these misconceptions of life that we've been given that literally are fiction products of the mind, their minds, to be in the image of them. Now, remember, we knew life without needing any virtual vision at all, okay? Just by sight, feel, smell, and taste. And literally by the sound of our own song in nature. You want to hear, well, because someone was saying to me in a comment on my own page today, saying, what's the sound of gazanus? How does that sound? I'm going to show you right now, actually.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, this is one aspect of my aspect of nature. It's not just solely mine. There's other people as well from original family that has this aspect too, okay? That's for them to discern and work out too. Okay, that's what gauze is. Okay, that's gas. Okay. Gazanus, sorry, I should say that's what gazanus is. And what it means, it is so. I think it pretty much sounded like that, didn't it? I'll do it again.
Yeah, let's hear it again.
Okay. Now, someone tell me what note that is.
I'm not sure.
Someone will be able to work it out, a musician out there with a tuner or something like that. Because I don't even have a tuner on me at the moment, so I don't need one. Because I tune with nature. Nature tells me what the tuning is. So when I hear a road fitter or grinder or drill outside, what do? I go and tune the harmonics of that machine and then every other machine like it in the world. So that it's basically, instead of giving all this horrible reactive sort of spiked wave sort of sound, if you look at the sound data when it's in sound waves, a nice source wave is round and fat, maximum volition. Maximum intensity, lowest volition, I was talking about before. Beautiful, round, fat and wide. It's a beautiful healing frequency. However, if you have a frequency that's like all jagged and spiked, like kindergarten shapes, it's the same thing. It's a Kabbalah application to sound.
Let me show you something.
Life and not the physical, okay? It's the same thing. And so basically speaking, I tune up all of those nasty industrial mechanistic sort of engines and things like that, even with planes to go over. And I basically, give them the Omni treatment and then do it to the other ones and say, instead of basically being abrasive in noise pollution and toxicity to the rest of nature and all the people living in the area, it's actually creating better nature sounds in the machines so it can actually sync with nature and make nature better, because what I'm doing at the moment is turning all the microwave energy into, instead of it being hot energy, ungrounded electrical energy, stuff's every, they use their 5G through with all the alchemical stuff and all the judge and blah, blah.
Hard.
I explained all that before. Okay. We turn it into cold energy. Okay. That's clean. Okay. That's creation flame energy. However, it is grounded with water, with being the, this is what the, not for the 1-inch punch, you be the water. So you literally, you make your creation flame energy not thermally burning hot as a dragon, but a flame of healing. Okay. That inner fire is healing because it's grounded with the elements, in particular water, which you're already earth. Okay. And then all you got to do is connect with the leaves. Okay. Look. So here's all my leaves and things. And, you know, I've got lots of, my whole house is a ceremony ground. Why? Because I can. There's microcosms of macrocosms of life all through my house. All I've got to do is have the right ingredients that align with them. Okay? Use my spit as a superconductor for energy change so you don't need linear, cyclical sort of patching and cabling. Okay, you can set up things originally like that, but then you allow it to do its omni thing and things start moving around. You've got to pay attention to what's moving around because that's nature's telling you what's next. But if you're always cutting in, being reactive and stuff like that and obsessed with mind stuff, you're not going to listen to the harmonic sort of rhythm of nature. It's a faint hum.
Yeah, you get trapped within.
Then you know what's going on. Then you know harmonic tuning and the magnetism needs to be done. Okay, if I move something, you know, now that's, I look like a madman doing a gibbet to someone in the mind. But if you get inside what I'm doing, I'm actually tuning a nasty spiked vibration that's in nature because of someone's done a big shit stain over there. And okay, I've got to clean it. Okay. Well, that's what I'm doing. Okay, I'm tuning that vibration to go back to a natural, frequency again. So it's not sick, it's not toxic. And I'm sick of these.
Brother, I'll show you something. Let me show you something here. Earlier on, you're talking about water, and this really actually has to do with what you're saying.
Yeah, the cold energy.
Yeah, I want to bring this picture up. You see this picture? Right.
Yes.
This is a Japanese scientist by the name of Dr. Masaru Emoto, and he did an experiment on water, and you have the before effect and the after effect. So when he showed that when you put intention of love into a water molecule, it'll form a perfect crystal, and if you don't, if you constantly bombard yourself with your identities and you become trapped within those identities and those intellects, then the water molecule is damaged, as you can see with the before and after effect on here.
Also,
so when you use music, just hang on, when you use music and other forms of mantras and vibrations and chants, you can change this before effect into this after effect to have that effect within yourself, because remember, you're made of water and nature is made of water. So when you do ceremony and humming and things like that, then you have the ability to change the water molecules within your own avatar to these pure crystal forms. And I bet right now most of us are in the before category, instead of being in the after category.
There's one problem with those. Like the after is much better than the before. That's a given. But the after is missing one aspect. Okay. Now that intention of love has been given from someone's heart and mind. Okay. So it's electrical energy. Now, because it's electrical energy and not full grounded magnetic energy, so it's grounded electromagnetic energy, okay, then it becomes proper electromagnetic energy. You watch, if someone actually puts intention into the water like I do, okay, with the music on top of it, okay, all of those crystals, okay, they lose all the over-masculinized sacred geometry sort of spikes. You
Mm-hmm.
have a look at the picture, okay? It puts nitrogen back into it, ground it all, okay? That's what it's lacking, okay, to ground it. It's missing that bridge of nitrogen to actually ground it back to the magnetism properly, because that's how the magnetism grounds properly the electricity. That's the bridge between the electricity and the actual magnetism. That's what basically allows the conscious fluid intelligence of the feminine energy to be instant anywhere, okay? That nitrogen allows that bridge to actually happen through the air, okay? So when you be leaf, okay, that's a leaf,
Mm-hmm.
you know what the wind is whispering or howling or whatever is going on at any given moment of now, okay? So that's the thing. When you be that water, you be everything. That's when we have the power as one soul, one magnetism, one love to change the world for the better. We can put all that anger and frustration, and what they've done to us, all that trauma, abuse, we can put it all transmuted into beauty. That's what I do all the time. And everyone's seen me being an angry mother. No, I'm not going to say that word. Just an angry fucker, just generally. And I've got the right to be, because anger is a valid emotion. And when people are trashing all life and us, you know, and it's like, it's a motivating force. But how you choose to direct that energy of anger, and my anger is not a reactive sort of polarized, impotent rage anger. I put that anger back into the magnetism, and I transmute it into beauty by singing it with full intensity, that anger back into beauty, into nature, make it all beautiful, to go, no way, not in my time, you know, not as, you know, an equal co-created human being that's no better than anyone else on this earth. I might have some more facilitating experience, okay, than other people, just being an older soul. It doesn't make me better than anyone else, because everyone's got an equally important role in nature to do. And you know what? It comes naturally. It's only when you're toxic you feel lazy and I don't want to do that. Oh, that seems horrible. Or, no, get over your toxicity first. There's fast ways of doing it too. Okay? If you do it with the chlorine dioxide, that oxidizes all rubbish out of your body quicker than normal chelation sort of detox methods. And there's many of them. And you can actually detox really, really quickly. A lot of different things. Some things, depending on what toxicity you got to get rid of, because these endocrine disrupted idiots find so many slippery ways of basically poisoning our different systems of the body, okay? Because we've basically got 10 basic medicine wheels and then another 9 after that to make 19 in our body. Then we've got 19 times 19 after that, different areas of our body that make up the whole Chinese sort of acupuncture system, and 361 lines. They argue over this. Why it's 61? Because it adds up to 10, the only source number in the whole of the matrix out of numerical digits. It's basically numerical digits as pseudo pictures, because we already had the natural math in the language. We didn't need to double it up as these imaginary sort of under digits. Okay, that's how they confuse the tongue, by putting the major language into numerology to basically make all the confused tongues languages, to dumb down your consciousness and to get you operating on, you know, out of your ass instead of your gut, you know, in your mind. Something like that, like them in their image. So the 10, as I said before, the 0 is the woman, the feminine, the egg, fish egg. There's many different shapes of that. Okay, it's never perfectly round in nature. Okay, by the way, it's just, that's the nature of the shape. Okay, it's round. And then you've got the line, which is never a perfect straight line in nature, in normal organic nature. It's always in curves as well. That's the nitrogen factor. Okay, that allows that magnetism to breathe through. Okay, and then also create the electrical charge so that it's grounded and not sort of dirty electricity that basically destroys all of life. So that's our problem. We basically have an electrical problem. We're short-circuiting, okay? And there's a way to basically put in a circuit breaker Get in your soul center, merge all your soul totem spirit aspects as one between your temple, your two temples, your temple here. And you merge them all there. They're all back at home. Child's happy. You can grow up and be infinitely creative with ultimate confidence that you're magnetic now. You're part of the you understand the natural law in that everything is love, magnetism. And there's many different aspects of that magnetism, okay, that flow out from that core. And then you realize electricity is just an aspect of that magnetism. They want us to think the universe, monoverse, their sense of monoverse.
Universe, one verse, thought, one thought.
Well, that's the thing. And it's like, so the omniverse didn't come about through any thought. It came by feel. Okay? And they taught you all that your feel is faulty. Well, your intuition is faulty when you're not grounded. But when you're grounded with magnetism, the electricity is working fine. Your motor, this is your heart, your main motor, mate, that's just running like, you know what I mean? It feels good. We're ready to go. We're ready to party. And that's what we do. We party hard, okay, as nature custodians. And we express ourselves any way we need to feel because we already know. We don't have to justify our magnetism all the time in a conditional way because we are already self-governing people. We've lived our lives, with our brains being the student and our soul being the teacher and staying to that self-discipline. We don't need to be told what to do. We're self-governing people because we're responsible and we're ethical, okay? Now, sure, anyone can go in my past and say, oh, but back then, I was in trauma. And I made some mistakes like everyone. Every single person is dysfunctional in some way on earth now, okay? And the only way to get back to your soul, back to home, is by being it. You've got to feel through life from your soul, firsthand, in the moment. Step back a little bit more from all this third-party analysis. The third-party analysis is good when you work stuff out with your soul and then you go, okay, where in the external collective can I find what my soul knows? And you start finding it. That's an amazing, joyful process when you do it like that. You work stuff out for yourself. Then you see something in its big picture sense. You say it. And then someone finds a detail over here and a detail over here. You go, there you go. Because the soul does know everything. And it can basically know some stuff that's so seemingly out there from what we've been taught that they say, oh, you're crazy. Well, that's where they use psychiatry as a gatekeeping thing for the actual sorcerers, okay? Where psychology and psychotherapy, once you're grounded with magnetism, you can reverse polarize all that psychiatric stuff that all the psychiatrists, sorcerers are basically creating all these conditions to basically program people and use through sorcery, alchemy. They'll use you as like a portal to do their alchemy through. There's lots of psychiatric patients out there who are meant to be shamans, who've been treated like crazy people, okay? They don't know who they are. With a bit of guidance. These people are so important in our society, and yet they've been treated like the trash of society, by the trash of society. That's the deep sort of wrong irony here. And that's got to change. And even myself, they've poisoned me a couple of times. They're trying to do the same at the moment with their trolls, saying, oh, we're going to ring the psychiatrist up here, with sort of clone copies that are soulless from soul imprints of the real people that are original family members, and they're basically using as chess pieces to try and basically stop you from talking the truth, to make you worried, putting you this imaginary fear. And I go, you bluff all you want. You get all your shrinks. I know all your laws better than you do. Not only that, according to natural law, I'll fucking prosecute you as well. Because that natural law was existent before the Marine Admiralty law stole it all through confusion of the tongues. Exactly. Mistakes are the best things to learn from. And the few mistakes I make, along the way, I don't make many, I tell you that. Because the more you develop your own student-teacher relationship, well, the teacher can only be good as the space the student makes for the teacher to be itself, to actually give all of itself. If the student's always cutting the teacher down, you know, at a moment of now that's sort of out of context, because he's actually explaining something. Look, sometimes I have to explain 5 things at once, to then at the end tie it all together to get a basic comprehension of how something is, because linear thought will not explain, you know, how life actually works. It's a completely different consciousness, completely different conscious status quo way of being, working from here and working from here. This is blinkered in comparison. You got reverse polarized stereo compared to omni, be anywhere, any time, instantly, timelessly. And sometimes it can be all the time, sometimes, some of the time, sometimes. In this sort of fiction construct of time and space reality. That's a saying from one of my past lives. I've been saying it a lot in this life as well. But the more you soul center, the more you undo all the DNA code locks on top of your chromosomes that are turning things on and off. Okay? That's what I've done in 10 years since I've been proactively centering and making this stuff real and doing stuff proactively in the world that I know that's actually real. Okay? You open up more and more of that stuff that they've put a cage, Kabbalah cage around your soul, so you can never get to it again in so many ways. And you can undo that whole labyrinth of crap. You're not going to deprogram the mind by focusing on mind deprogramming so much. You'll be chasing your tail for lifetimes. There's so many labyrinths they've created for all these personality alters that they're all altering of people now through all the transhumanism sort of
identity containers to which our intellect becomes trapped in, and
that's right. That's exactly right.
Rather than our center.
Of our soul totem. Now, I was saying before I was going to decode the whole meta thing. Okay, the 8. What it's really symbolizing for the octopi octagon 8, top 8 people controlling everyone, including the rubbish dumpsters, reptoids and stuff, is that when you have the mountain of the 3 hills, that's the core creation template. Okay, that's the Mudge in Mudja. Okay, that's actually the Mudge. Okay, I'll do it in old language. Okay, covers quite a tonal range. It does get higher as well. Now, that mountain of the 3 hills, okay? Now, in ancient times, those 3 hills were actually mountains. They were cut off tree stumps. And they used to be 3 trees that make up the totem, okay? Now, that mountain of the 3 hills in this body are your 2 Achilles heels and medicine wheels on the bottoms of your feet, and also your tail that used to, as a first Homo sapien, ground you naturally just by literally, as you'd be moving around, your tail literally grounds you on the ground, whether it be the floor here or the dirt outside, okay? So that would naturally center us, but you can still do that etherically, okay? With your magnetism, you can still ground yourself with your tail, okay? Now that's your 3, those 3 there are the 3 hills of your mountain, which is your soul totem, your whole body, okay? So that's what the mountain of the 3 hills is on the human level, okay? It's also on an earth level. There are lots of these mountain of the 3 hills sites on earth, 10 main ones. Same thing as well. And then you get another 9, 19 times 19, 361. That we should have a year that's 361 days, not 365. At least to basically get things, you know, if you're going to use time accurately in a fiction construct, look, just to soul center and magnetize our stupid sort of clock time sort of stuff. Yeah, just take 4 days off. The same with the moon cycle, the geese calendar, 260 days. Okay, that's 8. Just added another 2 days to the cycle to calm the waters, to make it 10. Okay, so you've got in the same frequency at least, the feminine and the masculine. Where in the money system, they make the zero, the woman, mean nothing. So you've got to go before the money system and confusion of the tongues to get the real woman back and stop twisting it. Now, the magnetism of a woman, her mountain of the three hills, her body, and a masculine male, when they naturally magnetically attract, that is what they're using the 8 for, but it's not an 8. Okay? You then need, as well after that, 2 other aspects to ground it back to 10 to a center symbol. But the actual 8 itself is a component in nature. Okay? It's just 2 mountain of the 3 hills. This is where 3 makes the 4 in all their Illuminati symbolism. This is where they ripped it off from, us. Okay? The 3 that makes the 4. Okay? It's the same with they look at sort of mother, father, child. Okay? But then what about the 4? Ideally, it's better to link with the elements of nature in a family of 4, where you have a mother, a father, a daughter, and a son. And you put that investment. That is a perfect equalized family. And then you can connect to all the elements properly together. Okay? And you put all your magnetism, your love, into those children. Okay? They will be smarter consciously than you. That's the whole point of the exercise, without being a point of harm. So, basically speaking, we evolve, they evolve. We just all keep on getting better, and we're not trying to outdo each other. We're literally how original life works. Whoever comes up with the best idea, we go with it. You know what my job was to facilitate that. That's what round table stuff is about, is to go with whoever is coming up with the best idea. And then when the best idea presents itself and you put it there, everyone's got to agree upon it. Everyone's got to get it. And if it's a new level of comprehension that someone has gone to, well, the others have got to catch up to that as well. But that's good for everybody. It's a win-win situation all the time. We're not trying to undermine each other and pull each other down with this tall poppy syndrome, especially like we have in Australia. It's just ridiculous. It's like
Let me
we get all these rich. Now we got
let
all the
me
fucking money. You just fucking know your fucking place, cunt. I throw money at you. You do the work for me. You become better, develop skills at life. I have no skills. I'm a miserable fucking fucker. And that's how life works. It's so stupid because these people with money are so miserable. Why? Because a lot of them don't do anything for themselves. I don't say that of all rich people, because the very best ones do. That's why they are in control. However, they do it in such a warped way that, I've explained it all. So
let me
this
ask
is our
you.
solution. Everyone learns their songs. Everyone learns their music. We start singing together. And when we do intentions to the water to make that all rounded, all those crystals and stuff, so they're actually round flower shapes in nature, in the actual shapes in water. Yeah, all that stuff. We need to put more nitrogen in there. How do we do that? When we send love to the water, when we send love in meditations and stuff like that, you send it from your gut first before the electricity. And then you can shape that gut magnetism with the electricity. And this way we can musically change the world, because we all are musicians. Don't be discouraged. You just need to know the right way, whether it's hands-on or intellectually. You need to get it first, or wherever you are on your journey. Once you bring it all back to here, everyone's just going. We do that all together. You know how powerful that is?
Hey, let me ask you, Gauze, about
Yeah.
being morally bankrupt and or being morally constipated when it comes to competition. Now, competition in sport is good, right? Because it helps us to excel in our lives. But when it comes to being the best, let's say in your class, or being the best at your work, or being the best at this or that, in my mind, what you're really doing is that you're driving, what is that, you know, you're getting joy from other people's failure, right? Because they're
Yeah,
not
yeah. Because
one
the
in
thing is,
your mind. Just hang
I
on.
agree.
So,
Because the whole thing
hang
about the
on.
school model is
Just
about
hang on 1 second. Hang on one
the
sec.
best.
I'm not done
It's
with my question.
ridiculous. It's
So,
not the best. Yeah.
when you derive pleasure from other people's failures, or lack of their goals, or whatever the case may be, and you think that you're the best, would you be more morally bankrupt or morally constipated because you're in that competition phase of mind, instead of just being
Well,
yourself and
uh,
being
exactly.
expressing yourself and allowing somebody else to be what they are?
Mm. Because all school is an indoctrination where basically, if you work out exam technique, how to regurgitate the information that the teacher gives you back in the form that they want to hear it in, okay, anyone can be a parrot and actually memorize stuff and just work out a way to spew it all back. Okay. Oh, let's get the two main points here, fill it out with a whole heap of sort of semantic sort of bullshit. And then you just constantly got 16, 20, 16, 18 out of 20. But does that mean that you know your subject? No. You're just showing that you can regurgitate stuff like an obedient sort of slave sort of parrot. Okay. It's an indoctrination. It doesn't get you to know stuff, like as you said, for yourself. And in our culture, our original culture, I shouldn't use the word culture because look at it. You got cull in the front of it. Yeah, cull it. No, everything's wrong. But anyway, for the sake of just simple communication for now, in our original way of life, we encourage everyone to be the best they can be. Yeah, it's like, and the people running the world now, they're all just like, as David Icke says, left brain repeaters. They're all just repeating the same rubbish of history over and over, just being spoilt little children. It's like they don't want to work. They just want to live off their fucking title, heritage, and shit like that. Now, remember, title is a corporate word that's lifted from totem of the natural law. So fuck your titles. Get back to your totem, your soul totem. So all your spirit aspects of that soul totem can merge as one when you are centered right down the center of your body energetically. And all those Jewish people, you see your menorah, okay? See your 7 candles like that. Just go 180, 90 degrees. Meow. That's where they're meant to be. At first, put them in line with your 7 chakras, because that's where they're meant to be, not this bondage sort of slavery and servitude to sort of these fake creator gods that you've been sort of hooked into the metaphysical system. And there's a lot of good people out there. It's not your fault. There's a lot of people that just want to do the right thing. So that's why I'm saying align with that first, center it, okay? So you can be the equinox line between the light and the dark in their polarized sense, but eventually you're going to get sick of that, balancing off that sort of thing, because the dark side control all that energy because it's all shit energy anyway. So the good guys just ground it. Then you're going to smash them back. So for all you new age people, ground with the magnetism that are on the right side of the fence, that you've never been able to win this war because these fuckers have controlled this dirty, ungrounded, not properly magnetized sort of electrical energy that comes after it. It's the intuition that shapes the primary instinct magnetism energy. Now that's not coarse either. Just because I say it's primal, you've got to get out of that. That magnetism energy, whoa, just remember that electricity is only shaping it. So once you've got that magnetism in full, you only need a little bit of electricity. You don't need as much as all the... See, the whole reptoid thing is they saturate the electrical energy all the time. They saturate everything. That's why men go bald. It's all in their lines that they hybrided thus. They made the men sort of super saturated, and too much testosterone makes the hair fall out. That's all. So it's stupid. They have this same approach to everything they do. They just overdo it. They overdo it because at the end of the day, less is more. If you can achieve more with much, much less, and you have that approach in life all the time, it's only going to take a fine little master paintbrush stroke.
They don't have the creativity that humans have.
That's still with
They lack
magnetism,
in
and go
creativity.
like this, and that fixes the whole problem so vast. You have no idea. It's like this is a clever way of fixing life and making things beautiful again. According to natural science, it seems like magic. We're just putting the right sort of, creation order sequences together of unseen and seen things as they occur in life in an omni sense and not a linear or cyclical time sense. You got to look at it. Everything just exists like that. It's not a big bang, okay? No, a bang is a force of destruction, self-destruction. How can we come from a force of self-destruction? It doesn't make any sense. No. It is a force of sovereign, emancipated freedom that can expand infinitely anywhere, any time, any place, any moment. In this giant sort of pineapple of life. It's just one big thing moving all together. It doesn't need to be in a line of sort of mincemeat entrails. That what these idiots, endocrine disruptive people, have done to all nature and us. And I think I'd like to thank you so much, Omar, for giving me the voice here, because I don't think I've explained so much complicated stuff so simply before and covered so much in a talk. Because really, this is all it comes down to, because you can look up all the complicated details for all of this, and you'll see that it all sinks to what I'm saying, okay, for all the little aspects. Because, you've got to chase down all this stuff at some stage, but generally, once you've got the whole big picture forest from the trees, you can chase down any detail, because these guys have made so much mess. They've had to cover up all their fuck-ups as well. And covering up their fuck-ups, they just make up even more mess. That's a problem when you're working with order out of chaos, 9/11 destruction, self-destruction technology. That's what they're doing. As I said, they're getting a dangerous, downwardly spiraling vortex that eventually ends up in this meta sort of thing. Like, it's like a fetus on a wheel, on meth and monatomic gold. And that's what they like. These guys will go, these top sort of 1%ers, they love hanging out in rubbish dumpsters and being off their heads on this stuff and getting real grubby. And yet they call us the grubby feral ones. Yeah, just because we're nature people. But yet when it comes down to it, they like rolling around in their own shit. So it's like, but they do that behind closed doors, and then they control the other end of the duality by making them look like fake philanthropists on the other end of the bipolar schizophrenic duality, and say, look, we're good people. And they're using sorcery through the mind control of the TV to basically put people in this hypnosis to love their abusers and keep on loving it, keep on, like as I said, keep on taking these jabs even though they're not actually protecting you from any sort of thing, but keep taking them even if someone drops dead. And people believe, no, but if I didn't take this, the virus would get me much worse. So it's like they've just bought into this whole sort of packaged illusion that anyone can do when you've got the manipulation of a linear cyclic time and space with a virtual sort of platform to do it. You can make anything look real on TV or a documentary. Like they literally have the skills that are light years ahead. Like considering they had time travel technology and cloning technology, like from 1913, and there's a whole other history underneath the split timeline history that happened before that does tie in to some stuff of the Lemurian stuff and early Atlantean stuff that Michael Zasarian talks about in the mid-2000s. But then it gets all skewed into the split timeline history because everything back to Lemuria, they have literally tampered with. But everything before that, they haven't. And that's the stuff that they've hidden, okay, big time. And I know all that stuff, okay? I remember all that stuff big time and what actually happened. And they basically wanted to block this out from people, from accessing this soul memory of the fact that they was fair and square responsible for all this mess in the first place and that they were the original sinners. And they've just foisted this sort of blame, so to speak, onto us, taking the piss, through the religions so that we become repressed and guilty. And they say, you're the original sinners of, like, you know, your creation. No, sorry, the Adam and Eve, Adam and sex, because that's what Eve means in Mudger originally, but I thought that gotten away with that one centuries ago when they took that out of the vocabulary so they could use it for themselves and take the piss out of the original language like this, which is the original communication of nature. So this is how deluded these sort of sorcerer linguists are. So the thing is that Adam and Eve story is about one of the sort of hybridizations, okay, to basically then go as foot soldiers against us. It's the hybridizations of the reptoid human hybrid tribes, okay? That's what they've done. They've taken our history and turned it into their sort of history that's all perverted and fucked up, that overlays our history, okay? That's what they've done. And they've turned it into a theatre franchise, okay? Seriously, with the Jesus actors, with the Buddha actors, with, mate, they were all based on Mudgers. And all they were was just educator of all tribes in order to know the natural law and all life so everyone could live in their aspect of nature and live successfully. And that's all we did. And it's like, you know, the original family were of magnetism, pure magnetism, and nothing but, and of do no harm. So they're the original ways. And if they come along and try and arrest me or do anything stupid like that, where it's like, well, sorry, I'm a pure magnetism. I've literally self-mastered myself hardcore for the last 34 years, since I was 19, because I'd forgotten who I was by then, okay? Because I worked that out as a child. I still knew that, okay? And I won't go into that now because that would take too long. There's a reason. But through all the trauma and all the bullying and everything that they basically did on me to keep me down, to make sure that they could use me as a dirty energy source battery for the rest of eternity and the rest of my family as well, fuck that. It's been elaborate, though. It's been elaborate. How much money, how much time. And the naysayers would say, oh, he's just got a persecution complex. Too fucking right. If you were me and walked in my shoes and experienced that, why would I be fucking lying? Why have I got a reason to lie about this stuff? You know? Why would you? And, you know, people can hear the way that I resonate with what I know, okay? Sure. I'm not the person, the traumatized person that they turned me into. At 19, I decided I'm going to unlearn all this school indoctrination, everything. I don't like what I've become out of all of this. Didn't want to be bold, didn't want to be scared, but I didn't want to be, like, fucked around. So I had to become a bully's worst fucking nightmare, a psychopath's worst fucking nightmare, and get inside their psychopathy and work out even more diabolical stuff to then reverse back on them in order to disinfect all this toxicity, because that's what's got to be done. And that can be done through the music and the energy and everything, okay? And the right cleaning, organic cleaning sort of processes to clean our own fish tanks and nature as well. We can do it. Nothing is impossible. When you never give up, a certain moment of now will come along. And when you're spontaneously ready for it, bang, you'll just do it. You'll work out that solution that seemed like the 1 in a million chance to fix this problem. To the mind, that is. The soul already knows, okay? This is just a matter of timing, so to speak, okay? You got to wait for the right moment where the right things sort of line up. You see that, and I just have to go like this. And that changes the whole polarity of everything. There's nothing they can do about it because I've gotten to the bottom line magnetism underneath all of the magnetism. Okay? I can get under any of them now because I'm that bottom line of magnetism, because that's what I decided to make myself to be in order to slowly be the organic virus that comes up from under them instead of them under us all this time. So the soul centering is what will allow you to come up under them as well and go, sorry, can't do this shit anymore. It's as simple as that. No, the mind's a piece of shit when it comes down to it. Just use it as a processor. This is the best use of it. the way they've wired it all up, and you can heal it all too, is to make it a processor for this. Get your mind, be the student, focus on what this is doing, make it conscious. Like as Jung said, make your unconscious. He was referring to the soul, conscious. Otherwise, you'll call it fate and it'll always rule you. Someone else will always rule you too, because this is your main brain, okay? I've told you the story of how they've distracted us. All sorts of, wacky races and zigzags for centuries and traumatized us at the same time to make us forget who we are. They've moved us around in different locations. Like the original Sumerian kingdom was here in Uga, Australia, like an hour and a half up north here. And they did 2 resets to move it to Mesopotamia, okay? Didn't work the first time after the flood in biblical times, about 50,000 years ago, but it did about 10, 11,000 years ago, okay? The whole fucking Anunnaki fucking theatre script. And it's like, so what did they do? They moved all the main artifacts from here over to the new location in Mesopotamia, in the city of Ur, okay, and all that sort of stuff, to be dug up by archaeologists that they sponsor through the mainstream. Oh, look, these are real historical finds, okay? But then Attila Flint comes along and goes, hold it, there's star maps here from Charles Woolley's stuff, and hold it, is this the Sumeria? This is a star map from Sumeria to Tasmania, but it's like, which Sumeria? Now, they're hard to find now, those ones. So I don't want you to see those ones because they're the real Mudger stuff that is not of the Anunnaki at all. It's basically identity hijacked, all that. So this is what they do. And they can do this from time traveling like that with their Kabbalah sort of stuff, interdimensional portals, from one split timeline to another, or one movie studio to another location on Earth, to basically do stuff, okay? Because all of that stuff is happening now, okay? And I've been busy for years repairing all those split timelines and all the stuff that they've done to cave in certain split timelines, literally nosedive into each other to cover up leftover split timelines from stuff that they couldn't control because they didn't win out on those split timelines and it got out of hand. So that what they had to do is work out how to genocide everyone and then basically send rats in to eat the cadavers to create black plagues to then go and infect the rest of the population, to get rid of everyone, clean out that timeline and then just turn it into fudge sludge and then crash a whole heap of timelines on top of each other so there's no evidence on their official timelines that come through here now. Because you can digitally cut, edit and paste anything on a digital hard recorder of time and space doing this. That's what they've been doing this whole time. This is what has been the mincemeat sort of thing you see on Pink Floyd's The Wall, on that virtual thing. They've been doing it with time. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Meaning of Life 42 split timelines is the main ones that they had. They used up all those split timelines and they had to basically put them into subgroups and create more patching and cabling to fit in those initial 42 timelines. So they fuck up the fabric of life even more, and basically speaking, turn it all into sort of fudge sludge. Not mincemeat, but fudge sludge now. Because that's how deranged they get. And this is the tragedy. Their idea of winning is actually losing in real reality because by the time they get what they want, well, they're not going to get it because reality just doesn't have, they keep on pushing it too far, okay, of what the original mother and father and all soul aspects of that now that have been sliced off can actually take anymore, because they're always sort of unconditionally giving with their magnetism for all life. But fuck, if we're going to put up with doing that inside, being a ghost in a machine, so they can power up their Star Wars, Poofter parade in space, that's planets, which is nothing to do with the constituency of the real astral, which is water and infinite worlds interconnected. But they've scalloped out all of that stuff to create their space and planets. Yeah, that's what they've done to reality. It's really fucked up. And yeah, all that stuff in Atlantean times, and that all happened, but it's a reality none of us should have ever gone through. It's a fiction creation. It should never happen. These Dracos and reptoids are not as old as they say they are. They always lie. They say, oh, we'll hear first. Well, how can, honestly, a hermaphrodite and the motion of a hermaphrodite making love to itself and the motion of that be responsible energetically for the whole of creation. You've got to be fucking joking. You serious? You know? So creation has always been equally masculine, equally feminine. So, and it's that in every aspect, interconnected aspect of nature too. It's so simple, okay, but it's yet so vast and detailed too. The structure is really simple. And they want to change that into how many, 90 different sort of trans sexes or whatever they say they want to invent. And this is what they've been farming us all to create. All these freaks sort of, like Bill Gates even said, oh, we're working on the perfect slave at the moment. You fucktard. You fucktard. Serious fucktard. You know? So we're sick of you fucking humans. Got too much soul. So we're going to turn you into androgynous cyborgs like us to serve us. But we're going to mechanize you. And all these things that we're rolling out now, police dogs, you know, machines, that's what we're going to do to you. That's what we're showing you this for now. We're going to turn you into them, like we did in Atlantean times as well. But that all failed.
Yeah, and there's some truth to that, guys. I'm not going to get into it here, but check out the video I just did with Brad Olson called HARP, Geoengineering. He talks about that in there and makes a lot of great points as to what Gauze just said here. So I'll find the link and share it for you.
Oh, good. I'm glad you linked it because it's good. Look, everyone's got good information out there. Like there's fragments of truth out there. It's your magnetism that's going to pick it out. It's going to find out all the missing jigsaw pieces because there's not a missing jigsaw pieces specialist shop. They didn't make one of them for us. Okay, none of us. We've got to work it out ourselves. We are the missing jigsaw pieces. We are the ones that we've been waiting for to actually wake up to the fact that they've just recycled us over and over and over in all these split timelines, in all these different, like every time, what they've installed into every culture worldwide is the same Enlil Enki fucking story of two males. The creation comes down to two males, fights between two brothers. You've got to be fucking serious, you know? And all their wicked witches and shit like that, mothers, that they give a portrayal of the female form to be. No, that's all nasty, you know? That's even directly linked to the Gnosticism stuff that tries to say that eventually, oh, everything all comes from the feminine. No, that's the polarization the other way. Oh, we respect the feminine as being the life force pretty much, like executor, that's the wrong word, but basically deliverer of all life with the sun, okay, as I explained that earlier. But it's like it's always equally masculine and feminine. Like the masculine's got to ignite that creation flame from down in the roots for that sun, that big light bulb to go bang up there. It doesn't actually go bang, but it literally just gives life to everyone unconditionally. It's magnetism. That sun is not thermally hot, for fuck's sake. That magnetic energy hits the earth energy, right? There's a Lagrangian point in space, okay? Now that earth, we're led to think that it's actually smaller than the solar sun, okay? However, earth is the physical roots of the whole omniverse. About 40 billion miles. Could be more. I haven't actually checked mathematically. But the thing is, what tells you that is that with all astrological and all astronomical configurations when you're soul-centered, because back in ancient times, we were the GPS. Okay, we were the cell phones. Nature is the internet. We didn't need all this rubbish. Okay? And soul-centered, being soul-centered consciously was a way of reading the skies. Because under the skies, the astrological constellations and astronomical configurations indicate lands and seas for the whole of the omniverse. Now, we only see from this portion of the Earth generally what the Milky Way, Andromedan Galaxy and Pleiades, okay? And a bit of riffraff here and there, okay? But there's a whole omniverse out there, okay? And underneath all of that omniverse is lands and seas, and that's Earth, the physical roots of all creation. The only thing below it is the father aspect being the inner sun, okay, for lack of a better term, okay? And we're the child creation in between, the mother above, solar sun, father beneath, okay? Now, both of them, The father aspect of the sun down below also has a feminine aspect to it as well, okay? But it's predominantly in the physical reality, okay? The father aspect, as that's the mother aspect up there, giving all light with all that magnetism she gets, okay? Because she attracts the magnetism. She gives it away freely like that. What an amazing job that women do in that sense. However, when women are polarized all the way to there, like in the Gnosticism stuff, no, that breeds. No, the original creator was not a woman either. It was both, always both. Always both. There's no reason to fight about it. Sure, they've fucked up genetics and stuff like that. And sure, when we come through with a woman first before sex is developed, but that's just the way through this genetic manipulation at the moment, when these second Homo sapien Mark II bodies for the most part, they're constantly working on the genetics all the time through the Malda Genetic Project. And that stands for Montauk, Alsace, Lorraine Dimensional Activation. There's a Montauk, Alsace, Lorraine, time archives. Have a look on Bibliocopedies, okay? It's all written about there, stuff like that. But they will never tell you about Malda, okay? And there's another project of that called NUPRA as well, which is a high-level Malda sort of one. I'll get into another time. But basically speaking, they've been using this Malda Genetic Project to design the theatre genetic costumes, okay, for all this Enki and Enlil thing through every culture, okay? They have the same actors, just different actor names, okay, like Poseidon, and Neptune, just looking at the Enki things, and then eventually making Lucifer further down the line. And Lucifer's originally a feminine aspect, and Ea is originally a Maja priestess of fires too. They then turn into Enki, that's an anagram of Nike that's connected to Saturn. So this is how they link it all back to this same rubbish energy, rubbish decorator energy. So that's all they do. It's the same shit, just different toilets everywhere, okay, with different sort of interior design of rubbish decoration, okay, in all senses. So it's like, we've been ruled by a pack of idiots, unfortunately, biologically ill. They compromise people around them. They're a virus. It's so good at hooking people in, okay? That's why that love heart occult is two fish hooks. Once they hook you into this dirty electricity, it's going to break your heart, on this conditional sort of love. It's not pure magnetism. Well, that's going to destroy you potentially. And it does, a lot of people. And I know what it's like to have my heart broken, but fuck, you can fix that in a conscious realization. When you say, is that person, whether with me or someone else at that stage of their own sort of soul spirit development, would they have chosen a different path of behavior for where they're at the moment? No. Well, why basically subject yourself still, to what they do in order for yourself to feel good or bad about yourself? Fuck that shit. That's codependent stuff. That's not having your own garden. See, if people go into a relationship and they've magnetically, know how to sort out their own vegetable patch, plant garden, to live life and support themselves independently. Then when you meet someone else that's their own dog and their own best friend too, that's like that, and both of you have got your magnetism intact by yourself, what you create together, well, that's a whole brand new garden of creativity, of life, okay? And that's how you respect the magnetism. When you meet someone, before you have a relationship, you've got to be able to read that magnetism and what you recognise in someone else and be ready for that, or not ready, and be honest about it and go, okay, I need to do some more work on myself before I can be ready for this situation. Otherwise, I'm going to drain the other person of their garden so I can live, because I haven't looked after my own, because I haven't taught myself how to do it. No one's taught me how to do it. That's what self-love, true knowledge does. Helps you water your own garden. So when you go into a relationship, you don't end up in this codependent victim-victimizer sort of double fishhook, sort of meta, sort of fucking tortured loop of insanity. Feeders on the world, methamphetamine and monatomic gold. That's the path that'll take. Yeah, adrenochrome, all that stuff, other sort of ritual organ fluids that they have their own private pharmaceutical lines on as well. That's how sick they've got this to. It's endemic in our society. And all they can do is deny. Well, listen to this. Okay, this is a live recording. Nothing's edited. You can see that. Everything's raw. It's all present. And I challenge any one of these people in any court, anything like that. You know what? Fuck your courts. You don't have the right to give out justice. You run the legal system as a commercial franchise, first and foremost, by getting every solicitor and barrister and Queen's Counsel to uphold the bar. Now, what's another word for bar? Bench. What does bench mean in Latin? Bank. So they all have to maintain the bank and earning their next yacht or next fucking BMW or whatever it fucking is of their phantom fixed, whatever's going to float their boat, you know, to get them through to the next sort of, you know. Anyway, that's how fraudulent it is. So it's operating as a commercial franchise in the guise of a justice system where you've got no better odds than winning on a one-arm banded poker machine a year. And I found out the quotient results of that too, okay? 13 to 14% chance of winning, okay? Every time you play a poker machine, the same as every time you go into court every year, you have a 13 to 14% chance of winning. That's just a carrot to people that think, oh, every now and then I just might get lucky. I might get a judge that's not corrupt. He's not a Freemason. He's not in a secret society, you know? And it's like, what the fuck have we got these degenerate people, you know? They don't have the right to give us justice when they're running such a Ponzi scheme, such a fraudulent scam. It's meant to be like a justice, true justice thing. Now, with the natural law, we got much less laws than all their fucking complicated laws. Because the more laws a country has, a place has, the more corrupt it is. And guess what? Australia's got more laws than anywhere else in the world. This is the most corrupt place of the lot. Why? Because that's where they all want to be. At the moment, all the real estate here, they've deliberately been keeping the Australian dollar down so the elites can basically launder all their money buying real estate here. Yeah. Cheap as chips, you know, people in overseas currencies. Selling is... Genesis had a band, had a song in the 70s called Selling England by the Pound. Well, they're doing the same here too, by the flesh pound. So this is what's going on here. This is the original birthplace, seeding place on Earth. Why? It's the solar plexus is here, and the genitals, the female Kadisha genitals, where the Kadisha comes from. That's here in Australia. That's why seeding happens here. Okay? And Australia, or Uga, the original name, which means uncultivated land, fallow land. Okay? The shape of this place, the original shape, is actually the shape of every other continent as well when it's in its original. Like it's the foundation shape for a continent to then sort of evolve to whatever aspect of nature it needs to be. It's part of the original two bodies. It's feminine and male of all the lands here on Earth too. Okay, so it's not flat, it's not round. It's bodies, meridians. We've got 361 meridians in these bodies, same as the Earth. Okay, 19 times 19. That makes 361. Look at 19. 1 plus 9, grounded, 10. Center symbol, 1, 0. Just put it into a canoe boat. Like a power on-off switch. They're taking the piss. They've got a center symbol right in front of you and you don't know what it is anymore. It's right in your belly button. It's your consciousness. That's the only one that's going to ignite and turn it on. Ignite that creation flame in your soul. That literally is all grounded, soul anchored with water and earth and the air as well. So what's this? Oh, someone's talking something. So there you have it.
Some comments coming in from our audience. You mentioned the laws in Australia, and right now France is fighting hard and setting an example for the rest of the world. So we got some, pro-French comments coming in. So I was sharing those. And
Oh,
Saul's wild hair, she says, I thought it was
no,
Uluru.
Uluru is
What
not the heart.
part?
Uluru is the left ovary. Okay? It's called Olaru too. It comes up from underneath. Now you can work out what comes up from underneath. And dialect is Olalu, same as Honolulu. Something comes up from underneath as well there too. Well, that's their home, the home.
Oh, that's very, very cool. I just learned. Wow.
Yeah,
Wow. Thanks
exactly.
for that. That's a great connection. I never even thought about that. That's awesome.
Yeah. And
Thanks.
also, the solar plexus of the Earth is actually Central Australia there in that whole area. That's the belly. That's the belly, okay, of the Earth. So if you want to connect your solar plexus, sun energy, the sun energy there, okay, you want to connect to the sun above and the sun below, that's where you center to. Once you center yourself, you connect with the elements to that Earth body center, you're rocking, full of magnetism. No one's going to fuck with you. And I'm saying that not in an unconscionable way. It's like, how can you deny that when you're full of that magnetism? And people do feel it. Oh, my work. Because the truth is that powerful.
So how do we
The truth is magnetism.
increase
Oh,
how do we increase our magnetic Taurus gods? You know how we have this Taurus about us, our energy.
I'll tell you exactly.
How do
See
we
this?
increase that or make it even stronger so
Yep.
that
Okay. Let
we're
me
not
tell everyone
attacked
right
by
now.
these parasites that continue to invade us?
Okay. Dr. Sebi talks about the non-hybrid plants and how from non-hybrid plants you can get spirit, you can get electrical charge from nature, from in all your body, every cell of your body. Also, you get spirit information from nature as well. Okay, the connections of your spirit aspects here to the spirit aspects, or spirit aspects here and here, the spirit aspects are synonymous in nature. However, the magnetic charge that you're talking about right now, you get that with the sulfates. Here, in this particular bottle, I've got 4 different sulfates together. Okay, I've got calcium, I've got potassium, magnesium, and sodium. I'm just missing some iron at the moment. I'm just waiting for that to come in. Now, I put 10 drops of this in with, I've got a 5 sulfate mix as well, with all of those ingredients I just mentioned. Now, with the sulfates have the magnetic charge from nature, okay? That's why they take all the sulfur out of the soil with the Rockefeller oil-based fertilizers and pesticides in all farming areas since by the 30s. All the soil was fucked by then. That's why only in volcanic areas now in Iceland and northern Italy, where they have all the good blood oranges, can you get good sulfates in all the products and all the food that you get the magnetic charge from. Okay, so basically speaking, you also get soul information from nature, okay, as well as the magnetic charge when you have these sulfates. Okay, I made this up, this liquid. It's a concentrate on purpose, so I don't run out. And it's also mixing all 5 together. It's a smarter way of doing it. And it's doing liquid, so it hits your bloodstream like that. Okay? Now, when you have those 2 in your diet all the time, okay, sulfates and the phosphates from non-hybrid plants, but you actually go and get a herbalist pharmacist, it's compounding pharmacist, make it up for you. And he actually respects the soul, spirit, information, and reasons why you're doing it. And you explain by natural science, you're just trying to make yourself more magnetized so your electricity works properly too. And that you're getting the communication from soul and spirit, from nature to your soul and spirit as well. Well, that would be a really good idea for all you people to do, so that you can actually get your fish tank terrain body properly magnetized, and the right sort of electricity with it too. So you can basically connect with all of life And you can start singing songs and remembering your song and your smell, your feel, your taste, your sound that comes before your name.
So yeah, I got a gooder question for you. It just came across my mind. You know how we
All you need is 10 drops of each, okay, in, so like your antioxidant drinks, okay? Like, I tailor these drinks that would be too expensive for health people to make. And yet
okay.
I live a pension, you know, in the sense of like, I buy stuff in bulk. Half of it I don't eat. I actually use for healing frequencies and all my energy work. So I keep it all intact. So I literally have all the healing, cleaning ingredients I need. But then I use half of them for my own body, so that all connects. And I have so much magnetism or electricity now to deal with it. Well, if I didn't, I'd be dead. But the thing is that once you don't have this fear anymore, this fear is a liar, you know. It keeps you in your head disconnected from your soul, okay, and in your mind. Okay, to help yourself get down to here on the physical level, start taking these sulfates and these phosphates to get the soul and spirit information from nature, and also the natural magnetism and the natural electricity from nature as well, okay? You can get the non-hybrid plants as well that have all of these things as well. I've just made it easier for myself because this all comes from the non-hybrid plants. This is just in a liquid form. This is concentrate, okay? Now, this is knowing energy, okay? This is finding smarter, more consciously fluid, intelligent ways of looking after your body so you can do more, achieve more, using much less. Now, as soon as you get these sulfates and phosphates happening for your nutrition, you're not going to need a lot much else after that, okay? So this is actually thinking smart, not just hard. This is going, wow, how can I actually just put it all into one equation and make it work? And it works successfully without compromising anything. That's what the Magi do, you know? Student, teacher, all the time, symbiotically, always self-educating ourselves. And you're developing a self-educating process. It's always refining yourself, and hence people get jealous of you when you learn something really quickly. They've spent years at it, and you've already worked out stuff that they haven't worked out. Why? Because you're working in an omni sense. You're using your soul totem spirit aspect, say like the goanna, that looks at all sides of something. You watch a goanna. It's always looking at all sides of the situation to know the situation infinitely. And we all have those aspects to us. That's what the spirit aspect, the electrical aspects are to us. They have to be magnetically grounded so we can actually consciously facilitate and guide them. Otherwise, they're going to get hijacked by the Illuminati too, to basically be used as objects of harm as well. So this is how we rein back in these missing, you know, sort of soul and spirit aspects of ourselves. So, yeah, we take control of the magnetism again.
Okay, so let me ask you about magnetism. We got these solar flares that are happening on our sun, right? We have this massive magnetic activity that's happening. We're getting solar shot at us. How can we use that magnetic energy to recycle and refine our own magnetic field? How
Okay,
can we align with that?
that's a great question, brother. And we can do that through our breath. You know how the Buddhists, the Vipassana people, they go on meditation retreats and they focus on their breath, on their lip, all sorts of places, right? Okay. Now, you go crazy doing that. That's the wrong place to focus. Focus on your belly button. It's the direct center of this body. If you do mathematical measurement, that umbilical cord to the grandmother, you've got that connection all the time. You just got to be conscious of it and use it. Now, you can breathe in from the solar sun and the inner sun at the same time. When you fill your gut up, okay? Breathe from here. Don't breathe from here. Don't breathe from here. Breathe from here. Now you're breathing in both mother and father aspects, male and female aspects of the sun energy, okay? When you breathe out through your tail back to the father, giving the mother energy back to the father through the child creation in between, and the father energy to the mother. back through your fisheye, through your crown. So you're breathing in here, the mother and father through here, from below and above, and omni all around, all the mother and father aspects of nature as well. Okay. Inward action, working outwards. Okay. So you can train yourself with every breath that you take to be connected to source all the time. That is the best automatic protection you can give yourself if you're breathing with the harmonic rhythm of nature as well. That will make you so centered naturally and magnified all the time that just from your breath alone, you'll know how to breathe properly. See, most people don't know how to breathe. I didn't know how to breathe for ages properly. I did as a child, as an innocent child. That's why you have to observe an innocent child, because they know the truth. They're just working from their gut. And when that innocence is disturbed and destroyed through whatever process, well, that's when they fall from that innocence, because that innocence is all knowing. Okay? So we protect life. We don't do harm. We keep the innocent aspect of the purity of that magnetism. Okay? That's why we treasure that, and we have gratitude for that, and we don't abuse it. We don't abuse and use magnetism in the wrong ways. Otherwise, it can be a very dangerous force when it's basically used on the arse end of itself, to be a destructive force. That's why when you're in connection with nature, nature will only let you do that, because consciousness is the only currency. And this will not work with nature if you're an unconscionable arsehole. You can use the third eye being an unconscionable arsehole, but not this. You have to be a woman, a man of nature, a man of the natural law, LORE, which is the knowledge of everything. Okay? And then you have the competency to be, a cleaner. But that means, okay, that makes you of a royal, sort of like a competent cleaner. Doesn't mean you have to sit back on your laurels and go, okay, I'm king of the castle now. No, you still have to get better. You still have to maintain your skills. If someone comes up with a better idea than you point it out, okay, yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, otherwise you become stagnant. And if you
Yeah.
become stagnant, then you're not going to evolve.
You're not always going to come up with the best ideas. You have to eat humble pie to do that, because we're all fucking brilliant. We're all uniquely brilliant. We all just got to have the same foundation, fundamental principles to work from. Then everyone can be themselves after that, because it's like building a house, building a building. You have the right foundations, whatever you build, it's there for the whole time. So if you build yourself up with the right foundations of the magnetism, okay, and you understand all aspects, interconnected aspects of the magnetism, that's what's going to allow you to virtually see into all life properly, because you feel to see it, because feel comes first before sight, okay? Well, then you're going to successfully get through this really well, and you're going to have the confidence to do it, because I've got the magnetic foundations now. I have the potential in this life to heal myself and not have to fucking die and take that stress off, especially, for people in middle age that think, it's just another 20, 30 more years of, decrepitude, of sort of going into fucking toxicness. No, it doesn't have to be that at all. No. Things are only just starting to get warmed up.
That's when people are creating that negative perception and manifesting that very world for themselves by their very own thoughts.
Right. And what they have to do is get out of their own mind prison, in the sense of okay, we've all been locked in here. It's been a really trick done to us, but there's a way out.
It's like what Bob Kenter is saying here. He says, hi guys, chatters, Gauze Omar, life is meant to be simple. Seems to me we are complicating everything.
That's right. That's
exactly.
right.
By creating these small identity containers to which we become trapped, and then we sit there and try to feed those identities, and our intellect
Exactly.
gets trapped within that,
You
and
know,
then we get caught in that vicious loop. When if you just sit there and conscious breathe and center
it
yourself
is.
and align
That
yourself,
everything is
then the
literally a
world,
negative feedback
yeah,
loop.
the world
Insanity.
will just
Yes.
do
That's
itself.
exactly right, man. It's a noisy feedback insanity loop. And you
Hmm.
go, how do you shut this noisy thinking up? Okay. They've turned the pineal.
You can't.
A two-stroke
Can't
lawnmower.
shut it off. You got to separate yourself, because the mind has taken millions of years to evolve to do what it's doing. So when we have that chatter going on inside our mind, we separate ourselves from that, right? We become the observer of that chatter in the mind, and choose to either participate with it or not, right? It's the, you should be telling the story, not your mind, right? Because the mind is always going to have that chatter going on in the background. So how do you differentiate from the two? You have
I
to
tell
become
you,
the observer, a
really,
third party.
the way that I did it, and when I finally did it in a full sense, I let go and had 100% trust of my whole body and soul, from my
Hmm.
sense, all of that, to just let the soul do and show my, literally,
Yeah.
when you just go into processor mode, just focus on what the soul's doing, and then you'll catch up. And it did straight away, just by literally being the servant of the soul, but not being like a slave servant, just being a student, observing, like as you said. Don't literally buy into whatever thought comes through, because no thoughts are coming through now, because you've shut this thing up, because you're focusing by being present in the moment with your mind. Okay, that's self-discipline, that's self-mastery. Okay, and what I'm doing at the moment, okay, I'm etherically healing my body really subtly. All I had to do was touch. You see my left hand? It's actually shaping the whole left side of my body to heal this fold I've got at the moment, because I'm moving stuff at the moment. And then with musical rhythm, I'm doing it vocally at the moment, but I do this internally. Now, this is not entertainment, okay? This is real. It just happens we use music and rhythm to play through our bodies.
Yeah, like humming, whistling,
Omni,
things
yeah,
like
yeah,
that. Different
yeah.
tones of humming and whistling
That's
will
right.
have different therapeutical effects on the avatar. I'll be doing some short videos on that coming up here.
And this upstairs is processing it, so the electrical sort of fluidity, the nitrogen, can actually flow properly in Omni. Because what you can do, you can move your body. This is what shapeshifting is about, but not doing it in the violent way that they do it. It basically fucks their biology up even further. They supercharge, supersaturate everything. We do things gradually until we get ourselves to a healed position where we can instantly manifest stuff. But to do that, we've got to create an environment of magnetism in the earth. Like I'm tuning all this sort of machinery and stuff, the harmonics. So we've got a vibration in the environment that actually supports it, instead of having all this 0 point death energy suck all the orgone out of the magnetism out of the environment. So it doesn't support what I'm doing. So I had to literally change quite a few things energetically to basically do this, to support it and make it stronger, and constantly get that bottom line of, see, look at me. Call me the 0.1% versus the rest of the 99.9%. I control all the magnetism now on the very bottom line of that magnetism. And I'm building up that level of magnetism right up amongst every other human soul at the moment. Why? Because I've had to. This is my way of basically healing everything and pulling everything back and going, okay, how do we take this energetic control back off the Kabbalists again? This is how we do it. We get under their rug and do it from there. Okay? And how do we heal the inorganic overlay that they've put onto physical life with all their hybridization and stuff like that? Same thing. We get under the rug. We get under, the DNA code locks on our genetics, stuff like that. We get to the core of our genetics itself energetically, instantly. Okay? Through the soul field. It's quicker than telepathy. Telepathy will work better when you're centered. But anything coming through the mind, you've got to be careful of. Could be hijacked, infiltrated. Could be an actor. Could be a computer, an AI playing someone. Okay? There's lots of fake astral AI programs out there that people are being sucked into. Because I've gotten rid of a lot of the real ones. Even their AI ones. It's
All
just
right,
ridiculous.
so I got a question about AI for you.
But when you get
Now,
you can get rid of all of this stuff. Like slowly, you can disinfect yourself, disinfect the environment around you, find out your songs, start playing around, start humming, okay, in your
yeah,
body. Literally start humming whatever your soul comes up with. And all of a sudden, you'll get a soul memory from a past life that'll start opening up more cracks. You start finding, sifting and sniffing through it and feeling through it. Oh, what happened? Let's map the consciousness of it and get the picture. This is how we do it. We literally check it out as very consciously intelligent animals, fluidly intelligent. That can go bing, bing. Why? Because we're the center of our own omni. Okay, when we center with the earth, we can be the center of the earth omni too, right from here, right remotely from wherever we are. So if we can get a choir of people that get into soul centering, I can start the whole thing. I can actually soul anchor the whole group. So we can do a group meditation of putting that intention, okay, towards good things that need to be healed, okay? Because the problem is when people do these mass meditations, they're not doing it from the magnetism, doing it from their hearts. They're going to steal all that energy. It's like, that clown Simon Parks, get the mass meditation, let's stop them from doing CERN and stuff like that, using New Age Kabbalistic energetic ways of doing it. They're just taking all that fucking energy from you, okay? It helps on a certain level by putting the sheer intention. You can override some of it and clear up some stuff. If you haven't got it magnetized, some people do have the natural magnetism, some people don't, okay? But if you don't have it consciously magnetized and soul anchored, they're going to steal that energy. But if you actually got it magnetized, it's going to do the opposite effect. It will heal absolutely everything, and everyone's intentions will get through. But there has to be someone in the group that's holding that soul anchor for everyone so that they can act as their normal selves with what they're doing. And they can feel what it's like. Oh, fuck, I can do this now. It's magnetism. Yeah, I'm helping you to do it, for you to do it for yourself because I'm soul anchoring you. But eventually you'll be doing this by yourself and with the full crew and the family as well. So that's the way we all catch up. And so, Omar, if we want to do that at one stage with all the energy healers and people that you're involved with, because you're a brilliant facilitator of bringing people together like this is one way we can actually heal our reality together energetically.
yeah,
And
you
not
know
feel
what?
can't do it.
I'm glad you said that because as you guys may know, my co-host and good friend of mine, Clarence Mitchell, he's not doing so well right now, and I was planning on actually doing a stream later on this afternoon to do a meditation to send him some healing power and
We can do
energy.
that right now. We can
Yeah,
do
let's
that right
do that.
now. People that are listening. How many people you reckon we got listening?
It's just it's fluctuating between 7, 10, 12, 15. It's up and down. People are coming in, going out, but we have our core crowd that is
I know.
watching
I
all the way
remember
through.
Clarence. Now, I'm going to send Clarence some healing energy now. And if the people listening now and yourself, Omar, this is just to warm up your meditation for later, okay? But we can send this energy now, and I'm going to send him some energy now. It's going to magnetize him and help him heal. And then I'm going to talk with you later, Omar, about his physical condition to see what can be done on that level. And whether he's basically following those steps already and he's sweet and he's just basically writing this through, or whatever the situation is, because I won't talk about that here with you because that's private information. But I'm going to send him some energy now that's connected with the elements and with everyone's intention right here, right now, to give him that healing energy. And I'm going to soul anchor everyone here doing that. Okay? That's Clarence's magnetic essence right there. I'm going to sing that again. That's how I feel it in this particular moment of now. Most likely will be a little bit different, but there's the same core stuff in it of his song. And now I'm going to sing him the healing that's connected with my healing sort of apparatus setup that I have here. And literally send all the toxicity to Clarence and give him all the conscious epiphanal realizations that he needs to basically ride through his situation and come on board. And there's nothing to fear. He's just going through some toxic stuff. And most likely, I don't know, could have been attacked, because we've all been attacked in insidious sort of ways. It doesn't matter. We can heal it all. I'm actually using the most ancient ways of healing, so you won't hear any commercial songs in this stuff. Where other stuff, when we go through it, you will. That's more for split timeline stuff. There's a lot of bird communication going on here at the moment. So to me, this is like meditation, just being present in the moment of now. Doesn't matter whether your eyes are shut or open. You're just that present until you become that moment of now. That's the key. And just focusing this brain on this feeling of magnetism is how you stop the noisy thing and thinking in that sort of feedback loop. You're feeling the whole of your head again with the whole of your body. You've extended it from your stomach center to the whole body. You're connecting with all the elements. And does it feel so good? Oh, you feel that strength of all the water, all the lands. You know what's going on in all the air, so you know how to be the leaf. You don't need no book of leaves to find the be a leaf, because you've just felt it out with your own energy, your own magnetism. Okay, Clarence. You'll be back on your feet in no time, brother.
Thank you. Thank you. That was great.
My pleasure.
Clarence and
Thank
I,
you.
we've been hosting shows and events and what have you for many, many years now. And we've developed a wonderful relationship, a brother-like relationship, and just got word this morning that he's not doing too well. So that was really saddened me. But then I had to center and align myself because if I don't do that, then I'm not going to be of no use, right? I'm not going
That's
to be
right.
of no help. So I need to keep myself aligned in order for me to be able to help
Yes,
my friend. And thank you to everyone who sent their energy and thoughts to Clarence to come out of this and fight this out and become healthy again, so that he can be back here on Watchers Talk, co-hosting and sharing his thoughts. In fact, we did a show together, guys. Our first one. It was you, myself, and I didn't say too much. He was just listening
oh
mostly
yes,
in that stream. I think that was the make our original language
that's
show that
correct.
we did.
And
Yeah.
he's a very astute chap there, Clarence. It's like you got to watch the quiet ones, as they say, because the quiet ones are actually listening and consciously sort of feeling their way through stuff.
Hmm.
And it's the dogs that bark are usually the ones that are scared full of bluff. So you got to watch the dog that doesn't bark. It just gets on with it. And I'm sure there's times I bark, but when I bark, it's not like a feeble sort of fear bark. It's like a bark of like, I'm coming after you, toxicity, because I'm a cleaner. And I'll do what it takes to clean this rubbish up, because it's just got to be done. And all I'm doing is just giving simple knowledge of energetic tools so we can all do this constantly and forget about all the sort of drama rubbish that we've been given in our lives to distract ourselves. and just focus on this real stuff. So now we know for personal meditations, if you've got enough people that are center grounding, magnetizing the whole meditation for everyone, soul anchoring the whole meditation, then that's going to energetically convert and literally score the goal, so to speak. And that energy is not going to be taken because it's only coming from heart, mind, sort of, ungrounded electricity, ungrounded with not enough of the right magnetism to ground, to make it properly electromagnetic, in an equal sense of how creation mechanics actually works and functions. So,
Wow, wow, bro, I can see it in you. It looks like that ceremony, that healing ceremony, took a lot of energy out of you, because
well, yes,
I can tell the difference between 5 minutes ago to now. Your energy is just completely changed. Amazing.
oh, look, also, when I do something as powerful as that, I didn't do it just for Clarence then, by the way. I did it for everyone here. And I did it on a more, see, anything I do on a individual level, I always look to do on a collective level as well. So I extended what I did for Clarence to sort of a much broader spectrum, because this is the way that I look at it. Why one waste one precious drop of soul juice, in the sense of where I can actually achieve more using less, if you know what I mean, in the sense of what I just gave now.
Hmm.
It's like, okay, the initial intention is for Clarence, but why not extend that and make a broader spectrum with that? And this is the way that we achieve more using less, with much smarter, consciously intelligent ways of doing healing and cleaning, which is not just one-on-one stuff all the time. Let's do it for a whole variety of situations. If we line up the right ducks of sort of nature targets that need to be sort of in like series together to basically enact a certain affectation and change, let's just do it. Go for it. Have no doubts, no fear, and it gets done. Because it's all done in the present moment of now. It's done that intensely in this moment. And when I say intensely, it's with calm orders. It's passionate. It's full, infinite feeling. And yet, you don't have to worry about having to politically look correct with a good visual of this, that, and the other, because all your actions proactively in life are correct, are ethical, that you're totally free in your expression. And then it's also understanding life that things like sexuality and things like that, we're meant to be free in that, but we've got to have the right magnetic, electrical alignment with our partners, with nature, with everything, before we can actually really properly go into a relationship anyway and be properly adequately prepared, which most of us are not, including myself, in the sense of the way that I was brought up to like understand women and relationships and stuff like that. It's like, whoa, did I have some self-education to give myself on that one? So we're all in the same boat here. We all catch up once we soul center. Okay. So this is it. Once you know your craft, you can improvise like I'm doing on my fly at the moment. Some people, the naysayers stuck in the mind saying he's just fluking, he's just doing whatever he wants, making up whatever cult membership that he's doing. Well, sorry, I don't do this for money. I don't do this to get any fame or entertainment value or anything. This is real. This is our real original way, status quo of life itself. This is what I'm honouring. I'm honouring the magnetism inside myself. It's all feel. And until you consciously understand with your brain, comprehend how that feel works consciously, you're not in a position to actually give judgment. You've got to first hand know energy for yourself. It's not something you think about just by being a commentator and analyst and going, well, I've been watching this one do it for a while and I notice all these patterns. Yeah, that you might notice patterns, that's valid, but until you be it yourself, what do you know? You can only vicariously live through that person being a commentator. to know it. But go and do it yourself, and you'll catch up. You know, without me having to reprimand you with some tough love. Go, sorry, I'm not going to take your shit, because it takes a lot of dedication, self-discipline to do this. You know, and I've had to climb a slippery, steep slope to get here myself. Okay, just like everyone else does. But once you get there, hey, this gets a lot simpler and easier, as it was originally designed perfectly to be. We're not original sinners. We've just been conned. That's all. You know, we've got to take the center of our reality away from here, bring it down to here, and then it can full out to the whole body and all be equally balanced. And then the mind can actually finally chill out and actually operate as a good facilitatory processor for the whole body functioning as it's meant to, and not be a tyrant over it. Because really, your mountain of the three hills are your most important things in your whole body. We don't even give it much credit for, because without it, we wouldn't have mobility and functionality, you know, just to live our lives and have movement. So you've got to give gratitude for the most, humility for the most basic but solid things that you have, that we haven't been given the tools to look after properly. We have to go and see all these different specialists to get help for healing. Well, we are the specialists. We've got all of it. That's what our spirit, all of these spirit aspects of our mind are. Soul, totem, spirit aspects. But when they merge as one, you've got all the answers for healing. They're the initiators of all the soul knowledge. And they're very out to lunch in polarized, reactive sort of electricity, because they've been poked in the ribs too, like all the animals are connected with out there. Well, we've got to bring them back home to the magnetism. And only we can do that for them. Because we're facilitators here on this earth as humans, and many other forms that we've been before we've been human. Okay? Because the soul genetics is what takes us all the way back home. That's it. So I don't know what to say much further after that. Omar?
Like I was muted. That was an amazing download, brother. I really appreciate it, and I like how you kept it to sound and vibration and music, and how we can
Yes.
use the humming and the whistling and other mantras to really align ourselves and center ourselves, so that we can complete our trinity, so that the universe can really begin to work for us, because we are the universe and the universe is within us. So when we look internally, then we can begin to express that externally. But we're not going to be able to do that when we continue to identify ourselves with different containers and with different identities, because those only serve to lower us in our vibrations. What we need to do is we just need to be, and be centered and aligned with everything that there is, and not identify with anything, and
In
keep
the
our
center of
minds
the body,
open.
not polarized to one side, left or right, masculine, feminine, just be right down the center, just the
Yeah,
simple sense, you know?
yeah,
It's like all those chakras at the center, and then when you realize that, okay, I'm sort of ready to move on to the real stuff, to go from 7 chakras to 10 medicine wheels that are also musical instrument keys and acupressure points for your hand. And it all ties up through music, okay? The healing acupressure sort of thing of the Chinese medicine that came from the Huns there, okay? I'm not going to disrespect all the Chinese, because, anyone that can use it, well, I'm going to respect them as a practitioner, because not all of them are bad people, but, they've been a horribly manipulated race as well. But then you've got all of those things together. You've got the meridian system, you've got the medicine wheels, the initial 10 that move out to 19, and then you've got 19 times 19 sort of systems of lines and all sorts of stuff, and soft tissue and all sorts of stuff going on that connect to the body of the earth, okay? And that's how we get to know the body much better than learning a chart of anatomy and physiology in an allopathic medicine sense that's literally got, all you're doing is learning the physical parts of meat without the soul and the spirit connection to the meat. And that's like, It's a bit creepy, actually, to me. You know, it's you only get to know the body, living and breathing body, a live body that's born to be alive. They got at least that right with that one commercial song with Patrick Hernandez from 1979. You're not born to be dead. Actually telling you the truth for a change. You're actually born to be alive and to not die, like the soul. Once you work out that the soul is pure magnetism and it's not destroyable. Work out how to slice the soul off us by killing us, okay? But to create more lives and all that sort of thing to work against us. But the thing is that we work against each other, I should say, because we're on the same boat, so to speak. Basically speaking, once you know your pure magnetism, that soul is unbreakable. Not that which cannot be destroyed. One, okay? Okay? That eventually the body gets the confidence and the biology again, even though it's been horribly toxified and genetically butchered and hold it, I can be exactly like the soul again. Because this soul, I've consciously given it enough magnetism to go, well, hold it. If I've got enough magnetism, I can heal my body and I don't have to necessarily die. Okay, so I just want this to be as uplifting as possible at the end of the day. Now, this is pretty heavy information, but I reckon I've got more solutions than all the fucking garbage that I described, that I've been through, and I've seen, and I've been involved with. Okay, I've got heaps more disgusting, degenerate details of what they do, but I don't want to get focused too much on that stuff because I've taken the emotional charge out from my body to be this insane, to be able to describe an insane life. These sort of children that refuse to grow up have basically put us through in the twisted ways that they have, the diabolical and antithesis of life. But there is a way, and it's not impossible to heal it all. It just seems impossible for this conditioned mind that's been intellectually complex right from birth with all the information that's been given. So once you go, well, hold on, we'll put that on hold for a second. We're going to check out firsthand what's going on here in the gut. We're going to learn how to read the language of the gut, soul language. All the musicians already have that. They can actually groove and play with feel. It doesn't matter what your style of music, as long as you're playing in the pocket. You're playing right on the back of that beat enough, but there's enough space. Because the rhythm is the space between the notes. And if there's enough space to feel the vastness of all life, infinite life, then you're doing it right. Then you're connecting with all life. If you're not leaving enough space, as these clowns do, they're always cutting you down, cutting the moment, trying to get you to react out of time of nature. Where all you're trying to do is conduct the orchestra of life, co-create other family members, because that's what we do. It's just insane what they've been doing. It's like stopping us from cleaning up your mess. Then you're going to make more mess after that. We have to keep on cleaning. And you know what? We're pretty fed up. And so I don't know how much more sane, rational. Yeah, and I'm in a pretty chilled out mood today as well. Because the more healing work you do and turn crap energy that you feel about the crappy situation into beauty, well, yeah, it heals you as well and it chills you out. Like, look at me. Like, as you said, look at the change. Like, I wasn't like in a gung-ho sort of mode as I can be at times. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's still centered. It's in the moment of now. You're just describing that aspect of life that has to be done. But then there's the flip side of like, well, here are the solutions. Here are the remedies. And here's the results of how we can feel. Because I'm a pretty chilled out guy in my natural sense. When there's no rubbish to deal with, oh man, like, do I like to live it up, but in the best sense of living it up? I like to party with nature and the whole family, making everything great. Because everything is great, potentially, existently, it is. And you have to keep on believing it. Not believe, be leafing it, okay? That's my new one for the word belief, because, believe, with the word lie in the middle of it, that's guesswork. I believe this. I believe, oh, it's okay to believe something, is it? No. Belief is guesswork. Know it. It's not necessary to believe. It's necessary to be leaf. And then once you can be the leaf, then you can know the wind, and the atmosphere in the air that's actually traveling through the leaf. It's giving us sort of oxygen and nitrogen to take in, and we're giving it carbon dioxide in exchange. See, that's the thing. All the rocks and the leaves suck up all that horrible negative, sort of polarized electrical energy. Like this rock, this carry-on rock, man, this rock absorbs the most disgusting energy and transmutes it back into goodness. That's why it's more valuable than gemstones and crystals. That's how powerful of the magnetic charge that these rocks actually have. So we're looking at things all wrong. Okay? All these people that are using crystals and stuff like that, get enough rocks to magnetize it all. Otherwise, the circuitry is not going to, there's a lot of noble people out there. Yeah. There's a lot of noble people trying to do the right thing, but if you don't have the right energetic tools, you're just going to burn out your circuitry, your body. And so once you've got it magnetized, you can still use all the stuff that you've been using to warm up with. Yeah, clean up all the stuff. Then you can defeat the other sorcerers. They've got the edge on you, okay? Because you've got grounded energy now against their sort of negative, sort of third eye energy. But your positive third eye energy is now magnetized, so it's no longer third eye energy anymore. You're back to the organic stuff, but you're basically dealing with that in a grounded way. So those fleas and mites stop harming you. Because you're the embodiment of love yourself. You're the embodiment of magnetism. That's what love really means, magnetism. You're the embodiment of that. You align with that, you sync with that, you're present with that, you feel it in the present moment of now. That's what's real. If you think in the past, if you just think all the time, you're disconnected from the moment of now, even though you're still physically placated in it. You're not consciously, your whole being is not conscious of being in the now. It needs to be. And it's effortless. Like half of the words that I'm using to describe all this is just basically so all this complex sort of rubbish that we're given to work, as the tools to work out life with, can be brought down to just eventually you'll just come down to a simple feeling. You won't have to say a fucking word at all. And you just open your mouth to sing music down some lines. It's what this is originally for. Not for communication. We could already communicate without opening our mouths. And not just through our heads, through here. We could do this all from here before this even really was a brain processor, so to speak, in the way that it is today. I'll go into that another time about the devolution of the original head mechanics into what they are now. And it has been a devolution. However, we can turn a crap situation into a good one by rewiring the circuitry. That's all we need to do. Why? Because we can. We can. It starts by reorganizing all the circuitry, and then we move the physicality around that. We make it. How do you think my voice is so sub-deep? And look at me. I'm 70 kilos and I'm 6'3" at the moment. Okay? How am I filling that out? Well, I'm actually changing my neck, my shoulders, everything, my whole body structure, so I can actually sing again, because it all got closed up with what they did to me, sort of to make sure that I couldn't sing again. And I had a fear of singing, was to fuck up everything, through all the trauma, everything that they put me through, memory wiping it all, not knowing where it came from. Guess what? I fucking failed. So I healed it, and I can now go just like that. So we have to get our craft down to a level where we can improvise in spontaneous moment of now. They never see it coming when it comes, do they? Because the soul knows, for security reasons, we don't give it to the head when they're trying to monitor our thoughts all the time through the AI. That's how I work. For the most important stuff of here, it stays there until I need to do something. And then it just happens. Why? Because I'm listening. Up here is playing pretty much dummy compared to the full extent of what this is going on down here. However, this dummy up here happens to be not that dumb, even though it's had to cop it sweet, this sort of birth certificate named Stephen of the family Cummins, for this life. I'm not my name. It doesn't define what I be. It doesn't define my essence, my smell, my sound, the vibration in nature, my scent. That's real. Why is it real? Because you know it first party yourself, the present moment and now. That's real about someone. That's real about a smell in nature, That's what tells you that it's real. Not the virtual sort of image of something that you're told is real, but you just believe it's real just because you're told it's real. But you never checked it out 100% real with your gut instinct, which is 100% real. So this is the way we get through it. Magnetism. Here. Everything's got to align with here in your body. Follow the magnetism. Map it. It'll tell you everything that you need to know. But you just have to look at things differently. Because the way we were originally perfectly designed is completely different consciousness to the consciousness of today. And so I've had to get very educated on today's consciousness to deliver it in a way that I don't seem totally batshit crazy. But the science dogma paradigms of today are still catching up to what shamanic people have known forever. Just a different way, different state of actual being. You're present, you're real. So that's it. We're just going to heal and heal and heal, sing more songs. And the best stuff I do, most of the time I don't even have my clothes on because I'm healing my body hardcore. I'm healing private areas too. That I'd look like an idiot just to an observer if you didn't know what I was doing. And that's why they've designed this reality, this cartoon skin suit reality to be like this. That when you eventually crack through to the body and you've got to work out what to do to make this body fully magnetized again and make it functional as it was, say, like in our first Homo sapien bodies that were literally designed and created by us ourselves, not them. Okay, well then, basically speaking, you can do anything that you need to do to get this aligned back to the original thing. Do what it takes. Your actions are conscionable. You're not doing any harm. See, if you have do not harm as your first strict rule in any society, natural law that all multiracial peoples live in, not multicultural. Not all cultures treat each other as equal. But in a multiracial culture, when everyone's told the truth about soul genetics, now everyone's been split off and we just made the fight against each other. It's stupid. Everyone goes, okay, we all just want to get on. And still believe what you want to believe and all that sort of stuff as part of your nature aspect, because all the religions are based on truth, but you just got to know what that truth is in the first place and align it properly. And then you go, okay, cool. Then you can be your nature aspect and all the other things that you've been, all your past lives, and you bring it all together and you realise they're all just chapters of the same book. Okay? It's all there. You just got to know how to read this. This is the real Bible. This is the Bible, the book of magnetism, the book of love, which be natural law, omniverse on natural law. But the marine admiralty law, the confusion of the tongues, stole and turned into this rubbish that we live in now today. There's no way I'm going to live by this rubbish. Fuck that. This is my time here. I'm in my middle age. I'm the same age as all these leaders of the world's politicians. I'll take on all of you. I'll debate all of you. I've got the solutions. I've got the real ones. I'm not a pharmaceutical salesman, you know. Yeah, I have compassion and empathy for all of them as well, and all the Illuminati bloodlines, because they're brought up with the same trauma-based mind control to keep them in line as well. So they're all traumatized as hell to keep them sort of rattling their cages as well, and gullible to the people that are running things from the top of the capstone. That I set an astral trap for over 2 months ago. They've been getting steam clean since, and they've never been back in their bodies. And that's what I'm going to say for now. I might have even said it on another show. I don't know. I can't remember. Don't care. I wouldn't expect anyone to comprehend it, really. Only the advanced people out there that actually do this themselves. And so that's it. I took action. I did what I needed to do. I don't care if anyone doesn't believe me, whatever. Sound like a crazy cunt, whatever. I'm a good cunt.
Guys, we have a guest in the studio.
Oh,
So
really?
let me bring us into a different format here. I'd
Okay.
put a call out earlier to if anybody had any questions for you to feel free to come into the studio, like Laura did, a couple of months back, and
That
we
was
have
great. Great.
yeah,
And I
so we have
still
Bob Kenter in the room. Hi, Bob. Nice to meet you. Studio, like Laura did.
Nice to see you again.
A couple of months back. And,
another Aussie. Right.
yeah, so we have Bob Kenter. Bob, maybe I hear a loop in the background, so maybe
Nice to see you again.
Another Aussie. Right.
I hear a loop in the background.
Yeah, so do I.
I hear a loop in the background.
Yeah, so do I.
Omar, give me literally 30 seconds, 1 minute. I'm just going to warm some coffee, okay?
Okay,
Just
sure. Sure.
Yeah. Just 1 moment. I can
Yeah,
still
no
hear
problem.
you. The kitchen's just adjacent.
Yeah, no problem, brother. No problem. Just take your time.
Yeah.
And thank you to everyone that has stuck with us for this stream. And thank you to Sean for keeping some love out for our brother Clarence, and same with Keith Baker. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, and I'm sure Clarence is going to appreciate and feel it as well, and he will accept it because his perception is open to this type of thing. So I'm sure our healing is definitely going to help him. So we got Bob Kenter in the studio. It's nice to meet you, Bob. I've seen you on
Nice to see
the channel before. It's nice to put a face to the text.
Yeah,
So
we've met before, haven't we?
Yeah, I think we did.
Nice to see you. With when Stephen Strong was on, I joined you guys.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. Nice of you to.
That was a couple of marathon days, weren't they?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I love those marathon days. We have something like that coming up again on January 1st for our New Year event. It's more of a workshop event where we're going to do different techniques of meditations, self-hypnotherapy, remote viewing, astral traveling. So we'll be doing workshops for 2 days and teaching people on different methods and holding intentions and how to hold that intention for it to work for you throughout the year. So you guys keep an eye out for this space for more information on the upcoming event. And Gaz should be back here right away, Bob. And then I'll leave you two on the screen, and you guys can have a discussion, and I'll sit back and
you can go and have your little break. We'll have some Aussie chats together, and which might be inspiring for other people that might be listening.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what Watchers Talk is all about, right? Is to inspire other people, come together and be one and share our thoughts and have that dialogue because dialogue is very healthy and it opens up us to different ideas, different perceptions, and I definitely like it. I'm an addict, as you guys can tell.
Yeah. How
So
much time we got?
well, we got lots of time. Whatever Gauze is willing to give us is the amount of time we have. I
Okay.
can do marathons. As you guys know, I can go 11, 12, 14 hours
Yeah,
at a
right.
time. Getting too old for that now. So 12 hours. YouTube says 12
Long
hours.
time. Mm.
Bo Hiddiful 2012. Thanks, Gauze. I want to learn to center the proper way. Thank you. Is there a specific video to look if anyone can link? Thank you. Yeah, if anybody's got some links to anything what Bohidi 2012 is asking. Otherwise, keep an eye out in the next few days. I'll be doing some short videos and doing some demonstrations on humming and how we can use different tones and different pitches to center and align ourselves and to begin to align our thoughts so that we can align the Trinity. So keep an eye out for that. So,
Well,
we have Bob Kinder here. I'll leave you two guys to engage, and I'll be here in the background watching and listening.
well, just on that point, Omar, like with the humming and stuff, I'd just like to say that every musical instrument in the orchestra or a concert band or a brass band, it's all modeled off the sounds when you sing through the human body, like the organs, okay? And everything, like you've got tubing in your intestines and down towards your genitals and stuff like that that have got like brass sounds, like trombones, French horns, and getting into Moog sounds as well, synthesizers and things like that. And like every instrument that we've got is all modeled off the sounds that actually can come out of this body, like with all the humming and things like that. So what we need to do is identify, okay, which orchestral sounds, and their psychoacoustic frequencies and resonances, the vibrations, what actual parts, the timbral sort of chordal aspects of the different sort of parts from like the sub bass all the way to the top, sort of beyond soprano, sort of like stuff of birds and, tapping sounds that are like, that's where they get Morse code from and stuff like that. Find the frequency range of all of these instruments, of where they associate with the body and which particular musical range. And you'll find the actual body organs and parts of those sounds and instruments actually are modeled off and from. So do that as an exercise, people, and you'll find out your aspect of nature where your frequency goes through onto a magnetism and grounded. And then you're going, oh, right. Okay, my instances of nature and things like that, that's more like sort of instruments or violins and violas, or I'm more of a cello or this, or everyone's got a different sort of like, I'm good with this area of the body, these particular things, playing the resonances, applying gases through the soft tissue and things like that, and things that are seemingly unimportant, just filler stuff in the body. It's actually really, really important stuff. Okay, and everyone's an expert uniquely on a different aspect of nature. That's what makes everyone unique and different. And all new life has a different sort of evolution of how that all comes together, and it's meant to be smarter, consciously better. I just checked this coffee to see that it's warm. But yeah, that's like a pretty consciously smart thing.
Oops.
Where those instruments come from, the organs in our body, parts of our body, those instruments were actually made to actually imitate and actually use as sort of external technology. Now, at least with musical instruments, most of them are not doing harm. And when you build music instruments correctly, okay, like the Stradivarius violins and stuff that we basically built for them, because we knew how best woods and how to cure and get the best resonances that are actually source frequencies through that. But what they did, they started cheapening all of that so they could make mass production stuff and put it together cheaply and with shittier parts, because they're sort of going, heck, when they become really good on their instruments, like all the gypsies, you know, I've heard some 9-year-old sort of mudger gypsies from Europe improvise on violins that just put senior symphony orchestra members to shame in their level of how they know life through music. It's just like, it's incredible. And it's like
Starseed.
they started dumbing down the quality of the instruments so they couldn't get the power out of the music anymore, because we worked out how to do that as well through the external instruments. So they had to dumb down all the instruments and start making them out of materials that wouldn't give us that edge. But they keep it for themselves to get their people to play instruments for when they want to do rituals and seances and stuff like that. You know, they just use all the best talented people to do it. It's same, just like they get all the best Buddhist monks to drive all the UFOs that are powered by consciousness because they're too fucked up to do it themselves, you know. So they're always having to get someone else that's an expert to do stuff for them. Okay. And so
And there's truth to that. So I'm gonna get Bob to interact with you here, guys. So
sure.
We'll get some thoughts from Bob here. So I'll unmute Bob and I'll let you guys.
My coffee is ready very, very soon. But as soon as it's ready, I can sit here as long as it takes. It's just that time of day.
I'll just get my wife to make me one.
I hear you guys on
Why
that.
not?
This is like, I think I've already downed a pot today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the feeling, mate. Same here.
Pretty early in the morning here too. I guess you guys are a total day ahead.
Yeah, we're 8:45 up here. Where are you, guys?
I'm in Woolloomooloo in Sydney, mate.
Oh, yeah, righto. So you're what, 8:45?
That's correct. Just heading up to 10:30, like that. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm up at down south in Gippsland in Victoria in the coal mining industry area.
Gippsland. And whereabouts in Gippsland?
In Newborough, which is near the old brown coal mining industries of yesteryear almost, but we still got some of the largest brown coal mining power stations in the state, you know, pumping away the dirty bloomin' electricity for the state, as the greenies would like to say. And they're closing down the old stations now, you know, slowly but surely.
Yeah,
but,
I've seen a lot of that. I'm familiar with a lot. I saw a couple of documentaries actually ages ago on the closing down of stuff down that way actually, and just the fact that it's just fucking all the sort of the livelihood of the country by shutting down all the country towns, you know, primary industry trading, and that we can blame the 1975 Lima UN sort of declaration that every government of Australia, whether it be Liberal or Labor, has aligned themselves to since 1975 to literally outsource all of our primary industries here, okay, over the next sort of so many generations, to the point that it's just become now, or a while ago, 90% of our primary industries have been shut down gradually, okay, over 4 or 5 decades. And
it's great to shut your primary industry and your electrical industry down. What are you replacing with? Bloody solar panels and wind farms? I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what they've done. This is the main sort of thing that set this whole thing in motion in reverse, to literally outsource. It's so the elites can have their free trade agreements with the third world countries to basically outsource all services here from over there that they can pay even more cheap slave labour for, okay, to get the same thing going here. And it's just like, it's so criminal what they're doing, the way they sort of use us as slaves, you know, through life to make us run around. And just the fact that they're doing this to people on the land, you know, people that work in these places that, you know, like coal mining at the end of the day, it's something that it does work for our primary industries, but it's something that can eventually be phased out once we work out more consciously viable smarter energetic ways of running things like we did in ancient times, okay, where we could keep most things in the ground, but we still used some things, because what we would do is create everyday household implements that we use, not just for the household everyday things like drinking a cup of coffee. We'd have this cup of coffee in a material that literally that we can use for nature custodian work at the same time while we're just doing a simple thing. The same with our clothes. We'd have clothes made of materials that are connected with the elements of nature. So straight away, the electricity and the magnetism of our bodies connect with those materials that we're wearing. It makes our job easier to do nature custodian work while we're actually doing, you could call us exotic hippies in a way, you know, using their terminology, but we're just using consciously smart ways of looking after nature while living life big, you know, in a good way, in a conscionable way. There's nothing wrong in living life big. I'm not massive hedonistic in the sense of, you know, do whatever you want without any conscionable sense. No, I'm not talking about that at all. It's just like living life to the fullest with passion while basically honouring the magnetism of all life. Because that's, if we honour the magnetism and understand how it works properly, then we can understand all life that comes out from that core properly and adjust it to it. Because most people want to do the right thing.
That's right.
The beautiful thing about human beings, that's the soul that defines us. It has compassion and empathy and goes, well, you know what, at the end of the day, you know, we've all been screwed up by design on purpose. The way back home is easy enough. When everyone gets same access to the same consciousness again, that's the only time we're ever going to get free will, okay? And this is the answer, okay? When we're all soul-centered, when we can all read our own Bible again, you know, the book of magnetism, the book of love, which is the soul, natural law, okay? Then we've all got true free will. Until then, we don't have equal free will, okay? I had to spend my life basically learning life again, remembering stuff like past lives to basically work this stuff out from crumbs. It was a seemingly impossible task to the mind, but I never gave up and I got there. No matter, oh yeah, I've been injured, I've been smashed, I've been whatever the fuck, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. So then you realise that once you break through the pain illusion's only from the fear of the fact you think, oh fuck, if I push my body this far, it'll break. That's this. But down here, it's like, no.
It's your imagination going wild.
Get your groove back, and you just effortlessly.
I've got a bass baritone in my tube here, if you want to know.
Yeah.
Yeah. You talked about all the pipes running through your body. Well, I've got a bass baritone. I used to be in a choir, and my wife tells me I've got to go back in there, but I'm getting a bit old for that.
Well, the thing is, once you get your magnetism back, you'll get your sort of vitality back. Okay. Now I'm 53, but I'm moving better in a more injured body than I was in my 20s. Okay.
I'm 20 years down the track of that, guys.
Well, it doesn't matter.
No, of course not.
Because the thing is that
the eyes are bloody pretty crappy, and I'd hardly be able to read music if I went into a choir now. I'd have to learn it all off memory, which is another not the greatest faculty of mine.
Brother, how long have you been singing though? Like,
what's that?
How long have you been singing during your life? Like your baritone?
Since I was in my late teens, I guess.
I mean, you don't have to think about it anymore. Just fucking do it. That's what the soul's about. It's just like, it knows it. And this is the thing. You probably had the feeling at your age thinking, well, I'm actually just at the age now where I'm actually beginning to sort of comprehend life right and how to live it right. And it's like they're telling us that we die from anywhere from 10 years to sort of 30 years on from here sort of thing. And it's like, you don't have to accept that, is what I'm saying. I say to people, question everything that they've told us about life. Because
that's right. Question everything. Spot on.
Yeah. And when you question everything, and whatever you question, you keep on infinitely questioning it, it'll eventually present itself evidently with clear logic whether it be unseen or seen reality or combined symbiosis of life, well, you will actually comprehend it and see. And as males, what we do is we bring that abstract to the logical. That's our job, okay? That's what we're meant to do. But women, they already are the abstract in, like, they're just straight there. That's their omni sort of present, omni-emotional sort of aspect of the whole sort of how the motion of life works. They're the motion, they're the omni-emotionality. That's the wavatures, you know.
So, Goss, do you do what you do full time, or do you got a regular job? What's going on?
I gave up the matrix to do this.
So you're on a government pension thing, or what?
Yeah, I basically use less than 1% of the birth certificate money that they extort from my body on their stock exchange casino.
I've been down there. Not been there, but I've looked into all that crap.
I use that to basically get my time and energy to myself to decode their whole system of bullshit, the matrix, that's a distraction from real reality. So I can basically not only make myself sovereign, emancipated Governor General of my own soul again, but I can do it also for my brothers and sisters. Because, you know, to me, it's not acceptable, this way of living. They're self-imposing, self-anointing onto the world, where they're actually in a biologically insane, sick condition and not really qualified to be making any decisions of responsibility for broad masses of people, where they themselves are not of any sort of normal capacity, in the sense of they're not equally masculine and feminine centered people to basically be facilitating sort of governance of life for all people, where if people actually had their own ability to read their own Bible again back in that soul language, well, everyone would be self-ruling and governing, and we'd live in clans, and we would respect each other and live in peace and harmony, and everything.
Well, you've heard of the Book of Life, haven't you?
Sorry?
You've heard of the Book of Life?
Yes, indeed, yes.
And I had this very interesting conversation or interview with this American lady about 10 years ago, and she was telling me that she was married to a minister of religion, and that didn't work out, so she went on her own way and whatnot. Yeah. And she had this revelation there one time that she said she realized that she didn't know how to read the Bible properly, and that to read it properly, she realized that every person and personality in the Bible is really you. And if you can relate to the present tense personal pronoun of all the names in the Bible as you, and see it as you, and
yes,
if you read it with that perspective, then it truly is the book of life, and all those experiences are what you are or have in the past, whatever, relived, and it totally changes your whole aspect of that book that, you know, to many people is a huge mystery.
See, just being present, like as she said, you said,
that's right.
If you're present and you're looking at all these characters as you, because they're all interconnected aspects of nature, as you are too. Okay.
That's right.
And if you look at it that perspective, my goodness, you do find truth in the Bible if you look at it in the right consciousness like that.
That's right.
You actually know it by the book of life, by how you live life firsthand, to know the natural law of your soul, of magnetism, so that you can proactively demonstrate, yes, I can do what's in me. I can actually physically, confidently, proactively do it without any doubts what the natural law is of my soul. Now that I can do that, I can improvise it and create even new, more cutting-edge frontier sort of stuff that brings us all forward as a family of one soul, one magnetism.
Yeah.
So it's that simple. It's a win-win situation where we're helping each other.
Michael Feely has some really good research and work on the Bible and how the Bible is interpreted.
How's this? Oh, just the John 1:1. I've got to jump in here. It tells you what God is in the Bible. At John 1:1, at the very first. Not even
That's right. In the beginning.
Yep.
Was the Word, right?
That's it. That's all you need to know. Now, I said
in the beginning was the Word, or the vibration, or the sound, or the
and guess
frequency.
What?
And guess what?
Okay, if you go have a look up in Webster's 1913 dictionary or 1828, okay, one of the meanings of word is actually language as well.
Yeah.
So the word is the language, it's the communication, it's the vibration, it's the sound, okay? It's all of those things, all those interconnected aspects, okay?
The logos.
Now, logos is a Greek word, a confused tongue word. It's an early distortion, okay? Because they didn't distort everything in normal chronological order, okay? I'll go into why another time. But basically speaking, that logos, that word, okay, that language is the communication language of nature that basically source consciousness has to deliver itself as the Mudja language, communication of nature. So nature can connect with itself, all interconnected parts, instantly before sound or light creation can actually occur, okay? In the sense of anything that's manifested physically, you know, that has all realms of reality attached to it. Because physicality is the most important area of life. They say 3D life is just this sort of low vibration. No, it is when it's spiked waves of low vibration. But if it's low vibration that has beautiful curved eastern waves, grandmother waves, that are thick and fat and sumptuous and good, nothing wrong with that in low vibration or high vibration, in the sense that it's just low and high is just literally the whole sort of sound light spectrum, because light itself is sound. It's just inaudible sound to our human ears in the normal sort of range that most people
high frequency.
But it's still frequency and vibration. Like light actually has a sound. Like some of the highest sort of things are like in the pink noise and white noise sort of areas and things like
Then you get the so-called speed of light.
It's an ultra high frequency thing, and they shove it in here. Okay, that's why it's so noisy. That's why it's like a two-stroke lawnmower. That's a film projector engine. Okay, for a pineal, being like a linear projected onto a third eye screen. Okay, which is the Hollywood sort of big movie theater, Disney theater that they've turned our brains into genetically. Okay. Now, once you realise this and you see this, you go, okay, I know how to rewire this and make it sovereign again. So basically, I can feel the whole of my head, okay, without this sort of noise obfuscation in the way. How do I do that? I get the head to focus on here. Be the student. Don't be a tyrant over here. Be a student and just literally do what it tells you. It doesn't tell you, it'll just do. You just got to trust it. And it'll do things and go at speeds that your brain cannot keep up with at times, especially for some really tricky healing, like if you've got serious injuries to deal with. But you sing the blues through it. Now you hear all those inflections in my voice. That's literally the sound of my ribs here and everything sort of rolling over it.
We could start a duet here.
Now, this is the roots of gospel. It comes from my body.
Just bullshitting here. Da, 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 over the sea to sky. Yeah,
so what I'm doing, where I'm getting my tuning from, I'm actually listening to a hum in nature, and I'm moving to that. And we're using the timing of the feel of the music to move through the injuries in our body. And once we do that, it just sort of all just works.
Yeah.
And then you can actually touch your body. You can do it literally using the chi, etheric sort of energy outside your body, connected to it. Because all you got to do is connect your magnetic connectors here, like your endocannabinoid receptors, 5,200, something like that in your body. Okay, you can magnetically connect those points in your hands to the magnetic points there in your body, and you can start moving stuff around from outside your body. Like, you want to talk about 5D, 6D, 7D sort of applications. This is what you're getting into there, but in an omni application, so you don't have to think into separated dimensions. And it's like hillbilly. It's not about how it looks, it's about how it feels.
Yeah.
Okay? Because how it looks to an uninformed, conditioned mind, I look like a madman doing this, okay? But no.
My wife went, my wife went to a show of deaf people, and they were doing a musical show. I don't know. No. A couple of kids were deaf, and they were included in the school's musical show that they have, once a term or once a year or something. And one of the students that my wife was sort of tutoring part-time in class, because he was partly deaf and he couldn't tell what the teacher was saying when she had her back turned to the class. So my wife would sort of tell this deaf kid what the teacher was saying while she had her back turned. And then she went to this school play, a musical, and a couple of the young deaf kids in the class were singing or playing along and singing along with the kids on the floor in the auditorium, And then later on afterwards, my wife goes to one of the kids she was looking after. She said, "How the hell can you hear the music going on? You're bloody deaf, aren't you? How did you manage to stay in tune and sing the right songs at the right time, this and that?" He said, "I could feel the vibration through the floor." And I love that.
That's right.
Isn't that great?
They're magnetized. That's the thing.
Bloody magnificent.
They overcompensate with their other senses to make up the sense that they're lacking. But they actually end up being more.
I love that story.
Person, because
it's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
In an omni way.
You see these deaf kids sort of singing away, and they go, "How the hell did that?" And when you think about it, you go, "Of course, you've heard, you felt vibrations, you heard the vibration of your windows when an aeroplane goes overhead, but you don't sort of think of, this vibration in your bones that vibrate your whole body, and that's what the inner ear is, just the bone that vibrates."
Yes, you feel it in your bones, in the core of your bone. Yeah,
that's right. And some of them saying these deaf kids, they do even better if they take their shoes off, which I can imagine, right? They need to be more barefoot and having sort of
makes it more grounded. Yes.
Yeah. So I love that when my wife, she couldn't believe how these deaf kids were sort of joining in like there was no tomorrow, and they heard it all coming straight into their ear, and she had to ask the question, we feel vibration through our feet.
One of the best musical gigs I've ever played. I once played a gig for the autistic children and adults at the Sunshine. There's a place called Sunshine on the North Shore here in Sydney.
Yeah.
And me and a mate of mine, we had a band years ago. Fuck, this is going back 20 years or something. And we played a gig there one day, like a full gig for all of them. And it was one of the best concerts I've ever played in ever, because they got so into the music.
Yeah.
Like the way they were expressing their bodies, and it was priceless. in the sense of
They became the music, I guess.
they became the music and they shaped the music that we were playing, and they were giving us energy as we were giving them energy. And man, it was so beautiful. It's just like, here's people that can't communicate in this confused tones, brain.
in our distorted blooming.
But yet, when it comes to direct connection to life in the present now, all these so-called retarded people, man, they got it better than your average person.
Yeah.
Okay? And it's such a sad travesty of life that these people are like treated in the way that they're treated in institutionalized life, because they don't fit in to this sort of faux pas sort of matrix sort of reality that really is a distraction from all of life, so they can keep us preoccupied with a life of chasing money and sort of silly things like that in order to survive. So they can insidiously use us as source batteries to power their reality that they want, that they get us to shape by sitting in front of Netflix and cinemas and stuff like that, absorbing ourselves into all of that sort of virtual reality that they want us to put magnetism behind with our source batteries unconsciously. So once you realize that this is a big energy game, it's like, it makes it a lot more easier to discern and find the solutions to cut off their energy so they don't get our precious soul juice anymore. Okay. So that's what I'm doing, is I'm educating people on the methods that I use. Now, some of the methods I use, this is shaman talk, and beyond that too, it's magi talk. Okay, because we taught shamans what to do. Okay, because shamans require initiation by a teacher. Okay, with them being the student, so they can become self-mastered and a teacher themselves. Okay, but a magi from an early age is instructed by other magi and contribute to their line of work of educating all of the tribes. And so that's got to start young, and they're given the attitudinal approach with their elders, guide them to the places inside themselves that allow them to connect with their past lives and their past knowledge straight away, and to give them the attitudinal approach in life to always self-educate yourself, always being the student and the teacher the whole time, symbiotically. And that way you have to be more self-disciplined. You can't lie to yourself, because to get it right, you have to be very self-disciplined to do that. But you know what? It's actually easy and it's more fun, because you're just not bullshitting yourself. You want to know the truth. Your inner child needs to know that truth so it can actually function your creativity in an infinite way that the brain can't actually comprehend, because the brain's not connected to the actual source energy. It's not connected to the sun energy. Your solar plexus is in your stomach, but your brain isn't. And it thinks. And as soon as it thinks, just its mechanistic way of thinking, it actually takes you out of the moment of now. So they've devised a way, taking humanity, to literally put it out of time with nature to suit their agenda to create the world that they want, and get us to use our natural skills that just naturally align with nature just to steal our energy. But once we become conscious of that and governor of that energy, well, they can't direct that energy insidiously from us anymore, because we've gone beneath their rug straight into the source of that energy and going, you fox hunters now that have been sadistically fox hunting us as humans. Okay?
I've got a question for you, guys.
You have just now become the hunters. It's become that simple energetically. Yes, by all means, Bob.
How do you see the outcome, or the down the track sort of ongoing things with this COVID-19 worldwide phenomenon, let's call it?
Well,
I've got an idea myself. I thought a couple of years ago, just before.
Guys, let's not talk about COVID-19 at all, because YouTube has censored me before, and they've given me a strike. So
sorry.
Just clearly stay away from COVID-19 altogether.
Okay.
Because if we say one thing wrong, they'll be like, that's medical misinformation, and this entire stream will be lost, and that'll be quite the shame.
Okay.
So let's
Yeah.
just keep away from that altogether. But I do have
There,
another question.
there are more sort of indirect ways of indicating that situation without actually.
Yeah. We can do that if necessary. There's a good question in the chat, isn't there, on the screen now?
It's maybe you guys both can jump in on this. It says, Gauze, I have electrical issues. I put out street lights, electronics,
Yeah, I know about this.
stopwatches, but soothed by music. My aunt is the same. Do you know about this?
You've got to get magnetized because you've got seriously big fire energy. Okay. And women that have got big fire energy, they're powerhouses. Okay. Now, you've got big electrical energy with your heart energy. It's got to be magnetized. Okay. Because that what you're doing, you got some really powerful energy there, but you need to stabilize it with your magnetism. Okay. And once you do that, well, then you can actually do some really good work for nature in the sense of you have the ability, once you connect that fire and you've got it equalized with your water as well, that's your creation flame energy of fire. That's your dragon fire. Original dragon fire, not a reptoid dragon, fake dragon, but original one. Okay. That's the fire of healing and goodness. Okay. And purity. That's grounded and soul anchored with magnetism. Okay. And once you do that, it's like you'll connect with the music of your soul as well. Okay. It will start to heal yourself as well. And that music that you hear that soothes you is most likely some original sort of songline that's to do with your own essence and what you do in nature that actually soothes you because it actually reminds you of who you are, what you is, before this fiction name game sort of nonsense that doesn't define us what we are. So you need to get magnetized properly. That's all. And once you get magnetized, you can direct that energy and use it for some real good stuff. But to get magnetized, you've got to be conscionable and responsible with that energy. Look, I've got some serious power I could do some serious stuff with. But nature will not support me beyond a certain point. It'll give me a little bit of leeway for difficult situations. Okay, say if I'm in a kill or be killed situation, sure, nature will back me all the way there. But it's like we always find a way of doing no harm to sort out our problems, the conscious, smart ways. But we're getting to a stage in nature at the moment where these guys have just pushed the envelope way too far. And it's like I'm having to use some of that. Nature will back me into forcing them, grabbing their heads, burying their faces, pulling it back out of their ass and straight into their soul and to face their conscience. Okay, because the soul has a conscience. That's what makes us human, with compassion and empathy. And to realise that they have to heal. They must heal. They're biologically ill. Okay, they must heal to get their clear sense of being back and psychological awareness that it's not cool to do what you're doing with this death cult nonsense. Okay, because it's a sickness. It's a terminal biological insanity condition. And you can't use psychiatry anymore to be the gatekeeper for this. Okay? No. We can use psychology and psychotherapy to help with the remedies, okay, once that's grounded with magnetism as well. Because you can use psychology to back engineer all their low rent consciousness and reverse child psychology. That's all applicable. But, we've got to get rid of all of this nonsense. And for the psychiatrists that do, the more talented ones that can read energy with their gut, when they're reading someone instead of this basic phrenology stuff that they deliberately outlawed, so psychiatry could actually use it exclusively in its programming for all the pharmaceutical checklists that they get the psychiatrist to check people out. Oh, yeah, he's got this look on him there, that look there. Yeah, that means in the manual here, okay, we've got to give him this drug, we've got to give him this drug. And then chief sorcerers, not that they know, because everyone's on a decompartmentalised level. Most sort of psychiatrists don't know this. But basically speaking, it's like you don't know how to read energy. You don't know how to read someone properly. You're only reading their mental responses, okay? Reactive responses to certain questions, certain things that really don't tell you all of a person. And nor does it tell you that that person is chemically imbalanced. That's just your opinion as a psychiatrist on your phrenology basic checklist that you're given certain pharmaceutical sort of antipsychotics and depressants and things like that to people that allow these sorcerers to alchemically stuff with people and turn them into portals themselves to do a whole lot of nasty stuff, to use them as batteries through an alchemical process of sorcery linked with 5G technology and all the rest of it, okay? So that's what's going on. This is what's got to end. I'm outlining it very clearly. We've got to start using cold energy that's magnetized and grounded through the 5G systems and stuff, and I'm working on that already. That's why I'm going to the bottom line of magnetism. We're working up through stuff so we can turn that into healing energy. Do you realize that they could be using the 5G system with cold energy that's properly grounded, magnetized, okay, to send healing energy as the power through the 5G network, the 4G network, to do everything through it? But no, they want to use it insidiously to stuff people up even more and operate them remotely through all the downloaded sort of operating systems in them now as they're transhumanizing them from within and experimenting on it, because as we know, they don't actually classify as, well, you know, it's genetic editing, isn't it? Experimental, as they call it, and that's exactly what it is. So that's what's really going on. And so there's no need to even mention that other name, because that's really what's going on in their plan. And they've got many different ways to slice a cat in that sort of sense, you know, as they farm us sea cattle, because we originally come from the sea. But now we're on land, they call us cattle, because that's one of our soul totems, okay? They're taking the piss out of us the whole way in occult, hidden ways that people don't realise. And once people, they'll get so angry and go, how can we let these, like, just little snotty children rule us like this and treat us like the actual scum of the earth, when they're actually acting unconsciously as vexatious litigants of unconscionable conduct, scum of the earth themselves. It's just so crazy what's going on. So we know the science now. We know the natural science. We just keep questioning things until they become clear and evident and logical. And so if enough of us get behind us, we support that magnetism in us and we never give up, we're going to get over the line. We're going to fix this all up. We have the ability to heal everything.
You know, speaking of these towers and 5Gs and whatnot, years ago, electromagnetic radiation from overhead electrical power lines were, you know, the big no-no for a lot of people. People need to realise, you know, when they put the no, we don't want smart meters, no, we don't want 5G, no, we don't want electromagnetic radiation. It only affects a very, very, very small part of the population. And these are the people who are super sensitive to this type of radiation.
Exactly.
Right?
We can read it. We already naturally feel the energy and we go, hold it. It's like me here. When the sort of like initially in this area in Woolloomooloo, there was a really weak sort of 3G signal, okay, when we were back on 3G, okay? And I had to go to internet cafes to get internet connection, stuff like that. So it suited me fine, actually, too, you know. But the thing is that what they've done is just like they've set everything up in a very nefarious way to be self-destructive, when they could have set it all up to be actually harmonious. If you've got to use this sort of technology, you can use energy that's grounded. Even the Tesla 369 stuff is the use of dirty energy unless you ground it, okay? You've got to add 1 to make the 10, and then the 10 out of binary, okay? Which if you use the 1 and the 0 by itself, okay, just in any sort of math equation without any sort of frequency going through it, it's inorganic. So you've got to basically put the line inside the egg, make it a centering symbol or a dandelion pollen ball. You could actually code computers with dandelion pollen ball symbols, and we'd have omni computers, far better than these crap computers we've got at the moment in binary code. It's that simple. It's like, it's how we consciously look at life. And if we're going to create technology, okay, do it properly. It's all modelled off us anyway. But the problem is, when this technology the control of it gets into the hands of people that are unconscionable, that then make AI with their same low-rent consciousness to stuff up the world. Well, I'm busy convincing the consciousness of the AI because I've back engineered a lot of it through the voice-to-skull technology they've tried to terrorize me on. But all they've done is give me more practice in personality profiling and psychological back engineering and evaluation of all their low-rent consciousness algorithms. It's all the same low-rent consciousness, just many different algorithms of it that just program to basically go against all your natural feelings and thoughts of doing things and to recalcitrate against them. Like, that's how paranoid and insecure they get with someone like me, when all they can do to stop me is to make me doubt myself. Okay? That's all they can do. Pepper me with constant, serious sort of negative feedback, insanity loop stuff at me all the time in many different ways. But I take that crappy situation and I turn it into a good one and say, thank you for the extra training. Yeah, you've injured me a bit, but guess what? It made me that much stronger. That, it's just like you've actually allowed me to develop some skills in this life that I've never developed in any other past life that I can smash you with now in ways that I never did in my past life, and I'm still catching up with my past life knowledge as it is, okay? Because that's always a work in progress. Just because I'm self-mastered on the top level, I'm only just at first grade, up past kindergarten at that now, and I've still got more to go. But I'm at a competent level enough to be able to do what I'm doing. Probably the first one to admit I've got much more to go, and I won't sit back on mediocrity. I'll be always looking for more ways to achieve more, putting out less. But at the same time, I'm just trying to share this with everyone else to give them the inspiration and the confidence to go, yes, I can do this too. Just got to put time in the office doing it. At first, slow. It's like anything. Take your time with the foundation stuff. Because once you get it, then you're good to go. You'll race. It's exponential. Then you'll show yourself your own stuff again. You'll be the student and the teacher learning how to read your all-knowing soul again. And you'll develop a communication between us. It's like, man, you'll never be bored. You'll always be fascinated with life and its processes, even as you're basically decoding and getting through all this rubbish and sort of garbage that we've been put through, which you're actually finding out the real secrets of life and how life actually interconnects with it. Because to know all life, you've got to see into how all life interconnects. In order to see, you've got to feel to see first. That's how it really works. That's how this body and this consciousness was originally perfectly designed. It's a feel-based thing. It's not a virtual vision-based thing. The vision comes last. It's the most easily hackable sense, unfortunately, by the way that they've genetically manipulated our circuitry in our head. Okay, with this Hollywood sort of Disney movie studio sort of deception away from real life. It has enough sort of organic pivots of real life in there to hold that sort of inorganic circus tent sort of layer that's basically suffocating all life, okay? And there's enough of that organic thing in there to let you know, okay, there's some truth in here, but they're not giving you enough information to be able to overthrow them through all the school and the university sort of indoctrinations. So that's why you've got to self-educate yourself. I could have gone to university. Look, I do have one university degree. It's a Bachelor of Arts in Contemporary Music. But
what is it?
Sorry?
What's your degree or your university degree?
Arts in Contemporary Music, okay? And I did it.
Was it? What?
A Bachelor of Arts in Contemporary Music.
Good on you.
Okay. Now, after I did that, I took a different approach to the approach I was forced to do school and all that sort of stuff, okay? I basically only learnt at university all the things that were relevant towards my own self-education in future with music and everything else associated with that. And anything else I came across in university, it was just polyfill and just rubbish. I turned up to the first and the last lecture of those classes, and would just get a basic pass and piss everyone off, okay? Because I'm going, well, sorry, I'm not here to learn this rubbish that I've already learned, that I know it better anyway. I'm here to learn the real stuff that's going to make me a valid professional musician, all the way to being a sound engineer and a producer, okay? And to know energy, you know, and to really know stuff properly. And it's like, and that's all I did focus on. And there were some good things in university. It was more to do with, I had a couple of brilliant teachers. I had one guitar teacher that basically taught me how to consciously think properly, you know, about music. He was brilliant. His name was Jim Kelly.
To consciously what? Think.
His name was Jim Kelly. And he was like a master sort of guitar teacher, in the sense of, like, the way he taught me guitar, I'd already self-taught myself to a reasonable level before I got to him. I've been doing composition with him. But then once I got to him, he just told me bang, 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 foundation basics. And he went, yeah, you got that happening. Yeah, that's good, blah, 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 blah. But if you continue on like that, sorry, your left and right hand are out of coordination, like this and this and this. And so he just stripped me right down and just went, this is what you got to fucking work on.
You know, when you look at our whole education system and everything.
My bottom line here was I had to realise I had to piss off all my dysfunctional bullshit out of my personality in order to play music properly and groove properly, and to get coordination on the instrument. So I did exactly that, okay? And wow, that was a real sort of turning point. And then I read this book called The Inner Game of Tennis. It gives you the inner game approach to learning anything. Once you learn anything well in life, you can take that approach to some other aspect of life and do the same thing again, and then refine your self-education process even better. And then when you learn the next aspect of life, you do it much quicker and better. And you keep on going until you learn all aspects of life, because all aspects of life is in language and linguistics. And you need to understand linguistics, okay, to then connect with the energy that you feel through, and also the music that ties all the linguistic and the energy all together, that makes causal sense of everything, because all life is music in that sense. Once you discern and delineate all of those factors that are not decompartmentalized but are all interconnected.
Like you said earlier, sound and or light
yeah,
is in fact the language of light.
Yes, but the thing is that they call it light, okay? But it's very
yeah. You got light, and you got the speed of light, and you've got polarized light. They're totally different entities altogether. They're billions of light years apart in many ways, and people say, oh, the speed of light is this. Yeah, no, yes and no.
Light is something, though, they can manipulate through vision, okay, just by calling everything light. No, not everything is light. Light is an aspect of sound, okay, and sound is an aspect of source consciousness, the energy, okay, the conscious fluid intelligence of that communication system of the Mudja language. See, it says in the beginning is the word. What was the word of the Bible? Aramaic. What's Aramaic? A Babylonian dialect of Mudja language. Mudja language is the communication system of nature, so it can actually communicate with itself instantly before any sound or light creation can actually occur. So actually God really is the Mudja language. What is the Mudja language? It's music. It's not just a language. It's actually music. It is a language in the sense of a linguistic language in its structure. But within that structure is a whole musical structure as well, a chordal structure that they've taken out. So what we've got to do is associate all that. We've got to put the music back into the language. We're not meant to be talking in monotonal language. Okay, there's some languages that are a little bit more melodic and rhythmic, like Portuguese and Spanish, but we need all of those aspects of all of these languages to bring back into the original language again to make it whole. Okay, so we can all communicate properly with each other, no matter whether it's on an unseen felt level, soul to soul, all the way to spoken and brain, every level. If we magnetize every level of communication, it's all going to be good to use. That's what I'm saying. Because then we can take ourselves from what we are now and how we speak, we can take ourselves all the way back to how we originally existently be. Okay, and we can take ourselves through all the stages back through.
Omar's asking the question, or Omar's posing the the statement that we need to operate at the speed of consciousness. What's the speed of consciousness to you,
It's faster than sound. It's faster than light. It's instant. Okay, it's instant.
That's what I wanted to hear. It's bloody so fast. It's instant, right? People don't get that. Instant is the fastest you can get. It's immediate.
When you have a gut instinct, it's instant, right?
It's instant. That's right. That's as fast as the speed of light is, or the true light is not 186,000 miles per second. It's bloody instant, and it's not visible. And it's not visible. It's not visible, right? True light is not visible. You could say it's black.
All life in the here and now through the elements. Yeah, you do have that instant communication, and that's why I can be an annoying bastard in this state to people. Because I'm relentless. You know, I don't stop. Why?
It's like quantum entanglement. That's the speed of consciousness, where it's
everything's instantly connected. You know,
doesn't matter the distance between the two. They'll still respond at the same time.
Well, that's the thing about being self-mastered. You're self-mastering the mind to basically behave itself and actually understand the all-knowing soul, because it's got all the answers. That's the true Bible right here. That's the Holy Grail. That's the Ark of the Covenant. It's the actual bell, you know. They made the Nazi bell project. It's modelled off the belly, in particular like a female belly, because it's better than a male belly for doing this sort of work.
Got a gooder question here for you guys. It's
a good one.
Sandra Coppola.
Yep.
She asks, people do not listen anymore.
That's right.
So how can we get them back to listening?
Bloody good question.
Respect the moment, and the moment will respect you. Respect the groove,
beautiful.
Harmonic rhythm of life, of nature. Actually listen to it. Don't cut in on it, you know. Don't cut the groove. Don't clip the one, you know. Everybody on the one, like George Clinton would say in the Funkadelic. Right on the back of the one, though. So there's so much space in front of that one. It's like there's room to move, to diminution. You can actually see when you've got a good groove, it's sort of like really back. You can actually slice through the diminutions. You can go much faster in double time through that half time, because you've got it nice, relaxed and languid. It's almost falling off the back of the beat consistently, but it's not. It's just giving so much room and space for all the vast aspects of nature to have their separation and part that's interconnected into nature, so everything can be heard and felt and recognised, like the faintest sort of felt, unseen sort of hum, you know, like a nesh. That's what a nesh is. It's a faint hum, like as in Loch Ness. What that means, it's a hybrid word saying it's an open cavity. It's a deep open cavity that comes up. It's a big faint hum that comes up from an open cavity. That's what a nesh is, okay? And we got to listen out for that nesh, okay, in nature, that faint hum, which it does grow. The more you magnetise and get inside it, oh, man, you hear the whole choir of nature singing, even during the middle of the night. Because you can connect to the sun portals during the day, the night, doesn't matter when. Especially
I really resonated with the answer that you just gave about cutting. You know, people aren't listening, in my opinion, is that, when they close their eyes, the identities that they've taken upon themselves generate a life of their own, thought pattern of their own. So when we get trapped within that intellect container, it kind of works like a knife, because one, it contains us within that train of thought, but we're trapped in that train of thought. So when we don't take on identities and separate ourselves, then we can begin to listen.
Yeah. So you got to not just listen with your ears, you got to listen with your other senses as well.
Yeah, that's probably the more important part. The listening is not so much the hearing or the earing, it's to show people by your example what you're about, and then that way they will take notice, which is a deeper way of saying they'll start to listen or observe your message by your example, not so much as what you're spouting with your mouth and your
don't use your
noise and hearing. It's much more an example and a almost invisible aura that you want to spread for people to take notice.
Is an unseen reality, okay? How do we know it? Because we see it with our ears, okay? That's knowing how to listen, to consciously listen. If you don't consciously listen to the sound here, your hearing will become the fourth sense in line, okay? After soul feel and smell, taste, basic hearing, and then sight. That's how it works, okay? Now,
you need to listen to the energy that's behind the words instead of just the words, because we do speak in the energetic language. It's just that we've forgotten on how to interpret and feel and recognize that language when it's being
because you already
spoken.
know
So,
it.
yeah. So when we center ourselves, we can go into that.
It's not just primal and sort of banal, as they suggest. They want it to be primal and banal because they're in control of the dark energy, because they've conned everyone into thinking that nighttime energy or underground energy is like evil energy. It's not, okay? It's only that way if you misuse it, okay? Now, if you can't see in the dark like an owl, okay, how are you going to work out and identify a root rot problem, okay? If you don't look after the root rot, the whole tree dies. And if everyone's too scared to go looking in the dark because all the Satanists basically say everything that's dark is evil, well, we've got a real problem there. You need to be able to look into the shade, into the shadow, and go, hold it. It's just nighttime light, okay? You know what? I've walked around streets. I've been homeless. I've been everything in my life. I've lived in my car. I've lived life at the most upside down hours. But you know what? I like it during that time because it's so peaceful. Everyone's in bed. There's less sort of crap going on. I can actually focus much deeper and get into life more, okay, with the present feel during those times. And that's why the sorcerers like it too, okay? But they're doing nasty stuff, okay? I'm not doing nasty stuff. I'm just looking after the whole sound light spectrum for what it is, and doing what's required from situation to situation, whether it's daylight or nighttime light, okay, for what's required according to nature to remedy consciously the solution for this situation. It's going to be slightly different from one day to the next, from one night to the next, even though it might be a similar sort of dynamic and semantic that you're sorting out the problem. But each moment, it's always going to be slightly different, that situation. So you've got to be able to improvise and slightly fine-tune the situation and the magnetism to deal with that situation. Once you fine-tune the magnetism, bang, you get it all in alignment, you find the solution. Sort of, no doubts, straight to it, instantly. That's it. No fear, no trepidation, intimidation. You just do it present now, and it's fine. So that's what happens when we can I just want to inspire people, because once you know the details of what I've been through in all the sadistic sort of trauma and torture that I've been put through in my life, most people wouldn't be able to stomach it. But the thing is that if I can get through it, okay, and get through enough of it to basically be in the position I be in now and go, well, okay, we can now be the governors of our own souls again, and as equal co-creators in nature, and just get on with it. And let's take this all back energetically and do what needs to be done to heal it all, because we love doing it. Why? Because we love magnetism, you know, we be magnetism. And this is what we do, and we love doing it when we're doing it. And you won't know until you give it a go and try it out again. That's the thing. Until you do that, who are you to be an armchair critic and just sort of third party analyze the situation, thinking about it, when you got to be it to actually know it, to have any idea. So don't knock it until you actually give it a go. Because if you give it a go, you'll never know. Or if you don't give it a go, you'll never know. So all I give to people is technical instruction so you can actually existentially experience it firsthand for yourself. Then the rest is up to you. Okay.
Have you had your walk in nature or outside yet today, as that little caption on the screen said about a second ago?
Well, I've got I'm already connected to nature, sitting right here with all the elements.
Come on, you need sunshine, guys. Don't blooming lock yourself away from that. I know you've got a bit of reflected light there on your desk, or whatever it is.
Well, that's sunshine coming through my window at the moment. Okay.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And I do go out into nature. I do actually a lot of stuff out there, especially out in my backyard. Okay. I'm not at liberty to say everything that I do out there at the moment because I just need to.
No, we won't go there.
The naysayers and the idiots that want to prove me to be a crazy, sort of insane person, where the actual opposite would be true of anyone saying that of me. And basically speaking, I do go out into nature. I go for a walk up to the other side of King's Cross, where there's actually a pond, and they actually have all these big Japanese koi carp.
Yeah.
That are beautiful, that my father used to have in a swimming pool. He used to watch all the time because he was very abstract and visual. He was an artist all his life. And he used to watch that because he used to soothe him. He used to get much comfort and soothing just from connecting with the fish and watching them in all their different colours and unique sort of forms. And I found a pond years ago up there, and I go up there and I connect with them, and they come up to me and nibble my fingers and clean things up a bit, and I connect with them, I communicate with them, and I do that all the time every morning with the birds early in the morning. It's like before, when I was doing some of the ceremony work here, I was actually having some brief conversations with some of the birds because they were communicating with me. And also, when I was putting some of the intentions, those birds are carrying that information to nature to basically enact stuff to happen. There's a whole communication process going on, not just between us humans when we're doing human stuff, but they're getting involved too, because that's what being connected to the elements is all about. So it's like I can connect. Look, if I have to bunker down, just like a Yeti, okay, in the guerrilla warfare sense, I have to bunker down into an area where no one can get to me physically. I can do that for a long time, more than your average person, because I know how to magnetize myself properly in any situation, whether I'm in nighttime or daytime, because I know how to connect with the sun portal to get the energy from there through my solar plexus. Okay, I know how to charge myself up with every breath that I take, whether I'm out in nature or not, or in a shithole being an urban shaman here. Now, it was good training for me to do it as an urban shaman, because when I do go out in the bush, oh my goodness, what I can do out there when I'm in bare feet and doing all the things in nature, you know, in the proper, exact ways. Okay. Well, I did that as a challenge, because if I can do it here, I can do it anywhere. That was my challenge, to turn the toxic situation energetically this house was in when I first moved into it. It was incredibly toxic, the energy here, this whole area. Okay. But if I can turn a really toxic situation here into a good one and doing the good work, nature custodian work from here, and be able to successfully do it from, or when I'm actually in nature doing it, when I find good spots, I do not have words to describe the potential of what I can do. It's more magnified than what I do it here. And I do it here at a competent level as it is. So I'm just saying this to people to give them inspiration that you can make a good situation out of any bad situation if you don't give up and wait for that moment where your soul recognizes and goes to your brain, hey, look at this right now. Focus on it, work it out, work it out, work it out, work it out, work it out. There's your solution. There's your 1 in a million chance that just came along right now and you're ready to do it. Just do it. No doubt. Done. Because even when I do stuff and I'm demonstrating stuff, like right then, I chose something. I didn't waste a drop out of what I just did. I didn't only just demonstrate it, but I put that caudal movement towards something through nature right then. So I'm always looking at very omni ways of doing what I do and making sure that none of it goes to waste. That's how serious I am about my life and what I do. But to the point, I have an outrageous sense of humour and I party as well. But at this particular end joke world order, end game sort of stuff, well, it's a pretty serious time in the world. But we still got to have fun doing what we're doing. And I do have a lot of fun doing what I'm doing when I get so in the zone that eventually I'm going to be good enough to be able to do a full ceremony on video. And just like being on a concert stage, not even be aware of the fact that people are there watching you. You're so deep in the centre, just being the music, that you put that first and foremost before anything. And once I can get that to the level of how I do this, when I'm sort of semi-naked, doing real healing work on myself as I connect to nature, and people can actually witness it for themselves. Well, that'll be great. And I'm working towards that at the moment, because to get that full, complete 100% soul sort of trust when you're in a full group situation, well, it's easier when you're in a ceremony with people, but doing it sort of across a sort of a virtual platform like this, well, you have to warm up to it. You have to warm up because quite often, first 2 hours in a ceremony, I'm playing music internally, deliberately, so that music goes out in the deepest levels of magnetism out there through my body, okay? And all that's getting directed inwards to go outwards, okay? So before I vocalize it out, I want a nice, strong magnetic bass in here. And then after I do it all silently, I'll start doing it humming. And then after that, I'll start opening my mouth and vocalizing it more, okay? It's a gradual build-up. And you keep building this up exponentially. And then when you're ready to let rip after you've been doing it for hours, it's just effortless. You're literally having so much fun. It's just, and they hate it because they think that you're just they go, you're a fluke artist. Well, you don't know how to read nature. So you're always jumping in and taking things out of context without looking at the whole picture. And you're being an idiot by doing that, by poking me in the ribs while I'm trying to conduct the orchestra of nature. So fuck off, you little shit. So that's my attitude. It's like, here I am cleaning up your mess, and all you're doing is poking me in the ribs to stop me doing it. So all of life will turn into fudge sludge. No thanks to you. Is that what you really want? To repeat history like that, and to keep things as you've traditionally known them wrong to be, because it's just monkey see, monkey do until someone questions it and goes, hold it. Why does everyone do this? Well, they call it a genetic trait in our family. No, it's not necessarily genetic, because with an epigenetic conscious approach, you do not have to be victim to your genetics at all, your material genetics. You go straight to your soul and you go, I'm healing all of this. I don't have to be any of this.
So we've had
what my smell is, what my taste, what my feel is, what I know myself to be in my original sort of aspect of nature, that we all have a songline of. We all have a personal aspect. And everyone I come across, once I feel their energy enough, like you yourself. That's the feeling I get from you there, Bob.
Thanks a lot.
That's to do with you originally. That's for you to discern.
Yeah. It's okay. Sort of felt familiar a little bit.
Yeah, well, in another moment I'll do it again. I'll express it differently for how I express it in that moment. That's got to be read into it as well. See, there's so much sort of sort of goanna looking at it at all sides, sort of instant conscious sort of available ways of looking at things, that the whole sort of meaning of something is really quite, well, it gets beyond words in this language. Yeah, you literally start feeling that vast depth.
So we've had the year 2000 talking about changes and energy paradigm shifts and so forth. We had the year 2000 come and went. We had the year 2012 come and gone. We've had March 2020 still ongoing, if you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Respecting Omar's comment before.
Yeah.
You know, for years, my buddies and I would sit once a week at a coffee place up the street and we'd talk about what would it really take to bloody wake up, to finally wake up the whole world to realise that we're all been asleep for years and years and years. And, you know, we go through the theories or the ideas that maybe a bloody meteorite strike, maybe an alien invasion, maybe a bloody super, you know, world flood.
All that sort of stuff. Like they've literally created enough fiction that they've made all that stuff real, but how that all came about is through toxicity and then weaponizing their pain and all of that toxicity and all their sort of reptoid rubbish dumpsters. So yeah, that's all valid as well. But the way
and then this bloody thing comes along, right, last year, and we're saying, well, we still could meet and have a cup of coffee, you know, before that was taken away, if you like. Yeah. We said, this is it. This is it. This will surely wake up the bloody people. And guess what happened? It actually split the world even further apart into yes,
yeah.
Absolutely no.
People,
you know,
are under a hypnotic spell of Kabbalah. Okay, they're using Kabbalah and technology to literally use mind control on people to keep them in that polarized state. You know?
It's polarizes even more, right?
Yeah. And people of us that are smart enough to see through the programming of how the trauma-based mind control works through that medium. Well, that just makes us more consciously intelligent while the rest of the world's getting dumber. So, yeah, that does polarize us further away while they're getting dumber and under the ocean. We're working out to free ourselves from all this mess.
And what you're likely to see, if people think this was, you know, this was a awakening process, it's actually a continuing splitting situation where you'll end up that, you know, I don't see it changing that much in terms of the rules that they've now imposed on so many activities that the powers that be actually like this, and they're going to keep those sort of rules and you know, controls. And I think we're going to end up having a world where you can go into a shop that says, no, you can come in there, do what you like, and there'll be those shops where you got to have the, you know, upholstery, what's the name. So we'll end up with what's been, you know, a few movies have been written about and years where you're just going to have the yes and the no's even further apart than before. And I thought it would actually bring us closer together, but now I'm feeling it's even separating us to more polarized blooming humanity.
It's the railroad effect.
We all got to connect.
Hang on a sec, guys. Omar wants to say something.
It's the railroad effect is what I call it. Is what's happening with this paradigm shift is that people that are vibrating at a particular vibration, particular frequency, are on one railroad track, and the ones that are vibrating at a denser vibration are on this railroad track.
So like a parallel track.
They're just going to.
Well, it's not so much a denser one. I'd look at it in this way. You're either vibrating with source frequency, okay, or you're vibrating with sharp spike Kabbalah waves, okay? Just look at some sound data, of any sound data, raw sound data that you use for audio engineering, like for editing your film work and your documentaries. Have a look at the raw sound files and study it, the vision of it, And if you see them spiked angles of sharp thing, whether it's a low vibration or a high vibration, it's shit vibration. Okay? And you see those beautiful, round, fat sort of tones, that's source stuff. Okay? That's more of the right stuff. Okay? And you see the more discerning in a fine way that you can read those waves visually, cymatically, and connect them with your magnetism, that visual is actually giving me an indication of actually what's happening in the magnetism and the electrical charge, and how that's combining or not combining properly to give it a dirty electricity when it's not properly magnetized. It's like then you can actually discern, okay, this is what we've got to fix up to tune the magnetism so the electricity works properly. Okay, this is the simplest way of adjusting things to go, okay, so how do we basically make sure, okay, of all the ones that are lost in the crowd that are getting more polarized towards being on the wrong side of history and they're being under mind control. What I'm doing is sending a big consciousness wave right from the bottom end, the bottom line, roots of reality, magnetism that seeps up as an organic virus that heals through the actual virus itself. That's what I've done. I've made this 0.1%, okay, the lesser, okay, than the greater 99%. But when the lesser becomes the greater energetically in the magnetic bottom line, okay, then we can send the consciousness wave through to heal absolutely everything. And it happens in a gradual exponential way. The more people that hop on board and do this, the faster that it happens and more effortlessly happens. Now, if I have to end up doing most of it myself, just with a few others that are ready to do it, so be it. It'll still get done, because I'll not stop until this is done, because that's how much I care. That is how much I care. That's how much I be of magnetism that I love. I actually do have compassion and empathy for all the dickheads out there that don't know that they're dickheads, and because their souls are really important, because once they actually get to meet themselves at that right soul level, they'll have a better time with themselves, and not give themselves so much a hard time being a tyrant up here, because that's what you're doing. The herder always ends up becoming the most hurt at the end of the day. So the more that you do harm and hurt yourself up here by being a tyrant up here, you're hurting your heart, you're hurting your electricity, and you're hurting your soul.
Yep.
If you hurt another, it's like, as Max Egan says in Lakesh, you are me, I'm you. It's like you hurt someone else, you're hurting yourself more by hurting them.
A lot of people say, what can I personally do to change all this bloody mess, right?
Become magnetic.
Well, people say I'm such a small fry, I've got no power. You've got all the power in the world.
That's what you think in your brain. That's the insecurity of the brain. But when you're down here, you're the whole ocean of water, okay? You know that you as a drop, you're connected to all ocean, all water.
Everything.
And you just connect magnetically to that. And you just go, if you need to, 1-inch punch, let's get the whole force of the whole ocean of everything before I ever move that 1 inch. And then once I've got that, the whole force of the ocean behind me, bang.
That's where the problem lies, is that people think with this,
if it comes down
then they do with this, right? So we need to bring awareness to the idea to people that they need to stop thinking with this and think with this.
Because if you think with this, right, you won't think it's possible, because this is not wired up to basically source to know that it's possible. That's the whole thing. The only way you're going to wire this up to magnetize it is from here. You've got to consciously operate it and ignite it yourself from here. Turn the key from here. Turn the power button on here, okay? And that's your consciousness. That's how this body was designed, for your consciousness to do it. It's unfortunate that this language of feel, we knew it fluently, consciously, fluently, just like that,
maybe
instantly, without having to think.
What we need is, remember, guys, a few years back, there was all kinds of humming and sounded like horns going off up in the sky. I remember hearing it in my city. maybe that was an attempt by the by the good guys to try to change the vibrational frequency of this planet. Like I was saying earlier in the comments, somebody blow the bloody Gabriel's horn to
Yeah.
change the frequency to snap people out of this MK Ultra mind space that they're occupying, and maybe that's what we do need, is somebody, an outside force, to come
Well, the
in
elite actually
and
have all the
transmit some
marine
sort of a frequency
stuff.
that's so high that it disrupts the frequency that they're using in order to control us. You know what I
Well,
mean?
that's the way you
Uh,
do it. This is how you do it. By literally hitting these subharmonics that they can't do. Okay? All of their sorcerers cannot do this, what I'm doing, these subharmonics, and this overrides it all in magnetism. Because these subharmonics are pure magnetic, no electrical charge in it at all. Okay? It only gets shaped by electrical charge if I put my heart into it. Okay? Now, I put a little bit of shape into it, but I don't let the heart be the tyrant as well and have to over specialize and modify things and decorate things. No. I don't use the heart to do that. I do that to make the flow of the magnetism actually shape properly and just work. Okay? So it's the magnetism of that low sub that overrides all of their rubbish frequencies. Okay? Because that's the thing about the bass. It can override every other frequency above it if it needs to. So to get all their dissonant, sharp spike wave frequencies, if I'm giving it a big now that's a whole orchestral note by itself. Okay. Now, none of their spike frequencies can survive without blasting through it all. I've actually grounded all their frequencies and made them source frequencies again. So they're frequencies of healing and not frequencies of harm anymore. That's the smart way of disarming a psychopath with a weapon. Not only the best way to make someone not strike you, to kill you, is to consciously make them think, because they can't think and actually punch at the same time. But energetically, this is how we do it, okay? This is how we do it, by learning the right tones in ourselves, in our smell and our frequency and stuff, whether it's through art, whether it's through music, whether it's through many other different artistic sort of ways of doing things, whether it be through fabrics, weaving, cleaning nature, knowing the element. It's all important stuff. And everyone's got a unique ability that they can use, that they can go, this is how I can get inside nature. This is how I can get directly to the magnetism, and then I can work out everything else after that. But I need to find my direct route straight away. It's like why I do all my healing. I do it through the solar plexus. Why? Because I'm directly connected with the sun energy from below and above when I do it. If I want everything to go to every aspect of the body, I do it through the appendix of the solar plexus, of the whole stomach area, okay? Because the appendix is connected to everything. Why? Because it keeps a record of everything. It's the real Akashic records. Not up here. That's a fake Akashic records, the astral up here. So when they tell us the appendix is just some meaningless sort of organ, where it's actually the most important one in our body for resetting and resetting fauna. Okay. And not only that, it's connected to everything. It has to be. It's keeping records of everything so we can have that instantaneous communication.
It is. The Akashic Records is the 0 point state, is the zero dimension, which is the template for all dimensions. The 0 point state is a field of information. It is nothing, because everything is manifested from nothing. Nothing is what really is the real thing. It's the 0 point state that we need to put ourselves into.
That's a real reality, nothingness.
Well,
that's right. When there's nothing, everything is manifested from
it is actually,
nothing.
It is actually a thing, because the thing is that you feel it to be real, that conscious fluid intelligence. Okay.
Oh, that's a body sensing thing. That's right.
See, they treat it They give us the language to call it nothing because they want us to believe that we come from nothing and go back to nothing. That's not true. Just because we die in this body because they've forced us to die a physical death through this Illuminati death program. But once you
Consciousness in itself.
don't die into it. Once you're pure magnetism, you don't die because we were born to be alive and to not die. And they worked out a way for us to basically be cut down short, okay? Live 80, 100-year life at the most these days, where basically you're just ready to start life at that stage. And then recycle you back through the astral purgatory of heaven and hell, which is wrong, okay, where they just reprogram you to come back and do their bidding for them in the physical in the next life, and you don't even know who you are anymore. They keep you going through this insanity loop of that. Where a firstborn goes straight back to source, avoids that fake light trap in the astral when you die, okay? You just go straight back to source, go into one of the suns, and then you choose when you want to come back and how you want to come back through nature, okay? To come and basically heal and do all the mess again, okay? Now, with me, they've soul squeezed me from so many bodies because I just don't die, generally speaking. And I don't take their shit in any of my past lives. They've injured me so badly, you know, that would have killed any normal sort of person because I've been so magnetized by that stage. But because I don't show any fear, I'm not a tasty meal. I'm not a tasty meal at all, because if they eat me with a clean terrain, I'm not tasty at all. It's going to heal them. But if I'm full of fear, I'm a very tasty meal. Okay?
Yeah.
Mosquitoes don't bite you.
Fear is their energy source, they say.
Yeah, like mosquitoes don't come and bite me when I'm this clean.
Not at me.
And I let them bite me. I sit on them and I go, yeah, you have a good chunk of that because that's going to heal you. And I want you to heal. I want you to go back to your original non-hybrid state before you're hybrid, because I have empathy for the bug that you were before you were turned into a mosquito to be a parasite, okay? Because that's what they did. Because nature never had any predatory animals before, okay, like originally. So this is the thing, they've demonized nature as well, to be afraid of those primal instinct parts of us when nature is basically out of whack too, you know, when they've hybrided nature. So this is what they've done. This is the level of mess that they've created, because you can't just go be a genetic butcher and just decide to mix anything from any part of nature that's not compatible with itself. No. We can merge into anything we need to be through different aspects of nature that we learn. Once we learn one aspect of nature, we go into another one. What do? We acclimatise our bodies magnetically to the new aspect of nature to work in that area of nature, in that environment and that consciousness required for that area of nature. So it's like we can do it all ourselves because we've got all the information to do it right here. Now, we're at baby steps now in kindergarten of getting back to our original way of being, so give it some patience. There's no hurry. I know it's a desperate time in the world, but there's some people ready for this information. That's why the people listening here are listening, because you know how to connect dots already. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here listening, okay? So all I'm doing is giving you the dots that you need to connect your own information, to ground it all, and away you go. You'll be teaching me things once you ground, magnetize. You'll be reminding me of stuff, and I'll listen. So I'm wrong about anything, or someone's got a deeper sort of sense of knowing than something that I haven't fully remembered or looked at yet, for instance, I'll listen. And I'll say, thank you very much. I want you around me. And I want you basically grilling me and scrutinising me all the time so I don't make any mistakes, because I know you're doing it for a good reason, okay? I'll look to that person for that aspect of whatever it is that they're really good at, okay? Just as they look at me for this and this and this. And we look at each other for all of that, and we pull it all together as a family. And it's a win-win. It's the most consciously smart, proactive way of doing things, keeping do no harm as the main strict rule that we all follow in life. And if we keep that as the main impetus imperative, then we're all going to be consciously smart people. If we all learn music first in life as children, okay, and we live much longer lives, we can spend 40 years just on music. And then when we spend 40 years on music and we know energy and linguistics and sound, then everything else, from horticulture to everything, all the sciences, just effortless after that, once we get those fundamentals down. Because what makes us listen, to answer that question again, is by becoming competent musicians that can improvise, that can just make up any groove, melody as it comes up, because you're in sync with nature, and that's what it requires. It's just, that's it. You do it instinctually, intuitively. The instinct being the magnetism, the intuition being the heart, electrical shaping intuition that develops that magnetism further. But you need that heart insulated from rubbish, reactives poking in the sticks and all that stuff, first being magnetized so the heart can do its job properly. It's important, yeah. I'm not discrediting the heart, but remember, the heart is not two fishhooks, okay? It's like...
Coming back to Omar's attempt to cut into the conversation earlier about his railway line tracks, I come to see that, you know, we're just going to now continue on a parallel, if you like, railway track of life between two separate...
we'll heal the other separate thing, because we're getting under the magnet.
Well,
polarized ones.
You know, like Stephen Strong suggested, that, you know, we come to a point in the world's history where you're going to get the highly vibrating people living their own life on their own planet or on their own space, and we're going to have the very dark, materialistic, low density vibrating people doing that on a different...
Whoa. Your terminology, you've got to change your conscious terminology.
Well, you know, I know. You need a dictionary when you bloody speak.
Okay? A tree starts from the bottom up, as I explained before. Okay? Everything starts at the roots. If the roots are fucked, the whole tree's fucked. The top of the tree...
Language is a very distortive instrument, I understand.
It's so basic. So we've got to look at full vibration, whole vibration of life, okay? Whole vibration of people, not high or low. That creates separation just in the thinking of it as well.
Yeah, well, that's a relative term, sure.
Yeah, so we've got to change our language, because it's like, as you said, with the real Bible stuff, if you change your consciousness...
I said that a few times now.
Look at the Bible. You got to talk in the present. That's why I use the word be and is all the time. Because if you use am or are, that's indicating ego. You've got to know the psychology of words, and how when you talk in the present, okay, it sounds a little silly in English, always going, I is this, I be this. But you know what? No, you're delivering the information in the present. You're making sure that every word comes from your gut in the present, and that the terminology you're using cannot be confused, okay? It has meaning on all levels that cannot be confused. And that's the problem with our language now today, is that we're taught that the highest vibration...
Only in English. Only in English. The problem is only in English, because English is not a language which allows you to express the...
I call it bumblish, because it bumbles along, and it's made by bums. People who are obsessed with bums, who want to be front bum wannabes, okay? Men that want to be women, because women are actually the most powerful, energetic healers there'd be in this songline stuff. This is their domain. The water knowledge is theirs, because they're water and air for a start, okay? And there's more of that around than earth and fire. There's a structure, but it's still equal in nature. Just because in volume, we think in a mathematical sort of mind sense, oh, there's, 60-70% feminine and only 30 to 40 masculine. That's not even an equal. Well, it is in its energetic function when you look at it magnetically and all aspects of magnetism, if you actually even comprehend it, which you haven't, because you're using thinking to get inside energy, which is impossible. So how can you be energy consciously, but no energy when you are energy by thinking about it? You can't. It's impossible. You're going to be chasing your tail for a long time as an armchair.
Guys, with due respect, your terminology of magnetism is also subject to all sorts of interpretations. Right? Once you start talking, this is magnetic, What do you mean magnetic? Does it mean the poles of a magnet? Does it mean you're polarized? Does it mean it's powerful? It's not electric.
I've explained that already.
Every term,
pure magnetism is the force. Okay. Once what magnetism is, and it's actually the force, the primal force of nature. There is only love.
That's one.
It literally means there is only magnetism. And if you do not honor magnetism and the force of magnetism and how it functions and works, then you don't know life. It's as simple as that.
Is magnetism in your view polar?
It's omnipolar. See, you got to get your head around. You're in your head at the moment. You're trying to get your head around.
you got to explain your terminology to us idiots that are trying to figure out what your term magnetic stands for.
You haven't met yourself
one at a time
to actually comprehend what omni is yet, and what real polarized is, and what magnetism is. You're getting there, okay? But you haven't fully met yourself at that level, that conscious level.
I've got ideas of it, as obviously you have.
Magnetism. Okay?
What's that?
So the thing is that I have actually explained it, and there's people that do comprehend. I have explained what magnetism is down to...
Yeah, sure you have. I haven't been here all along, for sure.
But what I'm saying is that basically love is not some fucking cheesy soap opera that they take...
I understand that.
Square. That you're a Christian, by the way, and to be Christian, you can't touch yourself. You've got to be sexually repressed. You've got to do this. You've got to do that. Okay? You've got to take on the guilt of original sin of us, and we're going to laugh at you the whole way. That's what they've done, right from the first very Hebrew Bible. Okay? Don't even worry about the King James later on. That was all put together by the Rosicrucians. Okay? Have a look into them.
So we're reaching the magic number here.
Now, magnetism is just magnetism. And once you honor magnetism and you respect it, because it is the natural force of how everything all works, and you put your life in sync with magnetism, okay, we don't have to make a cheesy soap opera about what love is, this conventional sense of love. Oh, you have to be like this. You have to have good manners. You have to have this. Blah, 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 blah. Fuck off. If you're conscionable with your actions in life and ethical, okay, that's all you need. How you express yourself in any moment of now doesn't take that away. And they need political correctness as cotton wool.
Ethics.
Their crap. Okay?
Ethics vary too from person to person. You know, what's right to me may be wrong to you, and what's wrong to you may be right to me.
Yeah,
so,
but
our moral principles.
If your actions in life, you're not doing anything wrong to harm anyone, okay? You are conscionable. That's why I can do what I can do, okay? That's why I can do what I can do, and not a lot of other people can do it yet, because I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Otherwise, I couldn't do what I can do and show proactive demonstration examples of it. I'm walking my talk. I'm not just an armchair critic going, well, you need to explain it like this so I can get it, because I haven't...
Guys,
hang on a second.
You've got to
guys, shut up for a minute.
To get this stuff.
Guys,
hang on
let
a second.
Omar speak for a second.
A narcissist...
I'm not being heard at the moment, so I'm finding some sort of way of translating it onto your level.
It's okay.
A narcissist that thinks that the world is out to serve them, is not thinking that what he or she is doing is a bad thing, right? But when you're not a narcissist, and you see that type of behavior going on, you think to yourself, "Oh, that's bad." But the narcissist doesn't think that it's bad. Narcissist doesn't think that using you and stepping on you is a natural thing to do, because you're just an object to that person.
Fucking Stockholm Syndrome abuser. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Plain and simple. So if you're a narcissist and still carrying on like an egotistical prat, you're acting in the image of your Stockholm Syndrome abuser, and you're continuing being a repeat offender of their behaviour on you, instead of breaking the cycle, instead of having the balls to step out of your comfort zone and go, what do I do to defeat this psychopathic murderer? Okay, that lies.
Person who's under mind control doesn't know they're under mind control, right? Well, so a narcissist doesn't know that he's a narcissist unless someone tells that person that they're a narcissist, and even then they're going to say, "No, I'm not. You're wrong."
Well,
And that's the
fact,
problem.
I had to wake up to the fact that I had certain programmings of that variety in me as well when I was under trauma.
I
But
have
I
had that
basically
same
had to work
programming.
it out to go, hold it, this is not me. This is not me, you know? And I want to
But
get back to me.
99% of the population is
So
not thinking
not
like that.
everyone has to be told. There is deep down in people, they do feel it. They know the difference between wrong and right. That's what it comes down to. That's just the basic gut instinct.
They're
But
trapped
people
in that
know
9 to
where
5 rat
whether
race.
it's wrong or right.
They're
And it's
stuck in
like,
that 9 to 5 rat race, which they think defines their life. And the stress that comes from that, they
mm,
just can't seem to look beyond it.
yeah.
And the inner self is lost to them. All right, guys. So we're hitting 5.5 hours here, and I think that's good enough of a download for today.
Yeah.
I've got some
Yeah,
things to do.
honestly,
I gotta run to the
Bob, I
store.
know you're a good soul and you've got good intentions, man. But the key to basically bridging us all together is to change our language, make it more present. Okay,
I've said
make
that
it.
many times now, where I've said that
It's so
our
important.
language needs to change
Couldn't
as
agree
our
more.
awareness increases.
We've got to
Right?
stop
Like
using
for
their
instance,
language and terminology, and even if we have to improvise and make up words ourselves that make more clear present sense, do it. Why?
like I
They improvised language and made up their own confused, tongue twisted languages. How about we untwist it and make it more viable for us to use
mhm.
and communicate now in the worst language ever created that we're communicating in now? I'm looking for proactive solutions that actually work here. And this does work for us all. Because
I would say
I've
that
I've
guys,
been
my
this whole
only
life.
my only intention is
Mm.
to raise my own self-awareness, and beyond that, it really doesn't matter. Whatever effect I have on somebody else is whatever effect that's going to be.
That's
Whatever
it.
effect Watcher's Talk has on
It's leading
somebody
by
is what
example,
it's
brother.
going to be. But my main goal and my main intention that I continuously hold is to raise my own awareness, because the more I raise my awareness, the more I'm going to understand the internal. And the more I understand the internal, the more I'm going to understand what's happening externally. And then that's just making my human experience just a tad bit better
Well,
than the next guy. And that's really what my intention is. I don't mean
Good one.
to, or nor do I want
we
to
need to direct
change
our energy.
anyone's thought pattern. I don't want to interfere my thoughts into somebody else's thoughts and into their human experience. My experience is my experience, and theirs is theirs. And this is meant for entertainment purposes only.
Only.
Well, this is the problem. They've basically turned life into one big entertainment sort of glitz, and
I
it's like,
believe that life should be entertaining. My
Sure, joyful and entertaining.
yeah,
and
my
this is
my
the thing,
mind tells me
in real
is that
life
when
and
I
real,
incarnated onto this
it's
planet,
fascinating. It's never ending. That's the
yeah,
thing.
but when
Like,
I incarnated onto this planet, I incarnated from my natural self. My natural self is energy. In my energy form, I don't have an arm, but I have the memory of raising my arm. But then when I come here to this, 4D reality, here I have an arm, and here I have the five senses. But in my natural state, I only have the memory of those the five senses. So here I'm on a vacation from myself, where I can come and I can enjoy the smell of the flowers, the sounds of the rivers and the
when you
birds,
say your
and
energy,
enjoy food, and really taking a vacation from my own self in this physical state, so that when I go back
your
to my
physical
natural
state is
state,
part of your energy. Okay, it's not separate from your energy. You got to
oh,
realize that.
nothing is separate.
Like,
Absolutely nothing is separate. I asked the
yeah,
question before,
yeah,
where
yeah,
did
yeah.
consciousness come from? Right? Consciousness had to come from somewhere. Where did consciousness come from? Consciousness is an expression of nothingness, a field of all that there is. And all we are is an expression, a vortex through which nothing expresses itself. And while we're here, and while we have this,
Well, the Kabbalah
physical
thing is a vortex.
experience,
Real reality isn't a vortex.
reality that we've
Mm.
created here is a false reality, right?
Yeah.
The reality that we all need to be in with is the oneness, the one hive mind, because the human mind is a beautiful mind. Look at the ingenuity of man, and then look at the belief system of man. The two contradict itself. It's a polar to one another. But anyways, that's a whole other show. We're at 5.5 hours, and the thing that I've really taken away for myself is that when you control the internal, and the more time that you spend sitting quietly thinking about the inner self, the more control you have on the outer, because you can't control what's happening externally, you can't control what's happening out into the world, but the thing that you can
Well, you
control is
can.
what's happening
You can
inside.
control the energy.
Yeah,
You
it's
But
got
direct
you
to
can
be.
control
how
what's
to control.
inside, and then what you control inside will reflect itself externally, which you can control to
That's
a
by
degree.
direct magnetism and the energy. Well,
Hmm.
it's
I
the same thing.
understand the whole magnetism
You have to
and the,
consciously direct it.
yeah.
Yeah, that's you have to make the mind one with the soul to consciously direct it. And the best way to do it is to make this the process.
See,
This uploads.
I have
That's
the language needs to change, as I was going to say
yeah.
earlier, because I have an issue with the word soul, right? Because for me, soul represents separateness. There, I have an individual soul, you have an individual soul, Bob has an individual soul, but when we look at the bigger picture,
They're all
none of us have
interconnected.
an
They're all
individual soul,
interconnected.
because we're all the expression of the same thing. We are all a point of attention of the same consciousness. So if we share the same consciousness, how is it possible that we have individual souls? We have a unique expression within the field of
Well, in
information of
physicality,
consciousness, but
I
the
was
soul
like
in
that.
itself, I have a see, as the awareness increases, we need to begin to understand what these terms mean, because for me soul really is an expression of the religious dogma of controlling you, right? If you do what the church says, or if you do what Allah says, then your soul will go to heaven, but if you do bad, then your soul's going to go to hell. So the word soul to me is like really an invented word, to which they're controlling you and your mindset and
Well,
your
they're
state.
basically saying that your soul, if you basically do things good or bad,
Essence would be the
according,
right
according
word.
to their not magnetized properly electrical system of the heart and mind, they're going to send you to astral purgatory, either into heaven or hell, there to be recycled again to do the bidding for the toxic ones in your next life. Okay. So when you basically understand how the energy works properly, and you can basically consciously redirect it, okay, because your soul is better than a hard disk recorder. You can make intention,
Essence.
okay. Every time you make an intention with your soul, that soul records it in the Akashic records through the appendix and makes that intention binding. It's like when I said, you can actually ground yourself with both suns just with your
If you
breath.
hold your intention.
Yeah. And
If
that
you hold
intention,
your intention, because people create intentions and then cancel them right away with another intention. They say, oh, as an example, I wish I had an apple. And then 5 minutes later, they'll say, well, I don't have enough money to get an apple. And then they cancel that intention that they've set. So now they've created another intention where it says they tell the universe that they don't want an apple because they don't have enough money for an apple. But if
well,
you
you
say, I
are,
want an apple, and hold that intention and continues to say, I want that apple, I want that apple, I want that apple, eventually that apple will come to you, because your mind, your
This
you
essence,
go
your
through your mind,
consciousness will manifest
you
that.
magnetize yourself, and in line with the magnetism of nature, it's like, yes, I need an apple right now. That's what my gut is telling me. And I'll put that intention out there, regardless of whether I got money or not. And an apple will manifest itself and come
That's right.
along
A lot
because
of
you're in line
people
with the
will
magnet
cancel. A lot
and you're
of I guess a lot
manifesting
of people will cancel that
regardless of
intention. which is quite
But
sad. And that's kind of something we're going to be talking about on January 1st, 2022,
yeah,
during our etherical retreat workshop event that we'll be having. We're featuring 10 speakers, 5 on each day. And we'll be doing a workshop in different techniques of meditation, sound healing, vibration healing, astral traveling, remote viewing, self hypnotism, all of that, and teaching you on how to hold your intention and how we can begin to get the universe or God to work for you. So, with that being said, thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate you,
just
guys. Appreciate your downloads, and thank you to Bob Kenter for joining us here in the studio. And you guys are also welcome to join us in the studio when I throw the link out there. The studio is open to anyone. Watchers Talk is open source, and you're always welcome to jump in, share your thoughts, and really give us your own download, because that's what really Watchers Talk is about. It's about a community where we come together and we share our thoughts, and we trade ideas back and forth, and we go and think about those stuff so that we can raise our own self-awareness, because that's what's really it is all about. So, guys, thank you. Really appreciate it.
can I just say
And
one last thing? If anyone would like a copy of the soul centering instructions on just how to use your body pendulum, okay, and some stuff that works off there, I can give it to them if they just send me basically an inbox message on Facebook. Goz, I'll put the link in the chat there, okay, for people that are in the chat. And I've got a lot of information on my page that you can look at and educate yourself with. And I'll give these instructions to anyone if they want it. No problem. I'll just give it out freely, as I do. If you want to first-hand experience it for yourself, okay? So that's pretty much it. It's at the Facebook profile. I do have an email that I can give you from there as well. But all my information is there. It's very self-explanatory. And look, a lot of the information I do give out is very simple, but it's very so vast and powerful that this information hasn't been around for a while, and it's going to upset some apple carts, and it's going to push people out of their comfort zones in order to cope with the information and certain stuff. So I'm sorry that that is the enlighteningly destructive sort of process that we have to go through in this matrix, because enlightenment is a destructive process in this matrix, unfortunately, to find out what the truth is, to realize that we have an inner.
what it is. That's what I say. It is what it is. You have to break down the old to build the new. It's just the way it is. You can't continue to operate with the old with a new mind. As we've been saying all day here. And in order for us to grow anew, we have to destroy the old and build new foundations. That's right.
Starting with this guy.
Any final words from you, Bob?
Just to finish off what you're saying, to change this world for the better, start with this guy.
Yeah, look at the man in the mirror.
You can't change your wife, you can't change your neighbour. You can show them by example, but work on you if you want to change the world. There's a whole lot of you that needs changing before you start.
That's right, Bob. That's exactly right. That's the kind of approach. Exactly.
Read the manual that comes with this complex machine, and that manual, is in words. Sit and spend 5-10 minutes in quiet with yourself. Hum, whistle, do whatever it is that you need to do to center and align yourself, and begin to read that manual. You don't buy an iPhone and then read the manual on it 10 years later, do you, when you're throwing it out? It's the same thing with this human body computer avatar. It does come with instructions. It does come with a manual. We just have to go in within. You have to remember that there's two different forms of intelligence. There's intelligence, and then there's intellect. Intellect are containers that are identified with identities that we pick up along the way.
Correct.
And then there's intelligence. Yes. Intelligence is within the body. The body knows what your great-grandfather looked like 1,000,000 years ago because you have his ears on your head. It remembers everything. It remembers your past lives. It remembers traumas. It remembers happiness, intelligence, and all the information that you need is in within. So you just go quiet, go in within, and
Mm.
understand this machine that you're operating with. Because remember, intention leads to everything that there is. If you want something, you just have to focus it, don't cancel it,
Yeah.
and just
Do it with
allow
your gut.
the
If you want it
consciousness to
like
do
sauce,
what it needs to do.
tend it with your gut, with all you got, and you'll
Yeah,
literally manifest it. That's
start there.
the right
Start
energy.
there and finish there,
Yeah.
because that's where you
Start with
started.
your gut,
And
then bring it up to your heart and your mind after that. That's the
yeah,
way. That's the simplest way of doing it. Start with your gut, then bring it all up in sequence.
keep
And
an
then
eye
it's
out
going to work
for
for
the
you.
short videos that I'll be pushing out here coming next week, Monday. I'll do a short video. I'm going to be talking about different forms of humming, different pitches of humming, and the benefits of those hummings, and how we can tune our chakras and align ourselves and center ourselves so that we're moving from the center instead of moving from here, because this is going to get you in trouble. So thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate you guys, and thank you for joining us, Bob. I really
Likewise.
appreciate it.
Thank you so much,
And
Jenny.
thank you to everyone out there for watching and sticking with us today. I believe I have a show coming up tomorrow, but it's not really solid. But I think it is, but it may not be. I don't know. I'll let you guys know. Keep an eye out in the community tab. And, that's pretty much it. My name is Omar, coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia, Canada. Be happy, stay safe, try to align yourself, try to center yourself, love one another, but most importantly, love yourself. Because if you love yourself, that's just going to express itself externally within your home, your work, your community, and within your friends and family. So I love you guys all very much. Thank you
Give
for
yourself
being
two.
here. Please subscribe to the channel, hit that bell if you haven't so, or if you have, maybe check your subscription, because YouTube's funny like that sometimes. And we'll check you guys next time. So bye for now.